Chapter 1896. Pluto was a cold star. The temperature here was very low, unsuitable for the survival of living creatures. Only cultivators like Gu Fei were not afraid of the cold here. On this star, there was a ruin that covered an area of more than 10 miles. In the center of this ruin, there was the thing that Gu Fei was looking for, a formation platform. It could be seen that this used to be a city. However, this city had turned into ruins. Furthermore, this city had been destroyed for a very long time. Around this formation platform, there were several people sitting cross-legged. Gu Fei sensed that there was no trace of life in these people sitting beside the formation platform. They were all dead, a total of 5 people. People from the Kunlun immortal realm. Looking at the clothes on these people, Gu Fei had already recognized their origins. These people were wearing the clothes of the 3 great immortal sects of Kunlun. They were the people of the 3 great immortal sects who were at the end of their lifespans and had to leave Earth. What a pity! These people were able to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in the Kunlun immortal realm. Their muscles and bones were absolutely amazing. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in that kind of environment. Among the 5 people sitting around the formation platform, there were men and women. There was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face, a middle-aged man, and even a young cultivator. For cultivators who had cultivated to the void-controlling realm, it was very easy for them to change their appearance. How did these people die? Did they die of old age when their lifespans were exhausted, or did they encounter something else? Gu Fei was about to step forward to check. At this moment, a chilly wind suddenly emerged without warning and then swept toward Gu Fei. There seemed to be something else in the chilly wind. Humph! A bright light burst out of Gu Fei's eyes. His gaze directly penetrated the chilly wind and saw the thing in the chilly wind. He directly reached out and grabbed the thing that was pouncing toward him. It was a black snake as small as a little finger. The snake's body was less than a foot long, and its whole body was pitch black. Some stripes could be vaguely seen. The black snake struggled in Gu Fei's hand and fiercely bit towards Gu Fei's wrist. Gu Fei could clearly see 2 poisonous fangs with blue tint sticking out of the black snake's mouth and stabbing towards his wrist. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. He was not afraid of the black snake's bite. He exerted force in his hand and the black snake was directly crushed to death by him. He threw away the black snake in his hand and went forward to check if the 5 of them had any injuries. At this moment, he knew that this planet was not safe. Shwa. As Gu Fei approached the 5 people sitting on the ground suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Gu Fei couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw this scene. He knew very well that these 5 people didn't have the slightest trace of life on them. They were already dead. He was shocked to find that the pupils of these 5 people who opened their eyes were actually black, like a bottomless black hole. There was a strange power that wanted to devour people's souls. Playing tricks. Gu Fei strode forward. The 5 people stood up and faced Gu Fei. Traces of black gas emerged from their bodies and then lingered around them. There are people here who are proficient in Ghost Dao cultivation techniques. Gu Fei could feel that these 5 people had the aura of Ghost Dao. This was the power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu's lineage. Someone was using Ghost Dao divine ability to control the bodies of these 5 people. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched out. A powerful fist force erupted and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void in front of his fist. The bodies of the 5 people immediately collapsed. They were all smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch and scattered in all directions. Just as Gu Fei's punch shattered the bodies of the 5 people, black martial arts shadows rushed out. They were 5 black snakes. These 5 black snakes were exactly the same as the black snakes that Gu Fei had pinched to death. What are these things? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and the 5 black snakes that wanted to escape immediately flew back and fell into his hand. The moment the 5 black snakes were caught by him, they suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. This shocked Gu Fei. It seemed that someone was secretly controlling these black snakes. Rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. As Gu Fei muttered to himself, a powerful wave of divine will rushed out from between his eyebrows and spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, his divine will had enveloped the entire Pluto. This planet is not simple. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei sensed that there were a few places on this planet that even his divine sense could not enter. Roar. Right at this moment, a deep roar resounded from within the star. After that, the entire star began to tremble as a shocking aura appeared in the world. Finally can't help but jump out. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The divine light in his eyes became even brighter. It was like 2 magic lamps had lit up in the dark void. Bang! Outside the ruins, a part of the ground suddenly exploded. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the ground. The huge black shadow rushed into the sky and an extremely powerful murderous aura spread in all directions. It was a huge snake that was thousands of feet long. It had a single horn on its head and no claws under its abdomen. Insignificant human, it was you who killed my descendant. A cold voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication at the level of divine sense. The huge black snake coiled in the air and raised its giant head high. A pair of huge black eyes stared at Gu Fei. Waves of black energy swirled around and the huge snake's figure was faintly discernible. Blackwater mystical snake. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the giant serpent. This serpent was actually the Blackwater mystical serpent of ancient times. Ho! Seeing that Gu Fei was ignoring it, the huge snake was enraged. It directly spat out a mouthful of black energy at Gu Fei. This black energy was not simple. It was the cold energy that this huge snake had cultivated for countless years. Even a true immortal would be frozen to death if it breathed out. The space enveloped by the black energy was annihilated. Wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The huge black snake's origin was extraordinary. It was an ancient Blackwater mystical snake. This was indeed a surprise to Gu Fei. It should be known that this ancient species had long been extinct. He didn't think that there would be one hiding on Pluto. Even Gu Fei could feel the danger as the black chi surged forth. Bzzz, the space around Gu Fei trembled. A chi shield formed from chaotic energy emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped Gu Fei, resisting the black energy. The black energy collided with Gu Fei's chi shield. The chi shield immediately dimmed, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei was startled. He quickly executed the 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated, escaping from the range of the black gas. Huh! The Blackwater mystical serpent was very surprised to see that Gu Fei was not frozen to death by its black chi. It should be known that its natal cold chi was extremely powerful. As long as one was enveloped by this cold chi, there was no one who could survive. Kid, your cultivation is pretty good. The Blackwater mystical snake's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Kid. Gu Fei was speechless when the Blackwater mystical snake called him that. Although the snake was powerful, it couldn't unleash the power of a sage. This was strange. Could it be that this planet also had a sealing power that suppressed their cultivation? Gu Fei couldn't sense any sealing power. Who's the kid here? Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He no longer concealed his aura and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as his battle intent surged. You, the Blackwater mystical snake stared at Gu Fei in shock. It realized that it had severely underestimated this human cultivator's cultivation and combat ability. Whoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake turned and left. Once a battle of this level broke out, one side would die. The Blackwater mystical snake didn't think it was a match for Gu Fei yet. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to the Blackwater mystical snake in an instant. He then soared into the sky and arrived above the Blackwater mystical snake. His right foot stomped down on the Blackwater mystical snake. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake's giant body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The ground shook like waves. This Blackwater mystical snake wasn't fully grown yet. If it were an adult one, Gu Fei would have run as far away as he could. An adult Blackwater mystical snake was absolutely terrifying. Legend had it that an adult Blackwater mystical snake could fight against a sage and even kill one. Oh no! Gu Fei suddenly realized something and hurried down from the sky. By then, the Blackwater mystical snake was nowhere to be found. It had escaped through the earth. How dare you! Gu Fei was furious. The Blackwater mystical snake must have escaped into its nest. But that place was too dangerous. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. At this time, Gu Zhong and Old Jiao, who had been thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei, were already in seclusion. It would be difficult for him to find a helper. This solar system was very unusual. There was a land of thousands of dragons on Earth, and a Blackwater mystical snake was lurking on this planet called Pluto. He wanted to subdue the snake, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He returned to the ancient formation platform. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were a few parts of the ancient formation platform that were damaged. Of course, a broken teleportation matrix couldn't be used. Chapter 1897. After scaring the Blackwater mystical snake away, Gu Fei came to the ancient transmitting formation in the center of the ruins. He wanted to repair the transmitting formation and then leave this place. There were some places on this star that even he could not see through, and the place where the Blackwater mystical snake was located was one of them. Otherwise, he would have rushed into the depths of this star. The Blackwater mystical snake was not yet an adult. If he could subdue it, it would definitely be a great help. The ancient teleportation formation was made up of countless mysterious runes. A portion of the runes were already missing and damaged. It should have been caused when the city was destroyed. Could it be that snake? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The Blackwater mystical snake was extremely powerful, and its combat capability was close to the half-saint realm. On this Pluto, such an existence was absolutely invincible. Those cultivators from the Kunlun fairyland were no match for this giant snake. Fortunately, Gu Fei's attainments in formations were also good. Although he was not as good as He Tian, who was a formation guru, it was not difficult for him to repair this transmitting formation. After more than 2 hours of deduction, Gu Fei finally succeeded in repairing this formation platform. He also made some modifications so that people who were teleported from the Kunlun fairyland to this star could directly appear on the formation platform. He left a few words next to the formation platform to remind the latecomers that there was danger here. After doing all this, Gu Fei threw out another 9 fairy crystals, activated the ancient formation platform, and then directly left this star. This ancient road was not easy to travel. At the first stop, he encountered a Blackwater mystical snake that was infinitely close to the half-saint realm. Such an existence was not a match for the cultivators from Earth at all. They could only end up being killed. Where was the next stop? Where was the end of this ancient road? Gu Fei was very curious. He had refined his mind in the mortal world on Earth for decades and learned a lot about the legends of immortals and gods on Earth. These legends were surprisingly similar to some ancient legends on the Tenglong continent. Was there any connection between the Tenglong continent and Earth? Gu Fei did not know that there must be a great secret on Earth, and there were many secrets on the soaring dragon ancestral star as well. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, he did not have the ability to solve these mysteries. Perhaps he would only be able to truly understand these things after he became a sage. After an unknown amount of time, the teleportation array teleported them to a very far distance, causing Gu Fei to almost forget about the passing of time. When he reappeared, he discovered that he was in the void, and below him was an endless expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand danced in the air, enveloping the entire world. This was a world of yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand. Gu Fei didn't sense any signs of life nearby. In other words, there was no sign of life within a radius of 10,000 miles. Given the range of Gu Fei's current spiritual force, even if he did not deliberately release his spiritual force, he could still sense the area within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. This was the ability of a peak half-sage. His martial body had reached the bottleneck of a breakthrough. As long as he made another breakthrough, his martial body would transform and become even stronger. The source of a martial artist's strength was the martial body. Only when the martial body continuously transformed and became stronger, the martial artist's combat strength would also increase. Could this be a Death Star? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, and then left this place. He wanted to find a teleportation array. There must be a teleportation array nearby, and this ancient road would not stop after 2 stops. Where is it? Yellow sand filled the sky, and it was difficult to find a teleportation array in such a place. One should know that everything here was covered by yellow sand. A strong wind blew, and the yellow sand danced in the air. Even if there was an ancient teleportation array, it would be buried under the yellow sand. Soon, Gu Fei discovered that this star was very big, and it was many times bigger than Earth. This was a huge star, and there was a divine sun in the sky of this huge star. This was a rare star that could have life. However, it was very strange that there was no life here. There were no rivers, lakes, mountains, or plains. There was only endless yellow sand. Could something have happened to this star, and it became like this? This was not impossible, because a battle between sage-level experts was enough to destroy a star with life. If a battle between sage-level experts had happened on this star, then this star might have become a Death Star. However, in this endless yellow sand, Gu Fei did not find any traces of a battle between sage-level experts. Of course, this was not what Gu Fei was interested in. Right now, he wanted to find the teleportation array, or he would not be able to continue his journey. In this way, he would be lost in the vast universe again. The universe was unbelievably vast. Even an expert like Gu Fei would be in trouble if he got lost in the endless starry sky. One should know that Gu Fei did not have a star chart. Where is it? Gu Fei walked through the entire huge star, but he still could not find the teleportation array. This yellow star would occasionally produce sandstorms that were tens of millions of meters wide. In such a harsh environment, only cultivators could survive. Could it really be underground? Gu Fei had no other choice. He directly broke through the yellow sand and entered the interior of this star. After passing through thousands of meters of yellow sand, he encountered a large number of skeletons at the bottom. Countless living beings had fallen here and were buried here. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Just what happened on this star back then that caused all the living beings on this star to fall? This star was so huge that it definitely had billions of living beings. The bottom of the yellow sand buried an extremely powerful aura of death. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of death here, his expression changed. The aura of death condensed from the deaths of billions of living beings was too powerful. In the void, there seemed to be the souls of billions of living beings howling and screaming. Such a land of death was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Demons loved the aura of death the most. Ghost cultivators were the same. If a group of ghost cultivators were to gather here, they would probably turn this place into a ghost domain. In the depths of this star, Gu Fei did not dare to go too close. There seemed to be an unimaginable existence lurking there. Even Gu Fei felt danger. He walked underground, searching for the ancient teleportation formation. Sure enough, he found a ruin buried deep in the yellow sand. Among the ruins, there was an inconspicuous array platform that had broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Chapter 1898. In an underground ruin, Gu Fei finally found the formation platform. However, the formation platform had been broken into 5 pieces and was destroyed. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This ancient road that started from Earth had been broken for many years. Even the ancient transportation formation was destroyed. However, judging from the ruins around the ancient transportation formation, this ancient road was already very prosperous in the past. With the ancient transportation formation as the center, a city had already been formed. However, this ancient road still changed in the end. The ancient transportation formation was destroyed, and the cities around it were not spared. The ancient road was completely cut off. In the present world, Gu Fei came to Earth and continued this ancient road. Gu Fei directly moved the broken ancient formation platform to the surface of the star and laid down a formation to protect the formation platform. However, just as he was laying down the formation, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the surrounding yellow sand. A powerful death aura appeared in this area. Seeing these black shadows, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow. These were 5 evil corpses shrouded in a black death aura. Each of these corpses was wearing tattered clothes. Some parts of their bodies even revealed white bones. A strong corpse stench diffused from these 5 corpses. Ancient corpses with intelligence. Gu Fei was shocked. This star had buried billions of creatures. After these billions of creatures died, the death aura generated was simply endless. Under the nourishment of the endless death aura, some ancient corpses with immortal bodies could very likely regrow their intelligence and become evil corpses. However, Gu Fei quickly discovered that these 5 evil corpses were not ancient corpses with intelligence. They were puppets controlled by some kind of power. The existence deep underground finally couldn't help but take action. Humph! Gu Fei directly slapped the 5 evil corpses with his palm. Bang! The 5 evil corpses that were rushing towards Gu Fei immediately suffered a great impact. Their bodies exploded, turning into 5 clouds of black blood mist that dissipated in the void. Roar! A deep roar came from the depths of the earth. Gu Fei had actually killed his evil corpse puppet in one move. This caused the guy deep underground to feel shocked and uneasy. Bang! A cloud of yellow sand rose up, and another black figure rushed out of the ground. A powerful wave of death energy spread out from this figure. This was an intact ancient corpse. It was wearing blue armor, and its eyes were emitting a black light. A black death aura spread out from its body and enveloped the void for about 100 meters. So what? Gu Fei took a step forward and once again slapped towards the ancient evil corpse. A violent gust of wind swept up the yellow sand in the sky, enveloping the evil corpse. Bang! Without any suspense, the evil corpse was sent flying thousands of zhang away by Gu Fei's slap. Its body was actually not destroyed by Gu Fei's slap. Yes. Seeing this result, Gu Fei was also surprised. This evil corpse's body was too strong. It was hard to imagine how strong it was when it was alive. However, no matter how strong it was, it had now become an evil corpse without its own consciousness. It was controlled by someone and turned into a fighting puppet. Roar! The evil corpse roared and dashed towards Gu Fei from afar. It stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This evil corpse must have been a peerless character when it was alive. Even though it had been dead for countless years, its bones and muscles were still amazingly flexible. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei displayed his martial path battle skill. A huge hand covered the sky, covering the world. Boom! The evil corpse that was rushing over was slammed into the yellow sand. Under the attack of the heaven-covering palm, the yellow sand within a radius of a few hundred li violently undulated and spread out like waves. Bang! A black shadow soared up to the sky. The evil corpse that was slapped into the yellow sand by Gu Fei was still fine and dashed out again. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my cultivation? The evil corpse stood in the air and a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Humph, it seems that you provoked me first. Gu Fei snorted. The existence deep underground was a guy that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once it realized that it couldn't defeat Gu Fei, it resorted to such a shameless method. This is my territory. You are trespassing on my territory. The voice resounded again. Humph, everything depends on strength. If you can't defeat me, this place is mine. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. The existence deep underground must be a terrifying opponent, but he was fearless. On the contrary, he yearned to fight against such an existence. When the existence deep underground heard this, it fell silent. Swoosh! The evil corpse suddenly swooped down from the sky, broke through the yellow sand, and disappeared into the yellow sand. Seeing this, Gu Fei was startled. Could it be that the fellow deep underground was scheming something? However, after waiting for a while, he didn't see the fellow deep underground attack him. Could it be that the fellow couldn't come out? However, if that existence really couldn't come out, then Gu Fei wouldn't need to worry about it. He could activate the teleportation array and leave this place. Gu Fei's guess was correct. The existence deep underground was at a critical point in its cultivation. It couldn't be distracted, nor could it move its body. Or else all its efforts would be for naught. If that happened, then there would be no place for it to cry. Gu Fei ignored it and focused on the array runes on the platform. Very quickly, he realized that this teleportation array was much more complicated than the previous two. He spent the better part of half a day to successfully evolve all the runes of the ancient teleportation formation. Then, he began to repair the ancient teleportation formation. Several hours later, Gu Fei once again departed from this dead planet. After that, a muffled roar rang out from the depths of the earth. It was as if a primordial beast that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. A shocking energy wave spread out from the man's body. Preposterous, a ghost-like silhouette appeared before the teleportation array. It could finally come out, but it realized that the other person had already left. The silhouette lingered outside the array for a while before leaving. This is Chapter 1899. The starry sky was boundless, but there were very few planets with life. The birth of life was not that easy. When Gu Fei came out of the void transfer channel, a wave of life energy hit him in the face. This was a planet with life. He realized that he was in the sky above a primitive mountain forest. The fresh air, which he hadn't smelled in a long time, made him feel invigorated. Releasing his divine consciousness, Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful beasts in this primitive mountain forest. He even found a human tribe thousands of miles away. That human clan had opened up a place in the forest that was suitable for human beings to live in. In that place, human beings had built a medium-sized city with large rocks. The outer city wall was built with huge rocks and was dozens of feet tall. Inside the outer city wall was an inner city wall. The inner city wall was not as tall as the outer city wall. It was only 70 to 80 feet tall. The inner and outer city walls protected this simple and crude city very well. Outside the city was a primitive mountain forest, but inside the city lived thousands of humans. Compared to the humans on Earth, the humans here were living the most primitive life. Most of the people in the city were hunters who relied on hunting for a living. Gu Fei arrived outside the city. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the city. The ancient road that started from Earth was actually a road of no return. This was because the ancient transfer channel was a one-way transfer. Once one left Earth, there was no way back. Because of this, the three Kunlun sect grandmasters were shocked by Gu Fei's return. This was a city built with rocks. There was a moat outside the city. It was noon, and the drawbridge over the moat had already been lowered. Many hunters wearing animal hides, carrying bows and arrows, and holding long spears were walking in and out of the city. There was plenty of prey in this primitive mountain forest. However, there were also terrifying beasts lurking in the forest. Once they encountered a beast, even the most powerful hunter in the city would suffer a calamity. At this time, a series of roars came from a valley several miles away. Gu Fei discovered that there were more than a dozen hunters hunting a fierce tiger in that valley. Roar! The roar of the ferocious tiger could be heard for dozens of miles. Even in the stone city, it could be heard. The young master of the Meng clan is finally going to hunt the tiger. Hearing the tiger's roar, some people in the city began to discuss. The Meng clan was one of the clans in Stone City. Ever since the founding ancestor of the Meng clan, they had been in charge of everything in Stone City. The young master of the Meng clan was currently undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony. In Stone City, 16 was considered an adult. Therefore, at the age of 16, all the youths in Stone City had to kill a fierce tiger. Only a teenager who successfully hunted a tiger could be considered an adult. The young master of the Meng clan happened to be 16 this year. In this savage world, the reality was cruel. Only the strong could survive, and the weak could only be eliminated. There was no such thing as mercy. Every year, there were always a few 16-year-old boys who failed to hunt a tiger and were bitten to death by a tiger. Roar! The roars of the ferocious tiger could be heard continuously. The dozen or so hunters were all watching from the surroundings. In the middle of the rubble, a man and a tiger were fighting. Meng Long, put in a bit more effort. This big tiger is about to die. An old man stood on top of a 30 to 40 zhang tall boulder and shouted at a youth draped in animal skin in front of him. That was a bare-handed youth. The animal skin on his body was torn in several places, and blood was seeping out from under the skin. This big tiger's claws are really sharp. The bronze-skinned youth's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the ferocious tiger in front of him. This tiger was at least 20 zhang long, and it was incomparably ferocious. There were also many wounds on the tiger's body. This tiger wasn't a ferocious beast, and it didn't have any intelligence. It only hunted by instinct, and it wasn't as scary as a ferocious beast. At this time, the tiger was obviously enraged. It roared again and again, and its 4 claws dug into the ground. The muscles on its limbs were bulging, and it could pounce on the youth at any time. While the youth and the tiger were confronting each other, Gu Fei had already arrived nearby. He looked at the scene below with interest. This youth's qi and blood seemed to be more vigorous than ordinary people. Soon, Gu Fei noticed the abnormality of the youth who was confronting the tiger barehanded. This planet was incomparably huge, and the spiritual energy was dense. The humans who lived in this primitive forest seemed to have much more qi and blood than the humans on Earth. Gu Fei immediately understood the difference between the two in an instant. In this world, in the wilderness, to survive, one had to fight with the surrounding ferocious beasts and hunt for enough food to survive. People who lived in danger were definitely much stronger than those who lived in peace and prosperity. People were born in adversity and die in peace and happiness. This saying couldn't be wrong. Only with a sense of crisis could the human race continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The muscles on the youth's body were tense, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from his forehead and rolled down his back, dripping onto the soil on the ground, and seeping into it. Roar! The tiger roared and slammed its 4 claws on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Then, it turned into a yellow shadow and pounced at the youth. This pounce was extremely ferocious. This was the tiger's most powerful attack. Before it pounced, a gust of wind blew over. Roar! The young man also roared angrily. He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the soil on the ground to sink a few inches. His entire body rushed out and instantly appeared below the ferocious tiger. Swoosh! His right leg was like an arrow, kicking from the bottom up. It was like a divine arrow piercing the sky, extremely swift and fierce. Pft! The youth's right foot directly kicked the position of the tiger's heart. The strength of this kick was all concentrated on the tip of the youth's foot. The tiger's sternum was broken, and then it was inserted into the tiger's heart. The figures of the youth and the tiger instantly crossed each other. Phew! The youth half knelt on the ground and let out a long breath of turbid air. Then, his entire body relaxed. Bang! The tiger's body heavily smashed onto the ground. Then, a gush of blood flowed out from the tiger's body, and it stopped moving. Phew! The surrounding hunters all cheered when they saw this scene, especially the old man, who was extremely excited. One should know that the youth was his grandson. To be able to kill a ferocious tiger at the age of 16, and in a clean manner, without any serious injuries, this was already very rare. Not bad. Chapter 1900. There was only one human tribe in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. The rest of the mountain range was occupied by other races or beasts. There were only a few thousand humans. This tribe was not a big one. A few thousand tribesmen in the Great Desolate Mountain Range could easily be wiped out. However, the human tribe still managed to survive. Although the beasts were strong, the human tribe could build stone cities to defend against the beasts. This was the power of wisdom. If one could not fight against the beasts, they had to use their wits. It was very difficult to break through the human tribe's stone city. Even the beasts did not want to provoke the humans in the city. It was not a coincidence that the human tribe appeared in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. It was most likely that the cultivators from Earth came here to live and reproduce. In the stone city, the Meng family made up about half of the population. It was one of the biggest clans in the city, and the leader of the city was from the Meng family. The leader of the Meng family was a 150-years-old old man. Although he was no longer in his prime, he was still a powerful cultivator. The average human in the Great Desolate Mountain Range could live for more than 100 years. Of course, in such a harsh environment, it was rare to find someone who could live for more than 100 years. Of course, this old man was not a cultivator. However, in the Great Desolate Mountain Range, even if the human tribe only knew a few simple body refinement techniques, they were still not something ordinary beasts could provoke. Today, there was a joyous event in the city. The direct descendant of the Meng family, Meng Long, had successfully killed a tiger and completed his coming-of-age ceremony. As night fell, the city was brightly lit. Torches were placed in every corner of the city, illuminating the entire city as if it was daytime. The young man named Meng Long was the star of the night. These guys, when Gu Fei saw that the people in the city had actually used a stone platform in the center of the city as a platform for the banquet, he was a little speechless. All the important people in the city were sitting around the stone platform. The leader of the Meng family was sitting on the highest seat, and next to him was the star of the night, the young man who killed the tiger with one kick. On the square, everyone was drinking wine and eating big pieces of meat. These people who lived in the primitive forest were straightforward and forthright. This kind of mentality made them very cohesive. Thousands of humans were tightly united. This kind of strength was the guarantee of their survival. The hustle and bustle in the stone city lasted until the latter half of the night. Then, the people who had gathered in Guangcheng gradually dispersed. Some people even rolled on the ground, snoring loudly in the square. Shwa! Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed directly on the stone platform in the center of the square. Who is it? Enemy attack! Just as Gu Fei landed on the stone platform, a series of shouts rang out. Groups of hunters rushed into the plaza from outside. Not only did the hunting team go out to hunt, but they were also responsible for the defense of Stone City. Although they had partied for a whole night, the hunting groups in the city still maintained a high degree of vigilance. As soon as Gu Fei showed up, these hunting groups found him. Your reaction isn't slow. Gu Fei stood on the stone platform with a calm expression. In just a few breaths, the stone platform was surrounded by dozens of well-equipped hunters. You are not one of us. The elder of the Meng family walked out. This old man had already cultivated the body refining technique to the point where he could produce inner qi from the outside. This kind of situation was similar to the martial arts on Earth. Gu Fei had been cultivating his heart on Earth for decades and had encountered all kinds of things. There were people who cultivated martial arts on Earth. If the cultivation of this old man was judged by the martial arts on Earth, then this old man was already a martial master. This kind of existence could already be considered as a master. With this old man here, normal ferocious beasts would not dare to attack this stone city. Martial arts masters who cultivated energy into qi were much stronger than normal ferocious beasts. Could it be that you are from that place? The old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. Why would a branch of the human race appear in the Great Barren Mountain Range? The appearance of the human race in this barren land was very abrupt. However, if this branch of the human race was from outside, then everything could be explained. You are quite observant. Gu Fei said. He did not put these people in his eyes at all because there were almost no cultivators among them. Only this old man was a character. You really are from that place. The old man's face turned red. He seemed to know something. The origin of the Meng family might really be related to the cultivators from Earth. Gu Fei did not say anything. Stand down, all of you. The old man shouted at the hunters. The hunters had already drawn their bows and pointed their arrows at Gu Fei. The arrowheads were glowing with a layer of blue light. It was the arrowheads that were stained with pain. This kind of arrowhead was meant to be used against the enemy, not the usual kind of arrowhead used for hunting. Elder, a man who seemed to be the leader of the hunting group said to the old man. I said stand down. Did you not hear me? The old man panicked. This person could enter the stone city without anyone knowing. This was enough to prove that this person did not care about them at all. Yes, although the middle-aged man was unwilling, he could not disobey the order of the elder. Stand down. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the dozens of hunters immediately put away the bows and arrows in their hands, then retreated in an orderly manner. With one look, one could tell that this was a well-trained hunting team. Meng Qi greets Immortal Master. After all the hunters had left, the old man bowed to Gu Fei on the stone platform. Immortal Master. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He was not a cultivator, and it was only a coincidence that he chose this ancient path. Of course, if he didn't choose this ancient path, the path of the human race would have been broken, and no one would be able to continue it. Immortal Master, are you from the ancestral land of Kunlun? The old man did not stand up. He prostrated on the ground and asked respectfully. So you do know about Kunlun? When Gu Fei heard this, he knew that his previous guess was correct. This branch of the human race in the mountain was indeed from the Kunlun realm. They were said to be descendants of the Kunlun realm. He never thought that he would meet a descendant of Kunlun on this planet with life. Immortal Master really came from the ancestral land of Kunlun. Please help us return to the ancestral land. The old man kowtowed to Gu Fei again and again. Tears streamed down his face. They had lived here for thousands of years. They had been through dozens of generations, all for the sake of returning to Kunlun. Return to Kunlun. Chapter 1901. The human race's ancient road was a road of no return. It was easy to come out, but it was not so easy to go back. Even an existence like Gu Fei would find it hard to return to the Kunlun realm. Only a formation grandmaster like He Tian would be able to reverse the formation and return to the Kunlun realm. Although Gu Fei had a certain level of attainment in formations, he was not a formation master after all, so it was difficult for him to reverse engineer a formation. In the great wilderness, it had been many years since someone came out from Kunlun. The first stop after leaving Kunlun was the end of this ancient road. The Blackwater mystical snake on Pluto was enough to wipe out all the cultivators from Kunlun. However, Gu Fei was an exception. With a cultivation base at the peak of Half Saint, he could do whatever he wanted even on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei's arrival made the patriarch of the Meng family wild with joy. The patriarch invited Gu Fei to the ancestral ground of the Meng family. This was a forbidden area in Stone City, where the ancestors of the Meng family were worshipped. From the first generation to the current generation. In the ancestral ground of the Meng family, there were dozens of memorial tablets. According to the patriarch, the Meng family had been in the Great Wilderness for 68 generations. It had been 3,000 to 4,000 years. This period of time was nothing for immortals, but it was extremely long for ordinary people. The Meng family had been able to survive for thousands of years in the Great Wilderness because of a body-tempering technique passed down by their first-generation ancestor. Although this body-tempering technique was not a great technique, it was enough for the Meng family to protect themselves. From the patriarch, Gu Fei knew that this star with life was called the Great Desolate Star. However, nobody knew why this planet was called the Great Desolate Planet. It was a coincidence that the ancestors of the Meng clan fell here. It was an accident. The Great Desolate Star. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This name was very appropriate. This star was completely a wild world. Here, the strong preyed on the weak at every moment. Furthermore, this planet was much bigger than Pluto. Even with the range of Gu Fei's spiritual force, it was difficult for him to sense how big this planet was. According to the old patriarch, there were many terrifying forbidden areas on this planet. There were peerless ferocious beasts residing there. These ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. If they provoked these ferocious beasts, the human race here would suffer a calamity. Therefore, the people of the Meng family could only hunt in the vicinity of Stone City. They did not dare to go too far. The ferocious beasts in the depths of the mountain were not something they could provoke. 1,000 years ago, this branch of the human race was almost exterminated. The reason was that the human race broke into the territory of a fierce beast in the mountains. Even now, the humans living in the mountains were still threatened by this ferocious beast. Every year, they had to send a pair of virgin boys and girls to the ferocious beast as food. Using virgin boys and girls as food. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Immortal Master, I have learned that this year's sacrificial day will be in a month's time. The old patriarch said carefully. This Immortal Master was able to descend from the sky. He must have extraordinary abilities. Perhaps, he could help them get rid of this great threat. Damn it. Gu Fei released his spiritual force. His powerful spiritual force instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. All the ferocious beasts in this area felt a great pressure and were all terrified. What ferocious beast is this? Gu Fei stared at the old patriarch. Although this old patriarch was already 150 years old, in front of Gu Fei, he was still a kid. One must know that Gu Fei had already cultivated for hundreds of years. That's a water Kirin. The old patriarch said. Water Kirin. Gu Fei instantly locked on to a ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast in a deep pool a few hundred miles away from the Stone City. The water Kirin was a ferocious beast of the water element. It was best at escaping through water. However, in front of Gu Fei, the water Kirin's escaping technique was like a three-legged cat's technique. No matter how it tried to escape, it was useless. Swoosh. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a deep pool a few hundred miles away. There were traces of death aura lingering around this deep pool. It was unknown how many living beings this water Qilin had killed to form this kind of death aura that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it! This water Kirin had harmed countless lives. Without hesitation, Gu Fei pressed his palm down towards the deep pool. A powerful force came crashing down, causing the deep pool below to collapse. "Spare me!" From the deep pool came a horrified spiritual will. The water Kirin hiding in the depths of the pool wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Fei was unmoved. With a single palm, he smashed the deep pool deep into the ground, completely destroying it. The water Kirin hiding in the deep pool was instantly destroyed. Gu Fei could not let go of a ferocious beast that fed on humans. Such a ferocious beast deserved to die 10,000 times over. After killing the water Kirin, Gu Fei returned to the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In just a few breaths' time, a ferocious beast had been eliminated. Alright, no ferocious beasts can threaten you in the future. After Gu Fei sat down, he said to the old patriarch. Could it be? The old patriarch's voice trembled. In just a few breaths' time, this immortal master had killed the water Kirin. That ferocious beast was a water Kirin. It was definitely a king among the ferocious beasts. Yet, this immortal master had killed it in an instant. The old patriarch felt that everything was so surreal. It's impossible to return to Kunlun. Gu Fei said. What? The old patriarch heard this and immediately woke up from his shock. How could this be? The old patriarch did not give up. For thousands of years, the Meng clan only had one wish, and that was to return to their homeland. Because this is a path of no return. Gu Fei looked at the old patriarch and said calmly. A path of no return. The old patriarch was shocked to the extreme. The ancient path from Kunlun was actually a path of no return. This was hard for the old patriarch to accept. This star is not bad. It's rich in spiritual energy. You guys can cultivate here. When your cultivation is successful, you might be able to find your way back. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. I'll let Immortal Master know that our Meng clan lacks a technique that can help you become an immortal. The old patriarch said helplessly. Swoosh. Chapter 1902. On the Great Desolate Star, Gu Fei had left behind a few cultivation techniques and imprinted them into the mind of the old tribe leader. Because the ancestors of the Meng family had passed down a simple body cultivation technique, Gu Fei had imparted a few martial arts techniques to the old tribe leader. If the people of the Meng family were successful in cultivating them, they would be able to become sages. These techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm were extremely precious. If these techniques were circulated on the soaring dragon ancestral star, it would definitely shake the entire cultivation world of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the Great Desolate Star, something big happened on the planet. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The entire Great Desolate Star was in chaos. Dark light rushed out from the ground and a demonic power appeared in the sky. I didn't expect there to be a demon in this place. Gu Fei was shocked. In the depths of a mountain range on the Great Desolate Star, the ground collapsed and endless demonic chi surged out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. It was originally a planet rich in spiritual chi, but now, it was facing a great calamity. The demonic chi devoured the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. The spiritual chi of the Great Desolate Star was decreasing rapidly. The originally flourishing trees were gradually withering and their vitality was being lost. How is this possible? This wasn't an ordinary demonic power. This demonic power was actually devouring the vitality of the planet. If this demonic power was allowed to continue devouring the vitality of the planet, it wouldn't take long for the planet to become a dead planet. This huge commotion affected the Stone City. However, the Stone City was protected by the formation that Gu Fei had set up, so the Stone City wasn't affected much. How extravagant, Gu Fei was shocked. Devouring the vitality of an entire planet was simply too terrifying. A demon that could do this must be an unparalleled demon. Swoosh Gu Fei rushed out of the stone city and came to the sky. A gigantic demonic figure vaguely appeared in front of them. The life force of the entire planet was being continuously devoured. It's not a real demon. It's just a remnant soul. Could it be that this demon wants to borrow the endless life force to be reborn? Gu Fei activated his martial Dao divine eyes and saw a shocking scene. There was a terrifying demonic embryo being nurtured, and it was precisely this demonic embryo that was devouring the boundless life force. You're unlucky to be born at this time. Gu Fei did not hesitate, he directly attacked. The demonic fetus seemed to feel threatened. Countless demonized beasts soared into the sky and charged at Gu Fei. Demonic clouds covered the sky. Roar! Countless demonized beasts were extremely ferocious. Under the control of the devil fetus, they all attacked Gu Fei without any regard for their lives. Die! Gu Fei punched out. With just one punch, the countless demonic beasts that attacked him were all turned into a mist of blood, completely dissipating in the void. This punch was too strong, shaking the heavens and the earth. Not only did it kill countless beasts, but it also almost dissipated the demonic aura that shrouded this part of the world. Who are you? We've minded our own business. Why do you want to stop me from achieving the way? A wave of divine will came, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Demons, everyone has the right to kill them. Gu Fei strode over, and the demonic fetus could not stop Gu Fei at all. Buzz! The void shook, and billions of demonic light shone from the demonic fetus. Black demonic chains appeared in the void and then wrapped around Gu Fei. This was a type of divine chain of the great path formed by the interweaving of demonic patterns. Countless patterns of the great path appeared on the demonic fetus. A remnant soul entered the demonic fetus, and the power of the great path surged out from the demonic fetus. The demonic path was also a type of great path. When cultivated to the highest level, one could also become a supreme existence like the demon ancestor. After the remnant soul merged with the demonic fetus, the power of the entire demonic fetus soared to a level infinitely close to the saint level. The powerful power made the entire world shake. Demonic aura fell from the sky like dancing dragons, and the demonic might shook the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and weaved through the countless demonic chains, avoiding all of them. He killed his way to the vicinity of the demonic fetus and then attacked. Boom! Endless martial arts true power burst out, and a huge hand covered the sky, covering the demonic fetus below it. The huge hand descended, and the powerful martial arts power shattered everything. Gu Fei displayed his formidable battle prowess and unleashed the heaven-covering palm. Rumble! The huge hand covered the sky and descended, shattering countless demonic chains of the great path. It slapped the demonic fetus that was covered in demonic aura down from the sky. A peak half-saint warrior was too strong, and his combat ability was unparalleled. Even the demonic fetus that was infinitely close to the saint level was not a match for Gu Fei. Of course, although the power of the demonic fetus was infinitely close to the saint level, it was still not the power of the saint level. Boom! The ground shook, and the demonic fetus was smashed down by the sky-covering hand. The huge hand smashed the demonic fetus deep into the ground. Many mountains collapsed, and the ground sank. Gu Fei's attack had destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. But Gu Fei knew that the demonic fetus would not be destroyed so easily. Just as he was about to kill his way into the ground, endless demonic aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the ground. The vast demonic aura wrapped around the demonic fetus and shot into the sky. It wanted to rush out of the great desolate planet and escape into the starry sky. Humph! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and used his fastest speed to chase after the demonic fetus. Roar! When my main body returns, you will be the first to be killed. The demonic fetus roared. This was a spiritual wave, and its voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. I am not afraid of you. I will destroy your remnant soul today, and then I will destroy your main body in the future. Gu Fei was fearless, and he chased after it. One chased, one fled, and very quickly, they entered the starry sky. Gu Fei also caught up to the demonic fetus in the starry sky. Die! Gu Fei roared. After that, he made his move. He struck out with his primal chaos fist, shattering the void. His two fists were like two immortal divine mountains, emitting powerful fluctuations as they smashed towards the devil fetus. The strong fist energy caused the starry sky to shake. This was a battle without any suspense. In the end, the demonic fetus could not defeat Gu Fei. It was destroyed by Gu Fei, and it completely disappeared from the world. After the demonic fetus was destroyed, the great desolate planet regained its peace. However, the demonic fetus had devoured half of the life force on the planet, and the density of the spiritual energy on the planet had decreased significantly. Celestial Master, please take us away. Chapter 1903. The great desolate demonic calamity was quelled by Gu Fei. The demon fetus could not escape and was killed by Gu Fei in space. The demon fetus was unlucky. It was born when Gu Fei came to the great desolate star. Otherwise, it might have succeeded. Using the lives of the entire planet as the price to go against the heavens. This was too much. Perhaps the demon had already planned this countless years ago. After this battle, the spiritual energy of the great desolate star decreased. When Gu Fei and the demon fetus fought, many regions were destroyed. After quelling the demonic calamity, Gu Fei returned to Stone City. Immortal Master, are you leaving? Asked the Meng family's old chief. Gu Fei did not hide it. He was just a passerby. He would have to leave in the end. The soaring dragon ancestral star was where he should stay. On the path to becoming a saint, he had to occupy a place. However, he was already lost in the starry sky, so finding his way back wasn't an easy task. He could only continue on his way. He wanted to see where the end of the ancient Kunlun Road was. He was looking forward to the end of the ancient Kunlun Road. Perhaps Kunlun and the soaring dragon ancestral star were connected. Immortal Master, bring us on our way. The Meng family's chief did not want to give up this chance to leave the great desolate star. One had to know that the human race's lives here were too bitter. They could only live a primitive life of hunting. They were constantly worried that the beasts in the mountains would come out. If not for Gu Fei, they would still be bullied by the water Qilin. Every year, they would have to send a pair of young boys and girls to the beast as food. They had had enough of such days. I'll bring you with me. Gu Fei looked at the respectful old man in front of him and couldn't help but frown. He had already imparted a few martial arts techniques to this old man. He didn't want to bring these people along with him. But now, he had an idea. Didn't he want to build a faction? Perhaps these thousands of humans could be of use. The great ancient star was filled with spiritual energy. After living here for a long time, the spiritual energy here could change one's physique. Those who could survive on the great ancient star all had strong physiques. Although these people had only cultivated the simplest body technique, they could still kill beasts with their bare hands. Especially the young man named Meng Long. He was only 16 years old, but he could easily kill a tiger with a kick. Compared to the humans on Earth, he was much stronger. The physiques of these people were very suitable for the cultivation of martial arts. If he accepted these people, under his guidance, he might really be able to teach a few powerful martial arts experts. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation erupt from his inner world in his dantian. Roar! In a valley within Gu Fei's inner world, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. That person's entire body flickered with golden light as rays of golden rainbows shot out from his body, illuminating the world. An extremely powerful wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from the golden body. The entire valley was shaking, and all living creatures in the surrounding area were trembling. Huh! I finally broke through. Gu Zhong laughed to the sky. His voice shook the sky, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the rolling sound waves. After cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years, he finally broke through. This made Gu Zhong extremely excited. He had successfully broken through to the second heaven of Almighty. Metal elemental energy circled around his body, making him look like a god of war made of gold. Congratulations, Brother Gu. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the valley. It was a woman. This woman was Zhongli Meng, who had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world with Gu Zhong and Old Jiao in the Sage world. Gu Zhong stood up from the boulder. The powerful aura on his body began to recede like the tide. Soon, even the golden light on his body was completely retracted. Fairy Zhongli Meng. Gu Zhong could not help but be stunned when he saw this person. Behind Zhongli Meng were three extremely powerful undead creatures. They were the three undying emperors that Gu Fei had subdued. Greetings, young master. The three undying emperors behind Zhongli Meng bowed to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple and had an extremely powerful cultivation. They did not dare to slight him. Gu Zhong only nodded at the three undying emperors before his gaze landed on Zhongli Meng. He realized that Zhongli Meng's cultivation had increased by quite a bit over the past few decades, and he was not far from the peak of the Almighty Realm. You can see it now. Cultivating in this place allows my cultivation to rise very quickly. I can't even imagine it. In just a few decades, I'm only half a step away from becoming a pinnacle almighty being. Zhongli Meng said. It had to be said that Zhongli Meng's physique was indeed not bad. In the past, she had to take care of the drunken immortal abode and had too many things to worry about. It was difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. At this time, she took the opportunity to calm her heart and cultivate for a few decades. Her cultivation actually kept increasing, and she almost stepped into the realm of peak almighties. Gu Zhong was very envious of Zhongli Meng's continuous increase in cultivation. Zhongli Meng had cultivated for dozens of years and his cultivation had increased by several small realms. On the other hand, Gu Zhong had only increased by one small realm. Even his junior brother's cultivation speed was much faster than his. However, even if you have broken through to the peak almighty realm, you are still no match for me. Gu Zhong was very confident. Although he had only advanced by a small realm, his fighting strength was strong enough to compete with a peak almighty. Your lineage is really monstrous. It was impossible for Zhongli Meng not to be envious. Who didn't want to be invincible in the same realm? However, how many people were there in the same realm? However, there was such a person in front of her. She looked at Gu Zhong with a different gaze. So you have broken through. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Master. Gu Zhong was surprised and overjoyed when he heard the voice. He had just broken through and wanted to go out and meet those people. He did not know that Gu Fei was no longer in the Sage realm, nor was he in the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star's star field. A figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. Gu Fei. Zhongli Meng could not help but exclaim when she saw the person. Greetings, Master. The three immortal sovereigns hurriedly knelt down when they saw Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and waved his hand to dismiss the three immortal sovereigns. He did not like the aura of death around the three immortal sovereigns. Your junior brother is still in seclusion. Gu Fei looked at Gu Zhong and asked. Yes, junior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. Do you want me to call him out? Gu Zhong said. No need. Chapter 1904. Gu Fei only had two disciples. One was Gu Zhong, and the other was Old Flood Dragon. Although Old Flood Dragon had already transformed into a dragon, his strength was the weakest among Gu Fei's two disciples. Old Flood Dragon had been in seclusion for decades and had yet to come out. Even Gu Zhong had broken through, but he was still cultivating in the same place. Gu Fei knew that nothing had happened during Old Flood Dragon's seclusion. Old Flood Dragon's seclusion was at the bottom of a large lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was an outlet for Earth Vein spiritual qi. Old Flood Dragon was sitting cross-legged at the outlet of Earth Vein spiritual qi, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi as he cultivated. Gu Fei sensed it slightly and knew that his second disciple had reached a critical juncture. If old Xiao could pass this stage, his cultivation would definitely catch up to Gu Zhong. Old Flood Dragon's potential was not bad. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Gu Fei planned to establish his own force. There were many benefits to having his own force, as he didn't need to deal with many things himself. Moreover, after having his own force, it would be much easier to find the lost disciples of the Taishan sect. There was strength in numbers, and it would be better than looking for them himself. His strength alone was very limited. Master, you've finally made up your mind. After Gu Fei told Gu Zhong his plan, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be extremely excited. Establishing a powerful force had always been Gu Zhong's goal. Otherwise, Gu Zhong wouldn't have accepted those 9 disciples. Brother Gu, do you want to establish a sect like the ancient people did? Zhong Limeng stood to the side. After hearing Gu Fei's words, her expression changed several times. Establishing a sect on the soaring dragon ancestral star wasn't an easy task. It should be known that Gu Fei had offended a lot of people, and there was no lack of ancient powers among them. If Gu Fei was alone, it would be easy. If others wanted to cause trouble for him, they would need to be able to find him first. However, it was impossible for a sect to not have a sect. With the mountain gate, there would be a fixed location. At this time, it would be much easier for Gu Fei's enemies to seek revenge on Gu Fei. Unless Gu Fei was strong enough, no one would dare to provoke him. Founding a sect. Gu Fei shook his head and said, I just want to establish a force that belongs to me. This, Zhongli Meng was speechless. If this wasn't establishing a sect, what was it? By the way, Gu Zhong, your master has something to tell you. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Gu Zhong and said. Master, what is it? Gu Zhong asked. Yes, it's like this. Gu Fei said with some embarrassment. He told Gu Zhong about how he was lost in the boundless starry sky. Gu Zhong couldn't help being startled. He had been lost in the starry sky. This, Gu Zhong was stunned. He didn't know what to say at that moment. How could this be? Zhongli Meng's expression changed. She was born in the Zhongli clan of the Southern Desolation. Even though the Zhongli clan couldn't compare to the ancient Desolation factions, it was still a powerful faction in the Southern Desolation. She knew the consequences of being lost in the starry sky. The boundless starry sky was boundless. Some people said that it was only a corner of the Great Desolation World when the Great Desolation World was destroyed. However, no one knew what had happened. Being lost in the starry sky was a terrifying thing. If one was unlucky, they would never be able to find their way back. However, there were also some lucky people who accidentally obtained a map of the starry sky and found their way back. Even though Zhongli Meng was shocked, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly took out her storage pouch and searched for something. Found it. Soon after, Zhongli Meng's face was filled with joy. Following this, she took out a black piece of metal from her storage bag. The piece of metal was square and covered in a layer of rust. Fairy Li Meng, what is this? Gu Zhong was surprised when he saw Zhongli Meng taking out something like this. No one would take a second look at it even if it was thrown on the ground. This is a treasure. Zhongli Meng carefully held the metal piece in her hands. It was only a foot wide and a foot long. Apart from some rust, there was nothing else on it. Huh? Gu Fei's expression changed. When he scanned the metal piece in Zhongli Meng's hand with his divine sense, he sensed a faint ripple. It really is a treasure. Gu Fei said. Could it be fake? Zhongli Meng glared at Gu Fei and said. Master, this thing is really a treasure. Gu Zhong took a few more glances at the metal piece in Zhongli Meng's hand after hearing Gu Fei's words. However, he couldn't see anything strange with his cultivation base. It would be strange if even he couldn't see anything strange about it. This is an ancient object that I obtained from a strange person. According to that strange person, this object was brought out from an ancient ruin. Zhongli Meng explained the origin of the metal piece. It was brought out from an ancient ruin. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were shocked. Ancient ruins were rare in this world. As long as it wasn't strengthened by an extreme Dao supremacy, it wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of time. Only the power of an extreme Dao supremacy could allow an object to be passed down without rotting. Gu Fei waved his hand and the metal piece in Zhongli Meng's hand flew into Gu Fei's hand. The moment the metal piece entered his hand, Gu Fei felt his hand sink. The metal piece wasn't light. It was just a small piece, but it seemed to weigh over 5,000 kilograms. This isn't an ordinary metal. Gu Fei exerted force in his hand. He wanted to break the metal piece in half, but it didn't budge at all. He couldn't even damage it with the strength of his hands. Humph, Gu Fei exerted force again. This time, the strength of his hands had more than doubled. Crack. A faint sound came from the metal piece. Small cracks appeared on the rusty metal piece. Then, a layer of the metal piece actually broke apart. There's a universe inside. At this moment, Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng looked nervously at the black metal piece in Gu Fei's hand. After the layer of the black metal piece broke apart, the thing that was revealed was still a black metal piece. However, it wasn't empty anymore. There was a simple pattern carved on it. Star Chart. Chapter 1905. The rusty piece of black iron revealed its true appearance. It was a piece of 9 heaven star iron. Specks of starlight flickered on its surface and formed a starry sky. The surface of the 9 heaven star iron already had specks of starlight on it, just like the stars in the pitch-black sky. However, the specks of starlight on this piece of star iron seemed to have been refined by someone to form a starry sky map. Such a method was unimaginable. Gu Fei tried to release his divine sense into the black iron in his hand. Boom! As soon as Gu Fei's divine sense came into contact with the black iron, he felt a sudden tremor. Then, he found himself in the endless starry sky. This is, galaxies with life kept evolving in front of him. The soaring dragon ancestral star, the unknown ancestral star domain, and several other star domains with life that were not inferior to the soaring dragon ancestral star domain. There were a total of 5 life star domains recorded in the black iron block. Each of the life star domains had a unique characteristic, which was that they had a giant life ancestral planet. In the vast universe, there were countless star regions, but there were only 5 true ancestral planets with life. Moreover, Earth was one of the 5 ancestral planets recorded on the black iron block. The Earth recorded on the black iron was called the Kunlun ancestral star. Gu Fei found it hard to believe that such a small star was also an ancestral star. He had been to Earth before, so he knew that it was a very small star with life. In the endless starry sky, a star like Earth was not eye-catching at all. However, there must be a reason why it was marked as an ancestral star. The 5 ancestral stars were extremely far apart. Gu Fei carefully observed the constantly changing starry sky in front of him. Soon, he found the soaring dragon star domain. It's so far away. When he saw the distance between the soaring dragon star domain and his current location, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. It was too far away. Even with his cultivation, he would probably have to fly in the starry sky for hundreds of years to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Of course, there was a shortcut, which was to enter the Hell Path and then enter the extreme west of the soaring dragon continent through the Hell Path. However, this was not the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He wanted to gain experience and grow through constant training. Xiaochen wanted to continue walking the Kunlun ancient road. He looked forward to seeing what he would encounter at the end of this ancient road. The starry sky chart on the astral iron did not record the ancient Kunlun road. That was to say, when that supreme character left the starry sky chart, the ancient Kunlun road might not have appeared yet. After all, this was a starry sky chart refined by a supreme existence during the ancient times. After knowing his location, Gu Fei's spiritual force withdrew from the metal block. Master, when Gu Zhong saw that Gu Fei had recovered, he couldn't help rejoicing. It had to be known that his master had been standing there for almost an hour, staring at the piece of metal in his hand the entire time. Gu Fei's abnormality caused Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng to feel uneasy. "It's fine, your spiritual will didn't enter it," Gu Fei said strangely. Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng shook their heads in bewilderment. They couldn't sense anything strange from the metal block. Although the rust on the surface of the metal block had already fallen off, in their eyes, there was nothing special about the black metal other than a few spots of light on it. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little puzzled. Only his spiritual force could enter the 9-heaven star metal, while others couldn't. However, he immediately understood something. After all, his cultivation and realm were a whole realm lower than Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng's. His spiritual force was extremely strong, and it wasn't something that Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng could compare to. Perhaps the spiritual force of at least a semi-sage realm cultivator was needed to read this starry sky chart. "Alright, let's go out." As Gu Fei spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. His finger immediately drew a spatial crack that was several meters long. "We can finally go out." Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng were very happy. Although Gu Fei's inner world was a cultivation treasure land that cultivators dreamed of, it was too small. Moreover, there were some places that they couldn't enter. For example, they couldn't enter the area where the immortal herb was. They couldn't enter the area where the divine spring of life was either. The divine spring of life and the immortal herb were the two most important things in Gu Fei's inner world. With the nourishment of the divine spring of life, this part of the world could grow infinitely. The immortal herb was a life-saving item. A drop of the immortal herb could bring a person back to life. No matter the degree of injury, as long as the person's spiritual soul didn't dissipate, they could be saved. At this moment, Gu Fei had already taken a step out. Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng hurriedly followed. When they walked out of Gu Fei's inner world, the spatial crack behind them instantly disappeared. After Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng came out of Gu Fei's inner world, they saw a large group of people in front of them. These people were all wearing beast skins and holding bows and arrows. A valiant aura emanated from them. In front of this group of people stood an old man and a few young men. "Greetings, Immortal Master." When the old man saw Gu Fei, he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. They had been waiting here for several hours, but even though some of them had stood until their backs were aching, they did not dare to complain. This was because they had already learned from their old patriarch that this young man was an immortal master from Kunlun. In their opinion, the methods that Gu Fei had displayed were no different from that of an immortal god. What they didn't know was that Gu Fei wasn't an immortal god, but a peak half-saint who was many times stronger than an immortal god. Being able to meet such an existence was already a blessing in disguise for their ancestors. These people's foundations are not bad. I plan to bring them into my inner world. You'll do it. Gu Fei ignored the old patriarch and turned to Gu Zhong. Yes. Gu Zhong was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied. He realized that these primitive people's physiques were indeed not bad. Their bodies were strong and their qi and blood were vigorous. Such people were very suitable to cultivate the martial Tao. Where did Master find these people? Gu Fei didn't tell Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng about the Great Desolate Star. Brother Gu, are you really going to nurture your own forces? Zhongli Meng said in shock. Gu Fei actually planned to bring these thousands of people into his inner world. Could it be that he wanted to nurture a large group of martial artists? Zhongli Meng couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how abnormal Gu Fei and his disciple were. Chapter 1906. Rumble. Gu Fei used his inner heaven and earth power to cover a 10-mile radius. Heaven and earth shook. His inner heaven and earth power pushed against the great ancient star's inner heaven and earth power. With the stone city as the center, the 10-mile radius was separated from the great ancient star by Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth power. Then, it rose into the sky. The people in the stone city had never seen such a shocking scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many of them even knelt down towards Gu Fei and the others. Such a method was too shocking. Celestial Master, the Meng family's old patriarch, was so excited that his body trembled. His decision was right. After the Meng family followed this Celestial Master, they would definitely become stronger. The stronger this Celestial Master was, the better it was for them. As the patriarch of the Meng family, the old man had to find a way out for the Meng family. On the great ancient star, the Meng family had no way out. At this moment, the 10-mile radius rose into the sky. A huge hole appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth power surged out from the hole. The hole was expanding. A great suction force was generated from the hole, sucking the stone city and the surrounding area 10 miles into it. At this moment, the people in the stone city could see another world through the hole in the sky. It was a world filled with spiritual qi. Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng were shocked by Gu Fei's method. It was the first time they had seen someone put an area into his inner heaven and earth. Inner heaven and earth was a name that was very far away from them. Gu Zhong and Zhongli Meng were almighty, but they couldn't open up their own inner heaven and earth. Not everyone could open up their own inner heaven and earth. Gu Fei being able to open up his own inner heaven and earth was an anomaly. Of course, one couldn't only open up one's own inner heaven and earth. Some ownerless inner heaven and earth could be refined as long as the cultivator's cultivation was strong enough. In the end, the stone city was moved into Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth. Gu Fei moved the stone city to a valley where the earth vein spiritual qi converged. Cultivating in such a place would yield twice the results with half the effort. The process of cultivation was very difficult. Even with Gu Zhong's guidance, the people in the stone city couldn't become powerful all of a sudden. Gu Fei had made a long-term plan. He wanted to use these thousands of people as a foundation to establish a martial Dao inheritance. He wanted to carry forward the martial Dao. However, Gu Fei knew very well that the path he was taking would be extremely arduous. After settling down the Meng clan and the others, Gu Fei left the inner world. He handed everything over to Gu Zhong and became a hands-off shopkeeper. Zhongli Meng also stayed in Gu Fei's inner world. As the big boss of Drunken Immortal's residence in Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, she knew how to establish a force. With her help, Gu Fei was very reassured. As the boss of the Drunken Immortal residence in the Dragon Emperor City of the Southern Wilderness, she knew how to establish a force. With her help, Gu Fei was very reassured. The ancient Kunlun road could not be broken in his hands. Gu Fei could not possibly take away this transportation formation. He chose a place and placed the transportation formation there. After that, Gu Fei walked around the entire great ancient star. He even went deep into the earth. However, he didn't find anything. Therefore, he chose a place and set it up. Then, Gu Fei walked around the entire great desolate planet. He even went deep into the planet. In the end, he didn't find anything. Then, he returned to where the teleportation portal was and activated it. After that, Gu Fei walked around the entire great ancient star. He even went deep into the earth. However, he didn't find anything. Therefore, he returned to the place where the formation was and activated it. The ancient Kunlun road had always been a road of no return. Gu Fei had no idea when this ancient road had appeared. Even the 3 grandmasters in the Kunlun Immortal realm probably did not know about it. Gu Fei didn't know where the Kunlun Immortal realm led to. What were the ancestors of the Kunlun ancestral star looking for? Gu Fei was very curious. After a long time, when the aura of the outside world appeared, Gu Fei knew that he had finally arrived at his next destination. This is, when Gu Fei came out of the space tunnel, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What's going on? He discovered that he had actually appeared on an incomparably huge continent. There was a formation protecting the sky above this continent, and a divine sun hung high in the sky. This was a continent floating in the boundless starry sky. It had a radius of millions of kilometers. Someone had refined a sun star with great magic power and fixed it in the sky above this continent. It was the existence of the sun in the sky that allowed the countless living beings on this continent to survive in the endless starry sky. Only a sage could do something like that. Even half-saints and demi-saints couldn't set up a super grand formation that covered an area of 500,000 kilometers, much less refine a sun star and place it in the sky above this continent. Could it be that a life-bearing star had been destroyed by someone, and someone had used an unparalleled power to protect this area of 1,000,000 miles? The appearance of life was not man-made, but natural. The world evolved into all things, and the ancestral star was the carrier of life. Rumble, suddenly, countless figures appeared at the end of the plain opposite the mountain where Gu Fei was. Standing on the mountain peak, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in the distance. It was an army of mortals, numbering in the tens of thousands. What surprised Gu Fei was that these tens of thousands of cavalrymen were chasing after a group of less than 3,000 cavalrymen. This situation seemed to be a battle between 2 armies. One of the cavalrymen was defeated and was then chased by the other cavalrymen for thousands of miles. Among the pursuing cavalrymen, there was a woman wearing bright yellow armor. At this time, she was still fearless as she led her thousands of subordinates to flee for their lives. In Kunlun's ancestral star, Gu Fei knew that only the royal family could wear bright yellow armor. Although this wasn't Kunlun's ancestral star, Gu Fei's intuition told him that this valiant woman should be from the royal family of some country. Whoever can capture Princess Yao Yu will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and will be given the title of Marquis. A war chariot charged out from the rear of the enemy army. On the chariot stood a young man wearing the same bright yellow armor. It was this young man who was shouting, "Ji Guang, you bastard!" Princess Yao Yu suddenly took out the bow and arrow hanging on her saddle. She turned around and shot an arrow at the young man on the war chariot. Whoosh! Chapter 1907. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, turning into a ray of cold light that shot towards Ji Guang's throat. This arrow was fast and ruthless. Although it was hundreds of zhang away, it arrived in an instant. Clang! Ji Guang's reaction was not slow either. He instantly drew his sword and slashed it away. Yao Yu, don't struggle pointlessly. The young man called Ji Guang drove his chariot with a long sword in his hand, chasing after Princess Yao Yu. Behind him were tens of thousands of armored cavalrymen. Their hooves thundered, causing the ground to shake. Ji Guang's chariot was even faster than the armored cavalrymen because the chariot was pulled by 4 black horses without a single strand of hair on their bodies. This was a divine steed called Black Cloud, a famous 1,000-li steed. The 4 black clouds exerted their strength together, their 4 hooves flying, actually getting closer and closer. The distance between Ji Guang's chariot and Princess Yao Yu was gradually decreasing. "Princess, you go first." An old general next to Princess Yao Yu shouted, then turned his horse around and charged towards Ji Guang. Zhongyi Marquis. Seeing the old general risking his life against Ji Guang, Princess Yao Yu couldn't help but tear up. This Zhongyi Marquis was actually her uncle, a brave general of Dragon Country who had fought for most of his life. Who would have thought that in his old age, he would not be able to enjoy his old age? The old general was also not bad. He used the long spear in his hand to block Ji Guang's path and started fighting with him. However, Ji Guang was very strong. The long sword in his hand actually shot out rays of sword light. Obviously, he had already cultivated to the realm of external qi. The old general's great spear also had a green light flickering on its spearhead. However, the aura released by the old general could not be compared to Ji Guang's sword light. If it wasn't for the old general's rich battle experience, he would have already been killed by Ji Guang. Even so, the old general was already in danger. His armor was constantly being cut by the sword light, blood dyed his armor red. Kill! The old general was like a tiger. A ferocious aura burst out from his body. His white beard fluttered in the wind. The great spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon that continuously tried to devour Ji Guang. Zhongyi Marquis truly lives up to his name. The light in Ji Guang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He couldn't help but admire this old general. He knew that his cultivation was much higher than this old general, but he still couldn't kill him. This was because he didn't have enough experience. The old general had killed countless people in his life, and this kind of experience was accumulated from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although Ji Guang was stronger than the old general, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Uncle, seeing the old general risking his life for her, Princess Yao Yu could not help but shed a stream of tears. Let's go. Seeing that Princess Yao Yu was still watching, the old general couldn't help but shout. Because he was distracted, he was struck by Ji Guang's sword light, causing blood to bloom. With tears in her eyes, Princess Yao Yu turned around and galloped away. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen behind Ji Guang charged forward like a flood, with a general wielding two hammers stepping out of the crowd. Your Royal Highness, allow me to kill this old man. That general was as tall as a black iron tower. His face was covered with a full beard, and the two hammers in his hands were each around 1 meter in diameter. Roar! The old general roared, his voice shaking the sky. You brat, you want to take my life? You don't have the qualifications. Shouted the old general. Old man, eat my hammer. That general directly charged over, blocking the old general. Prince Ji Guang took this chance to escape, driving his war chariot to continue chasing after Princess Yao Yu. At this time, Gu Fei was on top of the mountain. When he saw this scene, his heart couldn't help shaking. The scene of tens of thousands of cavalrymen charging was grand, but he had never seen something like this before. This was a battle between mortals, incomparably bitter and cruel. Gu Fei had no intention of interfering in the battle between mortals, but he had to know what kind of place this was. This continent spanned millions of miles, and there were countless life forms within. Clearly, on this continent, the human race was the main character. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. With just a step, he arrived above the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. This is, at this time, a few hundred miles behind the cavalrymen, a black aura surged up. That black aura rolled in the air and actually condensed into an incomparably huge black skull. I didn't expect there to be demons here. Gu Fei sensed a demonic energy condensing. Imperial Preceptor's power has increased by another level. The day of my Ji country unifying the world is approaching. Ji Guang also saw the black skull in the sky behind him and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Imperial Preceptor. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but shoot out a bright light. Inside the skull in the sky, there were countless souls struggling. These were the souls of people who had died not long ago, and they were imprisoned by someone. Someone was using these souls to cultivate demonic arts. Your Ji country has actually joined hands with the demons. At this moment, everyone noticed the shocking changes in the distant sky. Countless souls were struggling and howling in the skulls. Everyone seemed to hear the terrified screams of countless people on the verge of death. Swoosh! At this time, a few black shadows appeared behind the cavalrymen. They were 5 demons wearing black clothes and bamboo hats. Their bodies were shrouded in demonic energy. Imperial Preceptor's people are here. You're dead for sure. Ji Guang stopped. He knew that the remnants of Dragon Country no longer had any hope. Once Imperial Preceptor's people arrived, these people would die without a burial ground. Pooh! A black shadow flashed by. The head of the old general who was fighting with the Ji country's general flew up into the sky. Blood spurted high up into the sky. Uncle, seeing this scene, Princess Yao Yu let out a sorrowful roar and almost fell from her horse. The 5 demonic shadows didn't make a sound. They directly charged into the thousands of cavalrymen and slaughtered them to their heart's content. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. The souls of the Dragon Country cavalrymen were continuously devoured by the 5 demonic shadows. The more they killed, the more souls they devoured, and the stronger they became. These demons were using the souls of the living to cultivate demonic arts. Damn it! A loud roar came from the sky. After that, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly grabbing the demonic shadows that were still charging into the Dragon Country cavalrymen. A huge pressure came down from the sky. The 5 demons were instantly shocked. They knew that they had met an expert. They couldn't care less about the souls anymore and wanted to escape. But unfortunately, their opponent was Gu Fei. The hand directly grabbed the 5 demon dwellers and exerted force. The 5 demon dwellers' bodies immediately exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Even their souls couldn't escape. A puny demon dares to harm the human race? Courting death. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stood in the air. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded at this scene. Who was this person? Could he be a legendary immortal? Since there were demons on this continent, there were also righteous cultivators who couldn't coexist with them. However, the strength of these righteous cultivators couldn't compare to the demons. Just like the war between the Ji country and the Dragon country. The Ji country had the support of the demons, while the Dragon country had the support of righteous cultivators. However, the Ji country supported by the demons destroyed the Dragon country supported by the righteous cultivators. From this, it could be seen that the demons actually had the advantage on this continent. This wasn't a good thing. The demons used the war to collect the souls of the dead. This way, their cultivation would rapidly increase, and the righteous cultivators would be no match for them. Gu Fei coldly glanced at Prince Ji Guang who was standing on the war chariot. Shit! Prince Ji Guang couldn't help but be alarmed. Just at this time, Gu Fei waved his hand. Prince Ji Guang flew up and landed at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly read the prince's memories. He quickly found out where this place was and why the Ji country wanted to attack the Dragon country. The demons wanted to destroy the Dragon country because they wanted to obtain the Dragon country's treasure. The Dragon country's treasure was said to be discovered by the first emperor of the Dragon country, the Dragon Emperor. Inside was something that the demons yearned for even in their dreams. It was also because of this that the demons joined hands with the Ji country to destroy the Dragon country. However, when the Ji country's army broke through the Dragon country's capital, the Dragon country's monarch gave the treasure map to his most beloved daughter, Princess Yao Yu. Princess Yao Yu took the treasure map and led thousands of cavalrymen out of the Dragon country's capital. As long as there were treasures, the Dragon country would be able to rise again. The demons were also determined to obtain the treasure. Therefore, Prince Ji Guang personally chased after Princess Yao Yu. Colluding with the demons and harming your own kind, you deserve to die. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably cold. Don't kill me. At this moment, Prince Ji Guang was terrified to the extreme. This person was too frightening. He had already cultivated to the realm of externalizing inner qi, but in the hands of this person, he was like a helpless child. Actually, what he didn't know was that even if the state preceptor of the Ji country came, Gu Fei would be able to kill him with one slap. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly threw Prince Ji Guang towards the tens of thousands of cavalrymen of the Ji country. Your Royal Highness. Seeing this, the general of the Ji country immediately threw away the twin hammers in his hands and rushed forward. He stretched out his hands, wanting to catch Prince Ji Guang who was flying over. However, just as the general was about to catch Prince Ji Guang's body suddenly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The general of the Ji country was instantly dumbstruck. He stood there with his hands outstretched and was drenched by the blood mist. Prince Ji Guang is dead. Chapter 1908. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded, especially the Ji country cavalry. They found it hard to believe that their future king was actually killed by someone. Not even his corpse was left behind. This is the result of colluding with the devils. Gu Fei's gaze swept across the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. After the Black Iron Tower-like bearded general regained his senses, his voice was trembling. He was shocked and furious at the same time. The opponent was too powerful, even the Imperial Preceptor's subordinate was killed just like that. How could he be this person's opponent? Gu Fei waved his hand again, causing the bearded general to fly up as well. Roar! Bang! The bearded general's divine body exploded. He could only let out a furious roar before his body and soul were annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Wah! The Ji country cavalry was in an uproar. Gu Fei's method was too mystical. With a wave of his hand, he could kill an incomparably powerful general. This was simply unimaginable. Damn it, who killed my disciple? At that moment, the skull formed from demonic energy in the distant sky rapidly disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards Gu Fei. A devil at the Imperial Void Realm. When Gu Fei saw that person, he couldn't help but shake his head. This person couldn't even be compared to the three great masters of Kunlun. There was no sense of accomplishment in killing such a devil. If an ancient devil were to appear, it might be able to ignite Gu Fei's battle intent. That person flew through the sky. His body was shrouded in strands of black devilish qi, like a black smoke. His entire person seemed illusory and illusory. It's the Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor is here. Among the several tens of thousands of cavalry, many generals recognized that person and couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Princess Yao Yu and the rest stopped fleeing. This person who suddenly appeared seemed to be the archenemy of those devils. Moreover, this person was incomparably powerful, not even afraid of the Imperial Preceptor. Could this person really be a legendary immortal? Princess Yao Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. It was you who killed my disciple. That country of Ji's Imperial Preceptor stood in front of Gu Fei. His entire body was surrounded by demonic qi and his voice was incomparably cold. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Gu Fei. Others might not be able to see the face of this state preceptor, but Gu Fei was different. He could already see that this was a middle-aged man with a thin face. This person's eyes were deep, his cheekbones were high, and there was a trace of an evil smile on his face. In particular, his blood-red pupils were emitting waves of ominous light. With one look, one could tell that this was a sinister and malicious person. Of course, those who cultivated the devil path used the power of all living beings to increase their cultivation. Their killing intent was very heavy, and they were all vicious and merciless people. Only such people would not hesitate to walk the devil path. So what if I killed that kid? Gu Fei calmly looked at the middle-aged man opposite him, his tone incomparably calm. Seeing how calm Gu Fei was when facing him, this state preceptor couldn't help but feel nervous. Where did such a person come from? Seeing that Gu Fei was able to stand in the air, that state preceptor had already viewed Gu Fei as a formidable opponent. One must know that only cultivators of the Imperial Void Realm could fly in the air. Then you can accompany him in death. the middle-aged man said as he took out a black gourd from his waist. Immortal elder, be careful, that's the devil fire gourd. Princess Xiaoyu shouted at Gu Fei. It was precisely this devil weapon in the hands of the state preceptor that caused the Dragon Country's army to suffer a crushing defeat, allowing the Ji Country's army to easily invade the Dragon Country's capital. This Dragon Country's princess had already viewed Gu Fei as a legendary cultivator. In this Tianyuan continent, there were legends of devil cultivators and cultivators. Devil cultivators gradually hid themselves, and in the recent hundreds of years, they began to appear. Wherever a devil cultivator appeared, there would be death following them. Devil cultivators roamed the continent. At the beginning, they were very mysterious, and their whereabouts were strange. But gradually, some of the devil cultivators' misdeeds began to spread in the Tianyuan continent. In the end, it caused the righteous cultivators to take action and fight against the devil cultivators. Devil cultivators were not invincible. They also had enemies, and their mortal enemies were the legendary cultivators. However, the cultivators did not appear at all. Because of this, devil cultivators in the Tianyuan continent became more and more rampant. In the current world, disputes arose in the Tianyuan continent. All the human countries were constantly at war with each other, and the number of people who died was uncountable. And every battlefield was a paradise for devil cultivators. The reason why living souls were called living souls was because they were the souls of people who had just died. This kind of soul contained powerful soul power, which was a great supplement for devil cultivators to increase their cultivation. As long as they could collect enough living souls, the devil cultivators' cultivation would become stronger. The state preceptor of the Ji country started the war between the Ji country and the Dragon country. Both countries had countless casualties, which allowed the state preceptor to collect countless living souls, and his cultivation broke through to the peak of the void-controlling realm. He was only one step away from becoming a devil god with endless lifespan. Then, he would be invincible in the world. Even if those cultivators jumped out, they would not be afraid. At this time, the state preceptor had already pulled out the stopper of the black gourd. He then aimed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Fei, and a circle of devil light flickered on the mouth of the gourd. Die. The state preceptor stretched out his hand and slapped the bottom of the gourd. Boom. A black flame immediately rushed out from the black gourd, turning into an incomparably huge fire dragon, and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. The devil flame condensed into a dragon, and it emitted a heart-palpitating devil aura, causing the tens of thousands of cavalrymen to be extremely frightened. They felt a great danger. It's this move again. After Princess Xiaoyu saw the fire dragon, she couldn't help but be incomparably nervous. Before, when the state preceptor of the Ji country broke through the capital of the Dragon country, he used this move. This was something that Princess Xiaoyu saw with her own eyes. This fire dragon devoured the lives of countless soldiers of the Dragon country, and even half of the capital was burned to ashes. Although the Tianyuan continent was only a few million miles wide, the number of humans living on this continent was counted in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, the Dragon country was a big country on the Tianyuan continent. As the capital of the Dragon country, the population was at least several million. Half of the capital was burned to ashes, which meant that at least 1 million people were burned to death by the devil flame. This state preceptor of the Ji country had collected millions of living souls. No wonder his cultivation had soared to such a terrifying level. However, the next scene caused everyone to be stupefied. That young man only extended his right fist, and then casually punched out. Chapter 1909. Boom! With a loud sound, the 1,000-meter-long devil dragon was directly dispersed. The powerful force not only dispersed the devil dragon formed by the devil flames, but it also didn't diminish in the slightest. Bang! The black gourd in the imperial preceptor's hand exploded. A ball of devil flames instantly enveloped the imperial preceptor. Roar! The imperial preceptor was instantly frightened out of his wits. He roared as he circulated the devil energy in his body. A layer of devil light immediately rushed out from his body, enveloping him within. However, the devil flames were too powerful and tyrannical. The layer of devil light on the Imperial Preceptor's body only lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The Imperial Preceptor's entire body was enveloped by the devil flames. His clothes instantly turned into ashes. The devil flames directly drilled into his body and burned outwards. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Usually, when he used this devil flames to burn people, those who were burned would also suffer the same pain. Under the endless pain, they would be burned to ashes by the devil flames. "Save me, I don't want to die." The Imperial Preceptor naturally knew how powerful the devil flames were. However, he also knew that once he was burned by the devil flames, everything would be over. With the devil flames burning his body, even if a true devil god came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Karma really doesn't feel good. When Princess Yao Yu and the other dragon generals saw this scene, they felt incomparably delighted. In the end, this devil still ended up dying under his own devil flames. This was truly retribution for evil, and good for good. The Imperial Preceptor's entire body was emitting devil flames. His flesh and bones were gradually being burned to ashes. Even his soul was struggling within the devil flames, unable to escape. "Quick, give me a quick death!" The Imperial Preceptor shouted at Gu Fei. This kind of inhuman pain was unbearable to him. He was about to go crazy and could collapse at any moment. Gu Fei didn't say anything and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Princess Yao Yu galloped over on her horse. She jumped down from her horse and kowtowed to Gu Fei. "Immortal Elder, please accept me as your disciple." Princess Yao Yu kowtowed to Gu Fei. "Yes." Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He then activated his divine eyes of martial path and scanned Princess Yao Yu. When he used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look at Princess Yao Yu's physique, he couldn't help but be surprised. Princess Yao Yu actually had the water attribute physique of the 5 elements. In the martial Dao inheritance passed down by the martial ancestor, there was a method to cultivate the 5 elemental true power. For example, Gu Zhong cultivated the metal elemental true power, and this Princess Yao Yu actually had a water elemental physique. The water elemental physique could cultivate the water elemental true power and the water elemental martial body. The combination of the 5 elements is invincible, Gu Fei was muttering to himself. If he had 5 such disciples and mastered the 5 elements martial body, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the world? His eyes lit up. However, if he accepted Princess Yao Yu as his disciple so easily, it would be too casual. "If you want to be my disciple, then come find me at the peak of the Divine Mountain. I'll only wait for you for half a month." After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew towards the capital of Dragon Country. He felt another powerful demonic energy. This demonic energy was much stronger than the Imperial Advisor of Ji Country. At the very least, it was at the level of the demon body in the Tian Yuan continent. In the soaring dragon ancestral star, this level of cultivation was equivalent to the demigod realm. They had already seen through the mysteries of longevity. This kind of existence had an almost unlimited lifespan. Divine Mountain. Princess Yao Yu couldn't help but be shocked. When she came back to her senses, Gu Fei had already disappeared into the distance. At this time, after Prince Ji Guang and the Imperial Advisor of Ji Country were killed by Gu Fei, the morale of the tens of thousands of Ji Country's cavalry had already collapsed. After Gu Fei left, the tens of thousands of Ji Country's cavalry immediately dispersed. Protect the princess. When the thousands of Dragon Country cavalry saw this, they immediately surrounded Princess Yao Yu in the center. Divine Mountain. At this time, Princess Yao Yu actually began to ponder. The Divine Mountain of the Tian Yuan continent was not an ordinary mountain. It was the highest mountain in the center of the Tian Yuan continent. According to the legends, it was a divine mountain where gods had once descended. In the hearts of the Tianyuan continent's humans, it was a sacred mountain. To want to reach the peak of the divine mountain, for a mortal, it was practically impossible. Not only was the divine mountain a sacred mountain in the hearts of humans, it was also the highest mountain in the entire Tianyuan continent. Even cultivators might not be able to reach the peak of the divine mountain. According to the legends, the peak of the divine mountain was guarded by a divine beast. There had once been people who wanted to reach the peak of the divine mountain, but not a single one had succeeded. Those people didn't disappear, they gave up halfway. Your Highness, I think we should forget about it. Beside Princess Yao Yu, a middle-aged general said. No, I must take that person as my master. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Even the devil cultivators weren't his opponent. If she could become his disciple, she would also have a powerful battle prowess. Princess Yao Yu had already made up her mind. Compared to being a princess or even a ruler, what Princess Yao Yu wanted to do now was to become a strong cultivator. As long as she was strong enough, she could even kill the ruler of a country. Just like the imperial teacher of the Ji country. If it wasn't for him, the dragon country's capital city wouldn't have been breached by the Ji country's army, and the country wouldn't have perished. Princess Yao Yu finally understood that having great strength was the most practical thing. At this time, the dragon country's capital city had already turned into hell. Black shadows roamed the streets, harvesting lives and devouring souls. Damn it! When Gu Fei arrived at the dragon country's capital city and saw this scene, he couldn't help but be enraged. The entire capital city occupied an area of 100 li, and the eastern half of the city had already been turned into ashes, burned by the devil flames. And in the remaining half of the city, miserable screams rang out unceasingly. The streets were filled with people, and blood flowed like rivers. Every time a black shadow flashed by, someone would be killed. Those weren't true devils, but rather, they had no physical bodies and were similar to clones. Gu Fei discovered that these devil shadows all came from a black coffin floating in the air above the dragon country's capital city. The coffin contained an incomparably powerful devil Dao energy. Humph! Gu Fei coldly snorted, and then directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. Rumble! A huge palm instantly covered the entire heaven and earth, slamming down towards the devil coffin. An extremely powerful force shook this part of the world. Who dares to interfere in this daddy's business? Chapter 1910. The sky-blanketing hand could cover the sky with a single hand. The huge hand enveloped the entire region, radiating with extremely terrifying ripples of energy. It slammed towards the coffin that hovered above the capital. What? The demon god in the coffin was shocked. The power was just too great. Even after living for countless years, he had never encountered an existence like this. Roar! The demon god in the coffin roared out furiously. Countless black figures charged out from the ruined city below the coffin. They charged into the sky and all entered the coffin. Boom! A loud bang resounded from within the demon coffin. After that, the lid of the demon coffin opened to reveal a crack, and boundless demonic energy poured out from within. Rumble! An extremely powerful demonic power burst out from the demon coffin. The space around the demon coffin trembled, as if it could not withstand such a powerful force. A demonic figure appeared from the coffin. Kill! The demonic figure's killing intent was shocking. He wielded a demonic blade and swung it upwards. Black light surged into the sky, radiating with terrifying ripples of blade chi. He wanted to break through Gu Fei's sky-blanketing hand. However, the difference in strength between the two of them was just too great. How could a mere demon god be Gu Fei's opponent? Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the 10,000 feet long demonic saber light shattered the moment it collided with the huge hand descending from the sky. The hand was unstoppable. It was like a mountain descending, unstoppable. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful existence on the Tianyuan continent? Even those old bastards on the God of Heaven mountain do not possess such great cultivation. Only now did the demon god in the coffin realize that something was off. He had underestimated the opponent that had suddenly appeared. This mistake was enough to cost him his life. The demonic aura dispersed under the hand and the coffin trembled. The demonic figure that had surged out from the coffin directly dimmed from the great impact. Demonic blood escape. The demon god in the coffin bellowed out. Afterwards, the smell of blood emanated from the coffin. Afterward, a blood-red light surged out from the coffin and enveloped it. Shwa. The void shattered as the blood light that shot out from the fiend coffin tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, this demon god had encountered Gu Fei. This demon god's fate had already been decided. Bang! Before the demon coffin could escape into the shattered void and escape, Gu Fei slapped it down from the sky. Even the lid of the demon coffin was blasted away by this strike, and a figure fell out from the demon coffin. Demon corpse. When Gu Fei saw the devil god inside the coffin, he couldn't help being startled. It was a corpse. To be more accurate, it was an ancient devil corpse. After a demonic cultivator perished, their corpses remained immortal. Furthermore, they were buried in a place where they nurtured their corpses. Day and night, they were nourished by Yin energy. After a long period of time, their corpses regained intelligence. The fleshly body of the demon corpse was extremely strong. Not only that, the demon coffin wasn't an ordinary object either. It was actually able to withstand Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm without being smashed into smithereens. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the demon coffin, as though it would shatter with a single touch. Traces of devil chi seeped out from the cracks on the demon coffin. The demon corpse soared into the sky and entered the demon coffin once more. At this moment, the demon corpse no longer cared about anything else. He only wanted to escape. His opponent was simply too strong. A single strike from him was enough to give him an unprecedented impact. He could sense an immense danger. If he didn't escape now, he would definitely die here. Who in the world are you? I have no enmity with you. Why must you spoil my plans? The demon corpse controlled the demon coffin and tore through the void, wanting to escape into the shattered void. At the same time, he was shouting at Gu Fei. Humph. Everyone has the right to punish a devil who harms the masses. Gu Fei unleashed another heaven-covering palm. This time around, the might of the heaven-covering palm was even stronger. The void that was enveloped by the palm was rapidly being destroyed. Arg! The demon corpse let out an indignant roar from within the demon coffin. After that, the demon coffin that was riddled with cracks still crumbled under Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. The demon coffin, along with the demon corpse within it, were all obliterated by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Both its body and soul were destroyed. The powerful demon corpse had fallen just like that. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei slapped the demon corpse to death with a single palm, a beam of sword light appeared in the sky. A sharp sword chi rippled over. Sword flight. A sword cultivator. When Gu Fei saw that beam of sword light, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the devil chi that shrouded the entire capital of Dragon Country had been dispersed by his heaven-covering palm. These fellas sure are crafty. Gu Fei was a little displeased. He could sense a few powerful auras appearing in the distance. These people had clearly been in the vicinity for a long time. However, they didn't make a move, allowing the countless mortals in the capital of Dragon Country to be slaughtered by the demon corpse and have their souls extracted. Swoosh! A beam of sword light shot across the sky. A young man in white stepped on a flying sword and arrived in front of Gu Fei. He then stopped in the air. Junior Sikong Jian pays his respects to senior. The young man in white bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. The young man called Sikong Jian didn't dare to be negligent. One should know that this senior in front of him, who had the same appearance as him, had just killed the demon corpse, who was known as the #1 expert of diabolism. It was no wonder that these cultivators didn't dare to make a move against the demon corpse. The demon corpse was infamous for being the #1 expert of diabolism. Apart from the one on the God of Heaven mountain, no one was a match for the demon corpse. Peak of the transcending mortality realm. If it weren't for the flying sword under your feet, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to fly. You're too weak, Gu Fei said after glancing at the young man on the flying sword. Hearing that, Sikong Jian couldn't help but blush. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. The senior in front of him was probably even more powerful than the one on the God of Heaven mountain. Even if the one on the God of Heaven mountain personally took action, it would be impossible for him to kill the demon corpse, who was known as the #1 expert of the Tianyuan continent, in just 2 moves. The title of the #1 expert of the Tianyuan continent was not earned by his name, but by the demon corpse. At this moment, the other cultivators arrived as well. We pay our respects to Senior. 3 cultivators of different appearances arrived before Gu Fei and bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. Where do you come from? Gu Fei only glanced at the 3 of them before saying calmly. The 3 of them did not have a high level of cultivation. The middle-aged Daoist had the highest level of cultivation, but he was only at the first heavenly layer. We come from the God of Heaven mountain. The people answered hurriedly. The God of Heaven mountain. Chapter 1911. The arrival of the 4 cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain surprised Gu Fei. He knew about the existence of the God of Heaven mountain from Ji Guang's memories, but the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain had not appeared for hundreds of years. In the Tianyuan continent, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain were the nemesis of the demonic cultivators. The cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain and the demonic cultivators had been fighting for countless years. Since the beginning, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain had the upper hand in this battle. The demonic cultivators were forced to hide in the Tianyuan continent. In the recent hundreds of years, the forces of the demonic cultivators developed very quickly, especially with the appearance of the #1 demonic cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, the demonic corpse. The demonic corpse was extremely powerful and had the cultivation of a demon god. His appearance directly caused chaos in the Tianyuan continent. All the human forces in the Tianyuan continent fought endlessly. The demonic cultivators took the opportunity to collect living souls to cultivate their demonic arts. However, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain seemed to have disappeared, allowing the demonic cultivators to harm the innocent mortals. Not a single person left the mountain. However, it was different this time. The Dragon Country and the Ji Country were both big countries in the Tenglong continent. The war between the 2 countries was bound to result in countless casualties. Of course, to the demonic cultivators, they did not care about the lives of mortals. These demonic cultivators even hoped that the more humans died, the better. The influence of this matter was too great. The cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain could not sit still anymore. The higher-ups of the God of Heaven mountain sent 4 great disciples to help the Dragon Country. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Who knew that before the 4 great cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain could reach the capital of the Dragon Country, the capital of the Dragon Country was already breached by the army of the Ji Country. Moreover, they discovered that the mastermind behind all this was actually the #1 demonic cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, the demon corpse. When they discovered that the demon corpse was the mastermind behind all this, they became even more careful. After all, if they were discovered by the demon corpse, only death awaited them. The demon corpse was a demon god. If he wanted to kill these cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Gu Fei did not waste any time and directly asked the 4 cultivators where the teleportation formation was. He could not stay in this place forever. However, he had an appointment with Dragon Country's Princess Yaoyue in half a month. Gu Fei was capable of killing off the demon corpse. Due to that, the cultivators from Heavenly God Mountain dared not hide anything. Thus, they revealed many of the things that Gu Fei wanted to know. He found out from these people that there really was a teleportation formation platform at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. However, this teleportation formation platform had not been used for many years. Because it was very difficult for the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent to find immortal crystals to revive the transmission array, they could only let the transmission array fall into disuse. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. After learning the location of the teleportation formation, he immediately left. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the heavenly mountain. The 4 cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. Dragon country couldn't be destroyed. A cultivator from the God of Heaven mountain came out and ordered the Ji kingdom to retreat. The king of Dragon country was already killed when the Ji kingdom's army broke through the capital of Dragon country. However, one of the youngest sons of Qi Dragon managed to escape. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't care about these things. Very quickly, a towering mountain appeared in Gu Fei's vision. It's too high. Gu Fei stopped high up in the sky. He saw that halfway up the mountain was shrouded in clouds. There didn't seem to be many cultivators on the mountain. The God of Heaven mountain's inheritance had already declined. There weren't many cultivators on the mountain that possessed true abilities. It was no wonder that those demonic cultivators dared to run amok on the Tianyuan continent. Gu Fei thought about his appointment with Yao Yu. He would wait for her at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain for half a month. Accepting a disciple couldn't be done casually. Gu Fei wanted to test Yao Yu's temperament. Although this princess of Dragon country had a water elemental physique, in his opinion, temperament was more important than natural physique. If a person's temperament wasn't good, then no matter how strong their physique was, Gu Fei wouldn't accept them as a disciple. It must be known that if she could reach the peak of the God of Heaven mountain, it would be enough to prove that Princess Yao Yu had a good temperament. Only people with great willpower could truly reach the peak. Gu Fei directly flew towards the mountain in front of him. At this moment, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the demon corpse had caused a huge commotion on the Tianyuan continent. Those demonic cultivators had even gone into hiding, afraid that this malefic star would find them. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan continent felt as if a storm was brewing. Just as Gu Fei ascended the God of Heaven mountain, in the territory of Dragon country, a man and a horse took advantage of the night to gallop on the main road. Very quickly, they disappeared around the corner. Even though it was already late at night, the peak of the God of Heaven mountain was still as bright as day. It was as if there was no night here. Fellow Daoist, why have you come to the God of Heaven mountain? When Gu Fei set foot on the peak of the God of Heaven mountain, an old voice rang out. This voice appeared very suddenly. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense the person's existence immediately. Humph, Gu Fei snorted coldly. He directly released his presence. His presence enveloped the entire mountain in an instant. Very soon, an old man walked out. It was an old Daoist with white hair and white hair. He wore white robes. The old Daoist had white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, Gu Fei could clearly sense that there was an extremely great power within the old man's body. This old Daoist was not simple. Who are you? Gu Fei asked. Although the old Daoist was very powerful, there was still a huge gap between him and himself. He could crush this old Daoist with a single finger. However, in the Tianyuan continent, a demigod cultivator was already the strongest cultivator. The old Daoist's cultivation was clearly weaker than the demonic corpse, but it was not by much. As soon as they fought with their lives on the line, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. I am the protector of the God of Heaven mountain. The old Daoist said with a smile on his face. The protector of the God of Heaven mountain. Gu Fei was rather surprised when he heard that. This was a protector of the mountain. There was actually nothing much at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. There was only a pavilion. A few immortal fruits were placed on the stone table in the pavilion. Clearly, this old man was enjoying his immortal fruits and wine. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything else. Then, he directly walked towards a formation platform. Fellow Daoist, you, the old Daoist could not help but become extremely excited when he saw Gu Fei actually walk towards the formation platform. He was the protector of the god of Heaven Mountain, so he naturally knew the origins of the formation platform. Chapter 1912. The Tianyuan continent was only a few 100,000 kilometers wide. This was a region covered by a Saint-Tyr array and floated in the boundless starry sky. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a region. Perhaps this was an area that had survived after a planet with life had been destroyed by someone. Countless humans lived in this area. There were hundreds of millions of humans on the Tianyuan continent. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes. The human world was also divided into 7 or 8 countries. These countries did not have good relationships with each other. Some countries were at war with each other, but there were also countries that were content with the status quo and did not want to start a war. However, the war between the Dragon Country and the Ji Country affected the situation of the entire Tianyuan continent. As the Ji Country attacked the capital of the Dragon Country was destroyed. However, the Ji Country did not gain any advantage. Countless soldiers of the Ji Country died in battle. Even the imperial advisor and the future ruler, Prince Ji Guang, died in battle. After this battle, although the Ji Country won a Pyrrhic victory, it also damaged its foundation. Most importantly, the remnants of the Dragon Country showed signs of gathering and plotting to restore their country. At this time, the rulers of other countries took advantage of the Ji Country's heavy losses to ally with other countries to cause trouble for the Ji Country. In a short period of time, the entire Tianyuan continent was covered in the clouds of war. This kind of war affected too many people and it was destined that countless people would die. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived at the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain and met the guardian of the mountain. The guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain was an old man. This old man was actually a demigod. A demigod was a powerful existence that had already seen through the difficulties of life and death. They had an almost endless lifespan. In the eyes of the people of the Tianyuan continent, this kind of existence was already a god. The guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain could not see through Gu Fei's strength. He did not want to offend Gu Fei, so he only exchanged a few words with Gu Fei before leaving. Gu Fei, on the other hand, walked onto the ancient teleportation array and sat down in the center of the teleportation array. Could this person really be able to open this teleportation formation? In the distance, in front of a hut, the old man sat next to a stone table. When he saw Gu Fei walk onto the platform, he could not help but feel doubtful. However, as the guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain, the old man was also prideful. Judging from his young appearance, he should have already cultivated when he was young. However, in the entire Tianyuan continent, there were only a few demigods. The old man did not believe that this youth's cultivation was higher than his. Most importantly, the old man did not believe that Gu Fei could open this teleportation formation. After all, the old man did not have the teleportation sect. The old man was more or less shocked that someone with a cultivation no lower than his had suddenly appeared. Just like that, 7 days passed very quickly. At this time, a man and a horse arrived at the foot of the God of Heaven Mountain. This person was wearing white clothes. From his clothes, this person should be a man. However, from his figure and appearance, he looked more like a woman. The white-clothed person was travel-worn. He rode a black horse and arrived before a mountain god temple at the foot of the God of Heaven Mountain. The man looked at the sky and stopped in front of the mountain god temple. He dismounted and tied the black horse to a stone pillar beside the entrance of the mountain god temple. Then, he walked into the mountain god temple. This mountain god temple had been built for an unknown number of years. The inside was in tatters, and even the statue of the mountain god that was enshrined in the temple had fallen in half. The mountain god temple was not large and there was nothing extra inside. Only the stone tables in front of the statue could be considered to be in good condition. Originally, there were many humans living in the vicinity of the god of Heaven Mountain. However, several hundred years ago, the god of Heaven Mountain began to seal off the mountain. With the god of Heaven Mountain as the center, there were very few people living within a radius of several thousand li. As a result, the mountain god temple was abandoned. 7 days, the white-clothed person came to the side of the stone table in front of the statue. He stretched out his hand and swept away the thick layer of dust on the stone bench before sitting down. From 10,000 kilometers away, I didn't stop and exhausted a few divine horses to death. Finally, I arrived here. The white-clothed person muttered to herself. Almost half of the time had passed, but she was not in a hurry. She wanted to adjust her body's condition and recover her strength in this mountain god temple. This white-clothed person was the cross-dressing Princess Jianghu of the Dragon Country. Gu Fei only gave her half a month's time. If she didn't reach the summit of the sacred sky mountain within half a month, even if this Princess Jianghu had the water elemental physique, he wouldn't accept her as a part of his map. If a master wanted to accept a disciple, he would not do so casually. And when a disciple accepted a master, he could not be careless. The master was choosing the disciple, but the disciple was also choosing the master. Although Gu Fei fancied Princess Jianghu's water element body, if Princess Jianghu could not meet his requirements, he would not accept her as a disciple. This was a kind of principle. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Princess Jianghu was also a cultivator. Although her cultivation level was very low, she was still able to cultivate inner qi. She directly meditated in the mountain god temple. Time passed. The sky outside had already darkened. It was night time. The vicinity of the god of Heaven Mountain was a desolate place. There were many ferocious beasts roaming about. Sometimes, one could even see the silhouette of ferocious beasts. Roar! An unknown beast's roar came from afar. Outside the mountain god temple, the black horse that was tied to the stone pillar became restless. Jianghu woke up from her meditation. In this unfamiliar place, she did not dare to casually enter a deep state of cultivation. One must know that no one would know if there was any danger in this place. In the night, many ferocious beasts and even ferocious beasts came out to hunt for food. At night, the mountain was the most dangerous place because there were too many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Even someone like Jianghu, who was not weak, had no choice but to be careful. And just when Jianghu woke up, a black shadow appeared outside the mountain god temple. A pair of green eyes could be faintly seen in the thicket outside the mountain god temple. That black horse immediately neighed and its front hooves continuously kicked the ground. That black shadow paced back and forth in the thicket for a while before walking out. This was a black tiger whose entire body was pitch black. However, this was not an ordinary black tiger. On the forehead of this black tiger, there was actually a closed vertical eye. Ferocious Beast, Three-Eyed Black Tiger. Chapter 1913. In the dark night, the sky was filled with stars. At the foot of the god of Heaven Mountain, in front of an abandoned mountain god temple, there was a sudden gust of wind. Roar! A black tiger suddenly roared and pounced on a black horse beside the mountain god temple. Its claws tore open the horse's stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With just a fierce pounce, the fierce beast threw a rare dark cloud warhorse to the ground. It tore open the warhorse's stomach and bit the warhorse's neck with its sharp teeth. This fierce beast had some intelligence. Even if Jianghu's warhorse wasn't tied to the stone pillar, it wouldn't be able to escape from the three-eyed black tiger. This is bad. Jianghu carefully retreated into the mountain god temple. However, she knew that the fierce beast had already noticed her. The fierce beast bit the warhorse's throat and drank the warhorse's hot blood. It didn't seem to notice Yao Yu in the mountain god temple at all. The three-eyed black tiger was extremely fierce. It didn't eat the warhorse's meat. It only drank the warhorse's hot blood because the warhorse's essence, qi, and spirit were all in the hot blood. It only drank blood and rarely ate the meat of its prey. Roar! The three-eyed black tiger roared and let go of the warhorse. At this time, the warhorse was still alive. It was panting and blood bubbles kept coming out of its mouth. The ferocious beast's green eyes scanned the interior of the mountain god temple. It sensed an aura that was even stronger than that of a warhorse. The three-eyed black tiger walked towards the mountain god temple step by step. Its footsteps were so light that Yao Yu couldn't even hear it. Looks like I can't avoid it. Yao Yu was a member of the royal family of Dragon Country. Naturally, she knew many fierce beasts. This three-eyed black tiger didn't have any special abilities, but it was good at sensing the aura of its prey. The three-eyed black tiger could sense the strength of its prey through its aura. Once it sensed that the prey's aura was much stronger than its own, the three-eyed black tiger would retreat. However, once it sensed that the prey's aura was weaker than its own, the three-eyed black tiger would immediately attack and drink its prey's hot blood. At this time, the three-eyed black tiger sensed that the aura in the mountain god temple wasn't stronger than its own. It didn't hesitate and directly walked into the mountain god temple. Shwa! Just as the three-eyed black tiger entered the mountain god temple, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating the pitch-black void. This sudden bright light caused the three-eyed black tiger to involuntarily close its eyes. This was a natural reaction when its eyes were stimulated by the strong light. However, it was precisely this natural reaction that caused the three-eyed black tiger to fall into a trap. The sword light flashed and blood immediately splashed out from the three-eyed black tiger's body. If the tiger hadn't dodged, its head would have been cut off by Yao Yu's sword. Even so, Yao Yu's sword had left a very deep wound on the three-eyed black tiger's neck. Fresh blood flowed out. This was the difference between dire beasts and humans. Humans were intelligent, but dire beasts were far less intelligent than humans. Yao Yu's sudden sword strike was to use the resplendent sword light to stimulate the tiger's eyes, causing it to reveal a fatal flaw. Then, she would kill it on the spot. However, Yao Yu's attack did not succeed. The three-eyed black tiger was not killed on the spot. It was only seriously injured. What a pity. Seeing the three-eyed black tiger desperately running out of the mountain god temple, Yao Yu couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. She didn't chase after it because it was more dangerous outside. The smell of blood could attract even more ferocious beasts. If there were 2 or 3 ferocious beasts like the three-eyed black tiger, she would be out of luck. Yao Yu thought for a moment and then walked out of the mountain god temple. She jumped onto the roof of the mountain god temple and sat cross-legged on the roof. Sure enough, the roar of the escaping three-eyed black tiger could be heard from the forest in the distance. The forest shook as if a powerful ferocious beast had intercepted the three-eyed black tiger. Very quickly, the forest returned to its original calm. No one knew the result of that battle. Whether the three-eyed black tiger was eaten by an unknown ferocious beast or whether the three-eyed black tiger ate the unknown ferocious beast, no one knew. None of this had anything to do with Yao Yu. She was waiting for daybreak. During that night, many ferocious beasts appeared near the mountain god temple. Yao Yu knew that these ferocious beasts were attracted by the blood of her war horse in front of the mountain god temple. The next day, at daybreak, Yao Yu jumped down from the roof of the mountain god temple. When she saw the corpse of the war horse next to the mountain god temple, she couldn't help but be startled. The only thing left of the war horse's corpse was a bloody skeleton. Yao Yu dug a hole in the empty space in front of the mountain god temple. Then, she placed the war horse's skeleton into the big hole and buried it. After doing this, Yao Yu set off towards the peak of the heavenly mountain under the sunlight of the morning sun. The heavenly mountain towered into the clouds. The higher one went, the steeper and steeper the terrain became. Some places were completely steep cliffs that were difficult to climb. Yao Yu rested for a night and recovered a lot of energy. When she started to climb the mountain, her speed was very fast. She constantly passed through the dense forest and the strange rocks. In less than half a day, she had already climbed halfway up the mountain. However, Yao Yu's speed greatly decreased. Some ferocious beasts began to appear on the heavenly mountain, and the terrain became more and more dangerous. When she passed through a cliff, a golden eagle swooped down from the sky and almost caught Yao Yu. Since the golden eagle's sneak attack failed, it flapped its wings and flew far away to avoid Yao Yu. Emichim, she finally came. At this time, on the peak of the heavenly mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation platform, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed Yao Yu's aura and knew that she was heading towards the peak of the heavenly mountain. This little girl was indeed not bad. She had great willpower. Although he sensed that Yao Yu was in danger, Gu Fei didn't make a move. From start to finish, he was just a bystander. Even when Yao Yu almost lost her life several times, he still didn't move. Yao Yu's mind was incomparably firm. It was as if nothing could stop her. She unceasingly fought against the ferocious beasts on the mountain. This was the best way to accumulate combat experience. Kill. Yao Yu was at the bottom of a cliff. After a great battle, she finally killed a green wolf with one slash of her sword. There were countless ferocious beasts hiding on the heavenly mountain. Yao Yu killed her way up from the bottom. In the end, her hands were trembling, and she almost couldn't hold her sword anymore. Chapter 1914. Although the Tianyuan continent was not large and could not be compared to a real planet with life, there were indeed countless humans living here. In the mountains, there were also countless vicious beasts. Especially the god of Heaven Mountain. This was the sacred mountain in the eyes of the humans. The area around the god of Heaven Mountain was filled with spiritual energy and the figures of vicious beasts could often be seen in the forest. To be called a vicious beast, it was definitely a very powerful beast. The foot of the god of Heaven Mountain, or even the top of the mountain, had vicious beasts. Of course, the vicious beasts all had a very strong sense of territory. The stronger the vicious beast, the larger the territory it occupied. As Yao Yu walked up the mountain, she encountered many vicious beasts. After many battles, she was finally not far from the peak of the god of Heaven Mountain. However, the vicious beasts she encountered this time were even stronger and more terrifying. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a black shadow pounced out of a cave. It was a ferocious ape covered in black fur. What? Yao Yu was shocked. She had just killed a large silver snake, but she had only walked a dozen miles, and now she encountered a vicious ape. This made her very surprised. At this moment, Yao Yu's white clothes were already stained with blood. The sword in her hand already had over a dozen nicks. The hand that held the sword had already split open and blood constantly seeped out. If she did not have a bottle of recovery pills on her, she probably would not have been able to hold on and would have been eaten by the vicious beasts on the mountain. Roar! The vicious ape roared angrily at the sky. It pounded its fists in front of its chest, creating loud banging sounds. A baleful aura emanated from the vicious ape's body. Yao Yu felt the threat of the vicious ape. She had no choice but to be careful. She slowly raised the sword in her hand and the tip of the sword was aimed at the vicious ape's throat. This kind of defense was very advantageous to Yao Yu because the area below the vicious ape's throat was within the attack range of her sword. She did not need to slice its throat. As long as she stabbed the ape's chest, it would be fatal. Swish! The ferocious ape suddenly leaped and pounced towards Yao Yu. A sharp claw was aimed at Yao Yu's chest at lightning speed. If Yao Yu was hit by this claw, her heart would be ripped out. Seeing this, Yao Yu couldn't help but be startled. It could be seen that this fierce ape had definitely done this kind of thing many times. The ape's grasp was incomparably skillful. Evil creature. Yao Yu let out a low roar. Her feet touched the ground and she retreated like a phantom. The ape's claw only caught Yao Yu's afterimage. Shua. Yao Yu stopped her retreat in an instant and rushed forward. She stabbed her sword towards the fierce ape. The long sword in her hand turned into a cold light that enveloped the vital parts of the fierce ape below its throat. The martial skills of the Tianyuan continent were still at the most primitive stage. The martial artists of the Tianyuan continent could only cultivate inner qi. After that, it was difficult for them to advance any further. Yao Yu's foundation was not bad. These few movements were incomparably fast. Moreover, her attack was fast, ruthless, and accurate. If it was a normal beast, this sword of hers could pierce 2 holes. However, this fierce ape was not a normal beast. Moreover, this fierce ape was not stupid. When the fierce ape saw the dazzling sword light, it immediately retreated. However, even so, this fierce ape was still swept by Yao Yu's sword light. What? At the moment when the long sword in Yao Yu's hand swept the fierce ape, she felt that the long sword in her hand seemed to have swept a stone. The recoil made her hand that held the sword tremble in pain. Yao Yu knew that the long sword in her hand could not pierce the fierce ape's body at all. She could not hurt this fierce ape. A small clump of black fur floated down from the air. Yao Yu's sword could only cut off some of the fierce ape's fur. It was difficult to cause any damage to the fierce ape. Oh no! Yao Yu's shock was no small matter. Roar! The fierce ape roared and pounced towards Yao Yu again. This time, the fierce ape was no longer afraid of the long sword in Yao Yu's hand. It directly pounced over. At this time, on the ancient array platform at the peak of the sacred heaven mountain, 2 figures were standing. Brother Gu, do you really want to watch this girl die under the sharp claws of this fierce beast? The old man said. The moment Yao Yu came up the mountain, the old man had already sensed her arrival. The old man originally wanted to send this girl down the mountain, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. This is her fate. Gu Fei said. Since this girl was able to ascend the sacred heaven mountain, she was his disciple. If she died under the sharp claws of this fierce beast, it could only be said that it was her fate. Brother Gu, your method of accepting disciples is really unique. The old man couldn't help but shake his head. He could see that this girl's physique was not bad. Even he was a little moved. However, since this was someone that Gu Fei had his eyes on, he was too embarrassed to fight with Gu Fei over her. Only those with great perseverance can inherit my lineage. If she can't even endure a little hardship, how could she be qualified to be my disciple? Gu Fei said. No one could casually succeed. In order to become an expert, one must first put in effort. Moreover, one must put in more effort than others. That's reasonable. The old man couldn't help but nod. How could becoming an expert be an easy task? He had cultivated his entire life and experienced countless life and death situations to reach his current cultivation base. The roars of the ferocious ape were constantly heard. Although they were still a distance away from the summit, Gu Fei and the others could already hear the roars of the ferocious ape. We're almost at the peak, I can't fail at the last step. Yao Yu's entire body was incomparably tired, but she still persisted. Her eyes were incomparably bright. She used her movement technique to fight the fierce ape, avoiding a direct confrontation. However, the fierce ape was extremely agile and fast, forcing Yao Yu into a dangerous situation. Several times, she was almost pushed down the mountain by the ape. After fighting for a while, Yao Yu's body suddenly swayed as if she had stepped on a rock, causing her to reveal a fatal flaw. Swish! The ferocious ape took advantage of this opportunity to swipe its right hand at Yao Yu's waist. A few bloody marks appeared on Yao Yu's waist, and the places where the claws struck were badly mangled. She groaned in pain. The tip of the sword in her hand turned into an electric light that shot straight at the fierce ape's right eye. Pft! With a light sound, the long sword in Yao Yu's hand pierced through the ape's right eye. The long sword pierced through the ape's brain, killing it instantly. It fell to the ground and twitched a few times before becoming motionless. Yao Yu relied on her wit to defeat the fierce ape. At this time, she was completely exhausted. Her body swayed a few times before she sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 1915. After Yao Yu killed the ape, she was so tired that she almost collapsed. She fell to the ground and put down the long sword in her hand. Then, she took out a jade bottle. It was a bottle of qi replenishing pills. It was a type of pill refined by Dragon Country's alchemists using dozens of qi replenishing herbs. Yao Yu had persisted until now with this bottle of pills. Yao Yu poured out a pale golden pill from the jade bottle. This is the last one. Yao Yu sighed. Then, she swallowed the pill in her hand and threw away the empty jade bottle. After taking the qi replenishing pill, Yao Yu felt a wave of heat spread out from her dantian and gradually spread to her entire body. Yao Yu, who was already extremely tired, felt the strength in her body gradually condense. She felt more spirited and not as tired as before. The effects of the qi replenishing pill were immediate. Yao Yu's strength gradually increased. Even the blood in her body gradually became stronger. When the medicinal effects of the qi replenishing pill completely dissolved, Yao Yu's exhausted essence qi was almost completely restored. This method of using pills to stimulate one's own potential was not a good method. Yao Yu had already taken many qi replenishing pills, which left behind side effects in her body. One's essence qi was limited. Overconsumption of one's essence qi would harm one's foundation. Even if Yao Yu could reach the peak, if Gu Fei did not help her recuperate, she would fall seriously ill. If it was serious, her lifespan would be affected. After an hour, Yao Yu stood up from the ground. This girl is not bad. On the ancient array platform at the peak of Divine Heaven Mountain, the old man could not help but secretly nod. This girl's temperament was incomparably firm. Moreover, her reaction was quick. When facing an enemy, she could win by surprise. This might be a kind of innate instinct. Gu Fei did not speak. This Yao Yu was not bad. With such a temperament, she could indeed be his disciple. On the path of martial arts, the most important thing was temperament. This was because cultivating on the path of martial arts was really difficult. It was very difficult to succeed. It was not like the immortal Tao, where one could progress step by step. If one followed the prescribed order, one could at least reach the realm of flight. After the fierce ape was killed by Yao Yu, no other fierce beasts appeared. This fierce ape should be the beast king of this region. In the fierce ape's territory, no fierce beasts could be allowed to occupy it. Yao Yu picked up the longsword that had more than 10 cuts on its blade and continued to climb up the mountain. She would not give up. Yao Yu did not encounter any more vicious beasts from the ape's territory to the peak of the mountain. When she reached the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain, her clothes were already in tatters, and the bloodstains on them had already turned black. The sky had also darkened. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, she spent a total of 6 days. Finally, the instant Yao Yu stepped onto the peak of the heavenly mountain, she collapsed onto the ground. She was simply too tired. Her unyielding willpower relaxed and she directly fainted. Just as Yao Yu was about to faint, a figure appeared beside her. Very good. Gu Fei carried Yao Yu, then broke through the void and entered the inner world of his dantian. At the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain, in a simple thatched cottage, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? His aura actually disappeared. Did he already leave? The old man could no longer sense Gu Fei's aura, causing him to be bewildered. Master, the moment Gu Fei entered the inner world, Gu Zhong sensed Gu Fei's arrival. At this time, Gu Zhong's senses were already very strong. This is your junior sister. Take good care of her. Gu Fei said, then handed Yao Yu over to Gu Zhong. My junior sister. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This girl was Master's new disciple. Could it be that Master was going to accept more disciples? Thinking of this, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be overjoyed. One had to know that if Master was going to accept more disciples, he would be the eldest senior brother. After handing Yao Yu over to Gu Zhong, Gu Fei didn't go to see Zhong Li Meng. He left the inner world and once again appeared at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. What's going on? The old man could not help but be surprised when he sensed Gu Fei's presence suddenly appear at the top of the mountain. This was very unusual. How did he do it? It's time to leave. Gu Fei took out the star chart and imprinted the location of the Tianyuan continent onto it. Afterwards, he stowed it away and ascended the formation platform. Another 9 immortal crystals. Gu Fei had already studied the inscriptions on the formation platform carefully. He knew that this ancient teleportation formation was no different from the previous ones. It was no wonder that the teleportation formation had been abandoned for countless years. The immortal crystals needed to activate teleportation formations had vanished from the Tianyuan continent long ago. Let alone 9 immortal crystals, even half an immortal crystal would be difficult to find. Space trembled. As the 9 immortal crystals were inserted into the 9 formation cores on the ancient formation platform, countless formation runes came to life in an instant. Rays of divine light shot out from the runes. What? A figure charged out from the hut. The old man was extremely shocked. He had never thought that this person could actually activate the teleportation formation. Swish. Just as the old man rushed out, a strong light flashed on the transportation array platform. In just an instant, the strong light dissipated and the transportation array platform was empty. Gu Fei was nowhere to be found. The old man was almost driven mad. The old man arrived before the formation platform and his voice began to tremble. He seemed to have lost an opportunity to leave the God of Heaven mountain, and he had missed it. How detestable! The old man roared sorrowfully at the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei was in the process of teleportation. After who knew how long, the presence of the outside world appeared again. He had arrived in a deathly silent region. Gu Fei took out the star chart and looked around carefully. He finally found his location. Here, he sensed a vast aura. He found himself in an ancestral planet with life. This ancestral planet was called Buzhou. The teleportation formation on the Tianyuan continent had deviated, and it had actually sent him into outer space. After flying in the starry sky for a while, he saw a green star in front of him. A vigorous life aura came from that star. The planet of Buzhou definitely had produced an extreme path sovereign before, as more than one imprint of the great path sovereign had appeared here. Chapter 1916. The ancestral star of Buzhou was vast and not inferior to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was a green superstar. Even from far away in the starry sky, one could feel the aura of life emanating from this star. Moreover, in Gu Fei's eyes, he could also sense things that ordinary experts would not be able to sense. Vast, powerful, supreme. These were the ripples of the great Tao that only an extreme grade sovereign possessed. This star was shrouded in the great Tao seal of an extreme grade sovereign. This star had once produced an extreme grade sovereign. Gu Fei was advancing towards the ancestral star of Buzhou. Although he could already see the ancestral star, he was shocked to find that it took him more than 10 days to get close to it. He was well aware of his speed. 10 days was enough for him to cross a vast starry sky. As he got closer to the ancestral star of Buzhou, Gu Fei's breathing quickened. A vast and boundless aura pressed down on him, almost suffocating him. This was a feeling that only existed when one was close to the ancestral star of life. The higher one's cultivation, the clearer and stronger this feeling was. Rumble, The moment Gu Fei entered the ancestral star of Buzhou, he seemed to see several huge figures standing in the void. The supreme ripples spread out from these figures and shrouded the entire ancestral star. When Gu Fei tried to sense it carefully, the shocking feeling suddenly disappeared. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, but the mountain suddenly disappeared. He felt like he wanted to soar into the sky. Passing through the clouds, the scenery below was rapidly approaching. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard. Gu Fei was shocked to see a mountain 1,000 miles away suddenly explode. Countless formation runes were dissipating. Two figures soared into the sky and fought. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this ripple. Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the two powerful auras. It was a battle between powerful half-step martial saints. Even in the soaring dragon ancestral star, existences of this level were not easily seen. Eternal reincarnation. A black-clothed middle-aged man shouted and unleashed a half-sage technique. A samsara force appeared in the surroundings and swallowed his opponent into a black hole. This was a terrifying power. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Gu Fei was still affected. He felt as if his soul was being pulled out. The black-robed middle-aged man wanted to send his opponent into the cycle of reincarnation and use the power of reincarnation to obliterate him. One flower, one world, a calm voice rang out in the air. After that, a divine flower actually bloomed within the black hole. A wave of Tao energy broke through the power of reincarnation, as if it had opened up an impenetrable world, blocking the terrifying power of reincarnation. What? The black-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. You really are the reincarnation of Buddha. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. The reincarnation of Buddha. Gu Fei's heart trembled when he heard that. One must know that the only person who could be addressed as a Buddha in this world was the ancient Buddha master. Could the ancient Buddhist Lord be the reincarnation of Buddha? The background of the ancient Buddhist Lord was simply too great. His name was known throughout the ages. Furthermore, the ancient Buddhist Lord had great willpower and wisdom. He actually wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own power. Even though he did not succeed in the end, the merit he gained was enough to shock the world. The Buddha is the Buddha, and I am me. I am Wuxia. A golden figure walked out from the black hole of reincarnation. With every step, a divine flower bloomed. The figure emitted a golden Buddhist light. With every step he took, a golden divine flower bloomed beneath his feet. A peaceful aura spread out from the golden figure. It's the power of Buddhism. Gu Fei's eyes widened when he sensed this power. There must be an inheritance left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord on Buzhou ancestral star. One thought, blooming flowers. Wuxia's face was calm. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a supreme technique of Buddhism. Countless golden divine flowers shot out from his fingertips and flew towards the black-robed middle-aged man. It looked peaceful, but only those who were in it would know how dangerous it was. Thousands of divine flowers danced in the air, each containing a terrifying Buddhist power. Whoosh! At this moment, a vertical eye suddenly appeared on the black-robed middle-aged man's forehead. The vertical eye opened and closed, shooting out rays of purple divine light. The golden flowers exploded in the air, all hit by the purple divine light. You are a monster. Wuxia's face flashed with shock. A powerful wave of demonic energy surged out from the vertical eye on the black-robed middle-aged man's forehead. Buddhas and monsters have always been enemies. The purpose of Buddhism is to subdue demons and subdue monsters. Seeing that the middle-aged man had broken his one thought, Wuxia put his palms together and sat cross-legged in the air, chanting a Buddhist mantra. As soon as the mantra came out, the entire world resonated. Endless auspicious Buddhist light spread out from Wuxia's body. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground and auspicious lights descended from the sky. It was as if a Buddhist land had been created. Roar! The black-robed middle-aged man suffered a great impact. His spirit soul was shaken and his demonic energy was showing signs of losing control. The Buddhist mantra was a deadly note in his ears. I will remember today's enmity. The black-robed middle-aged man broke through the void and fled. At this level of cultivation, even someone like Wuxia might not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Wuxia did not do anything and let the black-robed middle-aged man escape. He had already sensed that there was an expert watching nearby. If he and the monster were to fight, it would only benefit the hidden expert. Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Wuxia suddenly glanced at the place where Gu Fei was hiding. A golden flicker flickered in his eyes. Hee, your godly eyes of Buddhism are quite amazing. Gu Fei walked out. Even though his opponent was only a half-martial sacred, he was already at the peak of the half-martial sacred realm. This reincarnated Buddha was still no match against him. Most of the techniques of Buddhism were created and passed down by the ancient Buddhist lords. This was a true ultimate technique, thus Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate it. The ancient Buddhist lords were on the same level as the supreme martial progenitor. You are. Chapter 1917. You really are the reincarnation of Buddha. Gu Fei looked at Wuxia and asked the question he was most interested in. Although this Wuxia had learned some Buddhist arts, he was still dressed like a layman. He wore white clothes and wasn't bald. I am me. Wuxia said calmly. You really look like those baldies. If you cut off your hair and put on a kasaya, you'd definitely be an enlightened monk. Gu Fei said. He really didn't want to associate with Buddhist experts. After all, he had offended all of them back in Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. You flatter me. I've never thought of becoming a monk. Wuxia said. What? Gu Fei was startled. This guy had learned some Buddhist arts, but he said he didn't want to become a monk? What was going on? Was he not the reincarnation of Buddha? In Buddhism, there was a saying about reincarnation. When a flower withered, there would definitely be another flower blooming in another place. If Buddha had truly reached nirvana, then his reincarnation would appear after countless years. All Buddhists believed in this karma. You're not from Wuxia Ancestral Star. You're from another planet. Wuxia suddenly said. How did you know? Gu Fei looked at Wuxia curiously. How did this guy know that he came from another planet? I guessed. Wuxia said. Guessed. Gu Fei was surprised. He didn't expect this answer. Guessed? Was this even possible? I really guessed. Wuxia's eyes were clear. He wasn't lying. You guessed it right. Gu Fei wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became solemn. This Wuxia wasn't simple. He must have seen something from him. However, Gu Fei didn't mind if the other didn't say anything. Brother, where are you from? Wuxia asked. He had never left the Wuxia Ancestral Star, but his family had kept information about other ancestral stars with life. However, due to the great distance between the ancestral planets, ordinary cultivators would not be able to traverse the endless starry sky. Gu Fei was an example. Even someone as powerful as him was lost in the endless starry sky. Soaring Dragon. Gu Fei did not hide it, and there was no need for him to do so. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star and Wuxia Ancestral Star were too far apart, and no one could travel between the two unless they had the star chart. Even if one had a star chart, no one would be willing to make a long and arduous journey to an unfamiliar place. He's from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. Wuxia was startled. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star wasn't simple. It had produced an extreme sovereign, and such an ancestral star was bound to be extraordinary. You seem to know a lot of things. Gu Fei looked at Wuxia and said. Obviously, Wuxia knew about the existence of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, but did he know about the existence of other ancestral stars? It's just an encyclopedic knowledge. If you want to travel around Buzhou ancestral star, I can be your tour guide. Bu Luzhen said. Thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Gu Fei didn't accept. He didn't want to bring someone he didn't know with him, especially someone who cultivated a Buddhist technique. Gu Fei was very concerned about the reincarnation of Buddha. What a pity. Brother, what is your name? Can you tell me? Bu Luzhen wanted to befriend Gu Fei, but the latter didn't want to. Gu Fei. See you again. After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. Using the 8 desolate void steps, he instantly disappeared into the distance. Gu Fei. Bu Luzhen looked at Gu Fei disappearing into the horizon and murmured. How did Gu Fei come to Buzhou ancestral star from the soaring dragon ancestral star? Then, Bu Luzhen left the mountain range. After parting ways with Bu Luzhen, Gu Fei flew towards the area with the most life force. The first thing he needed to do now was to find out about the cultivation world of Buzhou ancestral star. That's, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Gu Fei finally found a town. It was a town built entirely with rocks. What shocked Gu Fei was that he could sense the people in the town had the aura of a cultivator. In other words, most of the people in the town knew how to cultivate. Without any hesitation, he entered the small town. There weren't many people in the town, but cultivators could be seen coming and going from time to time. Gu Fei captured one of the cultivators and read the cultivator's memory. He learned many things. There was a great era in Buzhou ancestral star. Countless cultivators' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through a few cultivation realms. In such a great era, mortals were like ants. Only the strong could survive. A great era, Gu Fei let the cultivator go and left the town. Buzhou ancestral star also welcomed a great era. Many experts emerged and countless people set foot on the path to becoming a saint. In this great era, there might really be an opportunity to become a saint. The reason why these cultivators appeared in the town was because there was a treasure light in the depths of the mountain range. Some people even saw a divine item. Another treasure. Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He headed straight for the area where the treasure light had appeared. There were many dangers in the depths of the mountain, but with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he was not afraid of anything. Even if there was a beast king hiding somewhere, he would still be safe. Gu Fei searched carefully, but it was still daytime. There was no treasure light. This is the land of the trapped dragon. This was the conclusion Gu Fei came to after studying the surrounding mountains. The land of the trapped dragon was not an ordinary place. It was a dangerous place. Who would want to attract countless cultivators to such a dangerous place? Gu Fei didn't know. He didn't want to enter that dangerous place. The dragon vein under the ground was trapped there. No one knew what was set up inside. It was the first time Gu Fei had seen a place that could trap the dragon vein. No one knew if it was a natural formation or if someone had deliberately set it up. At that moment, there were people walking around. Some cultivators had already found their way over. It was a team of cultivators, a total of 8 cultivators. Every one of them revealed looks of exhaustion and some of their clothes were soaked with sweat. Gu Fei didn't come out. He stood in a forest. Chapter 1918. The land of the trapped dragon was filled with dragon qi. Those with poor eyesight would mistake this terrain as the land of the hidden dragon. The leader of the 8 cultivators was a skinny old man. His right eye was blind, and there was only a hole left where his pupil used to be. There were also 3 scratches on the right side of the old man's face. The scratches extended from his forehead to his chin, making him look extremely hideous. Master Mu, how far are we from the tomb? A bearded man couldn't help but ask as they were traversing through the forest. They had been following this so-called Master Mu in the Violet Cloud Mountain Range for almost half a year. He had entered the Violet Cloud Mountain Range in search of the tomb of a supreme existence. This supreme existence was the legendary Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign was a legend in the ancestral star of Buzhou. In ancient times, this supreme once unified the entire ancestral star of Buzhou with his own strength and became the revered emperor, the emperor of the supremes. Therefore, the Purple Cloud Sovereign was also known as the Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign established the Immortal Court. In the distant past, the Immortal Court was incomparably glorious. The Purple Cloud Sovereign's territory even expanded to another ancestral star. However, although the Immortal Court was extremely glorious, it eventually fell apart. Legend had it that the Purple Cloud Sovereign had fallen, and his supreme divine body was buried in the Violet Cloud Mountain range. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew whether it was true or not. A tomb. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard the bearded man's words. Could the land of the trapped dragon be a tomb? It's not far away. It should be nearby. The one-eyed old man carefully observed the surrounding terrain and said with a solemn expression. It should be nearby. Everyone was surprised and delighted when they heard this. They knew that the tomb wasn't that easy to break through. It was the legendary burial place of the Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign was one of the strongest existences in the ancestral star of Buzhou. How could his tomb be so easy to break through? However, only with danger would there be opportunities. Throughout the years, countless people had searched for the Violet Cloud Supremacy's burial ground in hopes of obtaining his inheritance. However, no one had ever heard of anyone obtaining the inheritance of the Purple Cloud Supreme Being. Actually, it was a coincidence that they managed to find this place. That one-eyed old man was a geomaster. He was most skilled at chi viewing, helping people find spirit caves and dragon veins. Master Mu had obtained a map from the ruins of an ancient immortal court, which led to his trip to the Amethyst Mountain range. As a geomaster, the one-eyed old man had many friends. Hence, he invited 7 other friends to search for the tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme. The tomb of a supreme was a fatal attraction to any cultivator. No one could ignore it. The 7 friends of the one-eyed old man didn't say much and agreed to go with the one-eyed old man to search for the legendary tomb. The tomb of the Purple Cloud Supremacy is nearby. A short man who looked like the ancient god Earth Traveler's son couldn't have been more excited. To him, the Paragon Necropolis was like a treasure trove. Of course, the most precious thing in the treasure trove was the inheritance of the ancient Paragon, followed by the Paragon Divine Weapon of the ancient Paragon, and the treasures refined or collected by the Paragon Gu Fei. One should know that the treasures that the ancient Paragon was interested in were definitely not ordinary. Although the others didn't say anything, their faces were filled with excitement too. Under the lead of the one-eyed old man, they continued forward. Soon, they reached the top of a mountain and stopped. The land of the hidden dragon. The one-eyed old man was stunned when he saw the terrain in front of him. His voice trembled as his single eye emitted an unprecedentedly bright light. What? The land of the hidden dragon? The others were shocked when they heard the words. The land of the hidden dragon was a legendary terrain. On the ancestral star of Buzhou Ancestral Star, all the treasure troves were occupied by powerful factions. In the cultivation world of Buzhou Ancestral Star, it had been close to 1,000 years since anyone had discovered such a terrain. Huh? The one-eyed old man suddenly wore a shocked expression. He stared at the terrain in front of him and seemed to have noticed something. What's going on? The land of the hidden dragon should be full of vitality. Why is there a trace of death aura here? The one-eyed old man muttered to himself. The land of the hidden dragon was a place where dragons could ascend to the sky. When the hidden dragon underground had accumulated enough energy, it could soar into the sky. It was impossible for the land of the hidden dragon to have a death aura. Could it be that the legendary tomb is in the land of the hidden dragon? The one-eyed old man was even more shocked. Using the land of the hidden dragon as a burial ground was too extravagant. However, when he recalled that it was the legendary tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme, the one-eyed old man was relieved. After all, it was the tomb of a legendary paragon. However, even though he had found the legendary tomb, the one-eyed old man couldn't feel happy. It seemed impossible to enter the tomb of a paragon that used the land of the hidden dragon as its burial ground. The land of the hidden dragon was suppressed by the paragon's tomb. A hidden dragon had turned into a dead dragon. Such a terrain had probably become a place of great danger. Based on their team's strength, they might not even be able to enter the great tomb. They would probably die outside. The land of the hidden dragon, the paragon's tomb. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, heard the conversation between the one-eyed old man and the others. He roughly knew what was going on. He knew that it was impossible for the Purple Cloud Supreme to be buried in the land of the hidden dragon. However, the land of the hidden dragon might really be a tomb. However, the one-eyed old man had good eyesight. Although he couldn't tell that it was a land of the hidden dragon, he could tell that there was danger ahead. Grandmaster Mu, what should we do? Everyone was following the one-eyed old man's lead. I'm afraid that the land of the hidden dragon has turned into a dangerous place. The one-eyed old man said these words. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They had wandered around the Amethyst Mountain range for more than half a year. They had gone through a lot of hardships to find the legendary paragon's tomb. In the end, this was the result. Everyone could see the one-eyed old man's hesitation. The one-eyed old man was the most famous geomaster in the Amethyst City in the south of the ancestral planet. If even he wanted to retreat, then the others wouldn't dare to enter the dangerous place. Grandmaster Mu, the bearded man, wanted to say something but stopped. If you want to live, retreat. If you enter, you will definitely die. Chapter 1919. The one-eyed old man couldn't tell that the terrain ahead was a land of trapped dragons, but he could tell that it had already turned into a land of great danger. If one barged into that kind of terrain, it wouldn't just be a slim chance of survival. However, no one was willing to retreat just like that. They had worked hard for half a year to find this place. Who would be willing to retreat just like that? Even the one-eyed old man was unwilling. However, so what if they were unwilling? They knew that it was a dead end ahead, but they still had to barge in. Sigh, I'm going to retreat. Life is all that matters. If I die, everything will be for naught. The one-eyed old man chose to retreat in the end. He wasn't confident in barging into that land of danger. If his cultivation had broken through to the immortal god realm, he might have some confidence. But now, he could only choose to retreat. Master Mu, you, as the initiator of this operation, the one-eyed old man actually wanted to retreat. This shocked everyone. If the one-eyed old man retreated, then they would have even less confidence. One must know that this Master Mu was a geomaster. Geomasters were best at finding dragons and sealing acupoints. With a geomaster around, even if they were in a land of great danger, they would still be able to turn misfortune into fortune and not be devoured by the danger. However, this time around, even Master Mu did not dare to recklessly barge into this dangerous place. Everyone wants to obtain the sovereign's divine treasure, but life is equally precious. The one-eyed old man said these words. When Gu Fei, who was hidden at the side, heard the one-eyed old man's words, he couldn't help but nod his head. This old man was actually able to resist the temptation of the sovereign's divine treasure. This was a person with an incomparably firm will. Master Mu, do you want to reconsider? Someone didn't give up. There's no need to. The one-eyed old man shook his head and turned to leave. Everyone on the mountain was dumbfounded when they saw this. The legendary sovereign's tomb was right in front of them, but the geomaster they could rely on had left. Someone almost went crazy. What the hell is going on? The shorty stomped his foot anxiously. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that there were very few people who could resist the temptation of the sovereign's divine treasure. I don't believe it. As the bearded man spoke, he immediately rushed down from the top of the mountain. Everyone was shocked. As the one-eyed old man was walking back, a shrill scream came from behind him, causing him to immediately stop. However, he did not turn around. I was the one who harmed them. The old man let out a long sigh and continued to walk back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place that was filled with fatal temptation as soon as possible. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist. The temptation of the sovereign divine treasury was too great. This person's willpower is much stronger than ordinary people. Gu Fei hid at the side and saw everything. The one-eyed old man's willpower was very strong, and he could resist the temptation of the sovereign divine treasure. This was a man of great perseverance. However, it was a pity that this old man was not the five elements martial physique that Gu Fei wanted to cultivate. Otherwise, he could consider taking this old man as a disciple. Soon, a second scream was heard. They really don't care about their lives for the sovereign divine treasury. Gu Fei shook his head. He did not stop those people. Since those people knew that it was a dead end and wanted to go in anyway, there was no need to stop them. What exactly is trapped in the land of the sleeping dragon? Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear the sound of iron chains clashing. None of the 7 people were spared. They all fell into the land of the sleeping dragon, and the odds were against them. All of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He walked out of the dark and came to the mountain where the one-eyed old man and the others were. He looked at the land of the sleeping dragon in front of him. A huge figure disappeared into the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. That is, Gu Fei was shocked. How could such a being appear here? Could it be that the thing trapped in the land of the sleeping dragon was really the corpse of an ancient supreme being? Even with his level of cultivation, he could not see through this trap. 7 cultivators fell into it, one after another. This made Gu Fei have to be careful. What kind of terrifying danger lay in the dangerous land ahead? Humph! Gu Fei rushed down from the mountain. He had been in contact with the real tomb of a supreme being. There was no need for him to be afraid of a fake one. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei stepped into the dangerous land, a beam of divine light suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. It swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Even Gu Fei would have been injured if he had been hit by that beam of divine light. No wonder those people went silent so quickly. They must have died in there. Gu Fei used the speed of 8 steps and rushed into the sky. He dodged the beam of divine light and continued forward. Bang! As he was walking, a muffled sound came from the ground. Then, the entire dangerous land seemed to have been turned over. It seemed that something was trapped in the depths of the earth. Gu Fei knew very well that it could not have been the tomb of a supreme being. However, the aura under the ground made him feel uneasy. Boom! When Gu Fei walked past a cliff, the top of the cliff suddenly exploded. Endless amounts of sand and rocks came crashing down on Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. All the sand and rocks that were crashing down on him disappeared. They were scattered by his palm. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei scattered the rocks and mud, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked open. An evil aura seeped out from the cracks. That is, there was something in the cracks. Gu Fei activated his martial path Heavenly Eye. What he saw gave him a huge fright. Within the cracks, there were actually many coffins. Gu Fei did not expect it to be like this. The coffins floated in the cracks on the ground, as though they were devouring the chaotic qi around them. Trying to be mysterious. Gu Fei refused to believe it. He unleashed his full potential and cultivation base. After that, he slammed out with his palm once more, causing the space in front of his palm to collapse. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's palm slammed into the cracks on the ground. The ferocious force directly destroyed a few coffins. Some corpses even fell out from the coffins. The person buried in the depths of the earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the ground. The entire ground shook along with the roar. That terrifying existence that was trapped in the formation was about to break free. Chapter 1920. The land of the sleeping dragon had indeed trapped an extremely powerful being. Countless living beings were buried under this area, and endless death chi was gathered there. It was no wonder that the 7 cultivators who entered this place were met with a calamity. Even when Gu Fei came in person, he felt a great pressure. Roar! A huge shadow loomed over the area, surrounded by death chi. It was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper from hell. Cracks continued to appear on the ground, and chaos chi surged. There were stone coffins buried in the cracks, and there was a strong evil aura coming from those stone coffins. This really is the land of the sleeping dragon. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. This place did not seem to be as simple as the land of the sleeping dragon. It was more like a place for raising corpses. Raising corpses with the dragon chi of the earth. Such a move was a little scary. Bang! Just as Gu Fei was approaching the depths of the area, the lids of a few stone coffins suddenly flew up from the chaos cracks. 3 shadows rushed out from the stone coffins. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help narrowing. 3 powerful death chi spread out. They were 3 powerful corpses that were shrouded in corpse chi, as if they were devils that had rushed out from hell. Swoosh! The 3 evil corpses pounced at Gu Fei. The 3 evil corpses all stretched their arms forward. When they moved, they did not move their joints. Zombies! Gu Fei noticed this detail and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch with his right hand, sending a charging zombie flying. However, the zombie's body did not explode. What a strong zombie body! Gu Fei was a little surprised. The power of his punch could even shatter a half-sacred divine weapon. Could the body of this zombie be even harder than a half-sacred divine weapon? At that moment, the corpse chi arrived. The other 2 zombies had already rushed over, and their skinny and sharp claws scratched at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei did not dodge. Instead, he threw another punch. A powerful fist force spread out from his fist, and the void in front of him produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 zombies were sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. When Gu Fei saw that these 2 zombies still hadn't been blasted apart by a single punch from him, it caused him to be inexplicably surprised. These zombies' bodies were definitely tougher than half-saint divine weapons. Gu Fei had already used 50% of his strength in this punch. He was a peak half-step saint, and he possessed 50% of the strength of a half-step saint in the martial Dao. He could even blast a mountain apart with a single punch, and even a divine weapon of a half-step saint would probably be shattered by his punch. Deep roars came from the mouths of the 3 zombies that were sent flying by Gu Fei. These 3 zombies were like 3 enraged ferocious beasts, staring at Gu Fei with an ominous glint in their blood-red eyes. After being nourished by the chaotic dragon chi in the earth dragon vein for countless years, the bodies of these 3 zombies had reached an unbelievable level. Moreover, it was obvious that these 3 zombies had developed some intelligence. They knew that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so they didn't attack Gu Fei again. Although they didn't attack Gu Fei had attacked them. Bang! Gu Fei waved his hand, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the sky. It emitted a terrifying energy wave and slammed down towards the 3 zombies below. Rumble! The huge palm covered the sky, and blocked all the escape routes of the 3 zombies. This time, there was no suspense. Gu Fei used 100% of his strength, and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The huge palm fell, and the 3 zombies were finally ground into 3 clouds of black blood mist by this force, and dissipated in the void. He continued to walk towards the depths of this area. Every once in a while, a stone coffin would explode, and terrifying zombies would rush out from it. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Bang! The huge palm fell, and the zombie was directly obliterated. This time, Gu Fei used 110% of his strength. The combat strength of this zombie was much stronger than the previous 3 zombies. In this way, Gu Fei only walked for a few miles, and encountered 4 incomparably powerful zombies. These zombies were most likely zombie kings. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked after killing these 4 zombies. Gu Fei continued to walk forward. He only walked for about 100 feet, and a stone coffin stood in front of him, blocking his way and intercepting him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. He was bewildered. This seemed like a very ordinary sarcophagus, but he had a feeling that the zombie in this sarcophagus was stronger than all the zombies he had encountered before. There was not a trace of death chi coming from this stone coffin. This was too abnormal. How could a zombie not have corpse chi? He couldn't even feel any energy fluctuations from the stone coffin. How was this possible? Could it be that the zombie in the stone coffin had been reborn? However, it was too difficult to defy the heavens to be reborn. Since ancient times, not many supreme existences had succeeded in defying the heavens to be reborn. Seeing that there was no movement from the stone coffin, Gu Fei planned to go around it and continue forward. He wanted to see what was in the depths of this great tomb that made him feel uneasy. However, just as Gu Fei was walking to the side, the stone coffin suddenly moved. Whoosh! The heavy lid of the coffin suddenly flew up. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure sat up from the stone coffin. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His face was incomparably pale, and he had a pair of normal eyes. However, his eyes lacked a kind of vitality. Retreat quickly, or else you'll die here. A wave of divine sense came from the middle-aged man in the stone coffin. Then, a voice directly rang in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This zombie was not as simple as it seemed. After being shocked, it had developed a complete consciousness. To be precise, this middle-aged man was already a living being that had been reborn from the dead. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he calmly looked at the middle-aged man in the stone coffin. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone else. In the next moment, the middle-aged man directly shot up from the stone coffin. Like a huge bird, he swooped down towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This middle-aged man's joints were no longer stiff. He was actually no different from an ordinary person. Zombie King. Chapter 1921. The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. He was one of the strongest existences that Gu Fei had ever encountered. Boom! The middle-aged man directly pounced down from the sky. The powerful force caused the space around him to crack and then collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Gu Fei immediately dodged and was not hit by the middle-aged man. Eat my fist. Gu Fei began to counterattack. His right fist seemed to have struck out casually, but the air immediately vibrated and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from his fist. The middle-aged man seemed to feel danger when he saw Gu Fei's fist. He didn't receive Gu Fei's fist, but instead took a step to the side, dodging Gu Fei's fist. At the same time, his right hand was like a blade, chopping towards Gu Fei's ribs. Close-range combat technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the middle-aged man approaching him. This was a martial arts close-range combat technique. Once the opponent got close, he would have to endure the continuous attacks of the martial artist. If this kind of combat technique was used against others, they would definitely be flustered. But in front of Gu Fei, this kind of combat technique couldn't gain any advantage. Bang! Gu Fei changed his move with his right fist and collided head-on with the middle-aged man's chop. At the moment when Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's hand blade, the two of them attacked one after another. The speed of their hands was so fast that even their shadows couldn't be seen. Bang! 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 Concentrated sounds of collision rang out. Gu Fei and the undead king began an incomparably dangerous close-range combat. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's fist had collided with the undead king's hand blade no less than 1,000 times. Pfft! In the end, Gu Fei's fist landed on the undead king's abdomen. However, this punch gave Gu Fei the feeling that he had hit a sandbag. It was a little weak. Bang! At the same time, the zombie king slashed at Gu Fei's waist with his hand. The violent force sent Gu Fei flying hundreds of meters away. The clothes on his waist exploded, revealing the skin underneath. As for the zombie king, he was also sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The clothes on his chest and abdomen were also torn into rags, floating in the air. A fist mark appeared on his chest and abdomen. Gu Fei did not feel good after receiving the zombie king's hand blade. The muscles on his waist had sunk in, and had already injured his muscles and bones. However, such an injury was nothing to Gu Fei. In just an instant, the force on his waist had completely recovered. Good heavens! Gu Fei noticed that the zombie king's injuries had also recovered. This kind of recovery speed was almost on par with his own martial body. It was truly terrifying. You are a warrior. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. The zombie king was also incomparably shocked. He was the emperor of the countless zombies here, and his zombie body was incomparably powerful. Over the countless years, countless experts had died in his hands. However, today, he had actually met someone who could fight him in close combat, and was even on par with him. I'm afraid you were also a warrior in your previous life. Gu Fei looked at the zombie king and said indifferently. The zombie king was too strong. This was the first time he had met an existence that could fight with him in close combat. One had to know that during the duel, the other cultivators did not dare to let him get close. Once he got close, those people would die. My previous life. The zombie king obviously did not remember his previous life. This kind of unique life form that was born from death would not remember anything about his previous life. This was because this was a completely new life, a new life. Unless he was like He Tian and cultivated some kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique, in the cycle of reincarnation, his soul would not be destroyed, and only then would he be able to retain a portion of his memories from his previous life. What on earth is buried here? Gu Fei asked. This is the master's place. You should leave quickly. Hearing this, the zombie king was stunned for a moment, then said such words. What? After hearing the zombie king's words, Gu Fei could not help but be incomparably shocked. There was actually an incomparably powerful existence behind the zombie king. To him, this was not a good thing. This zombie king was already able to compete with him. If the master behind the zombie king came out, he was afraid that he would really have to give up his life here. Gu Fei felt danger. Clang! The sound of the iron chains colliding was heard again, and a dull roar came from the ground. The entire area shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. A few auras that were not weaker than the zombie king exploded. Gu Fei retreated. He had no choice but to leave. This place was very strange. It was unknown how many stone coffins were buried underground. Someone had used an unparalleled great technique to arrange all of this. However, Gu Fei could be sure that, although there was a super big tomb there, the master of the tomb was definitely not the Purple Cloud Supreme. The Supreme Tomb would not be like this. If there was really a Supreme buried there, a wisp of the aura released from the Supreme's corpse would not be something that Gu Fei could withstand. Even saints would probably find it difficult to get close to the Supreme's corpse. Gu Fei retreated from the land of the sleeping dragon, but he did not leave. Instead, he found a cave outside the land of the sleeping dragon and temporarily stayed there. Then, on the second day, he barged into the land of the sleeping dragon again and fought with the zombie king. When the other powerful existences in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon were about to come out, he retreated again. Roar! Angry roars were heard from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. The aura of death spread in all directions, causing the living creatures in the area to feel great danger. They all fled far away from the area. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, Gu Fei barged into the land of the sleeping dragon every day, provoking the terrifying existence in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon to roar again and again. The sound of the iron chains colliding could be heard far away. However, Gu Fei had calculated that the existence in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon could not come out, so he challenged the powerful subordinates of that existence every day. The combat power of the zombie king was undoubtedly powerful. The zombie king had a body that was close to immortality. Even Gu Fei could not completely suppress it. Apart from the zombie king, there were 3 other powerful existences in the land of the sleeping dragon. They were a burning corpse, a dragon corpse, and the corpse of an ape that shone with golden light. The burning corpse was formed after a fire elemental living creature died. Once the burning corpse appeared, the land within 1,000 miles would turn red. Its divine fire could burn everything. As for the dragon corpse, it was formed after a real 9 heavens real dragon died. It had regained its spiritual intelligence and was extremely powerful. The appearance of the golden ape shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. That was because the golden ape looked exactly like the golden spiritual ape in the heaven realm. At first glance, Gu Fei thought that the Monkey King had appeared there. Chapter 1922. The land of the trapped dragon was not as simple as it seemed. The existence deep underground was actually guarded by 4 great undying experts. Each of the 4 great undying experts had the combat power to fight against Gu Fei. In other words, these 4 great undying experts could easily kill half-saints. Even if a demi-saint came here, they would also be in danger of dying here. Although such a place was very dangerous, it was a place for Gu Fei to gain experience. He entered this dangerous place almost every day and fought with the zombie king, the fire corpse, the dragon corpse, and the golden essence corpse ape. Gu Fei returned injured every time. However, the next day, he would go back to the land of the trapped dragon energetically after a night of recovery. Half a month later, the number of times Gu Fei entered the land of the trapped dragon began to decrease. Sometimes, he would not go in even once every few days. Proving one's martial way in battles and transforming and sublimating oneself in life and death battles was a shortcut for martial artists. Lingering between life and death was the easiest way to stimulate a martial artist's potential. Over the past half a month, Gu Fei had been constantly comprehending his own way and perfecting his combat skills. The potential in his body had been stimulated bit by bit. His martial body had become more powerful, and he could hold more and more martial way true force. The 9 Tao runes of primal chaos were still evolving on his body. However, the traces of the 9 Tao runes were still very blurry and dim. It was difficult for them to become clear. Even with the cultivation of the 9th heaven of half-saint, it was still difficult for him to truly comprehend the 9 Tao runes that belonged to him. However, although the Tao runes of primal chaos were blurry, they began to emit the aura of the divine way. This caused Gu Fei's entire aura to gradually change. During this time, Gu Fei had been constantly evolving the fist of primal chaos. He rarely had the time to truly evolve the martial way combat skills that he had created. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One had to know that with Gu Fei's current cultivation and combat power, it was very difficult to find an opponent who was truly on par with him. However, there were 4 such opponents at the moment. The origins of these 4 opponents must be very great. The Zombie King should be an unparalleled ancient martial body. After his death, he was buried in the land of the trapped dragon. After countless years, he regained his intelligence and became the Zombie King. That fire corpse was not a human, but a fire spirit born from heaven and earth. This fire spirit had also perished and was buried here. The 9 true dragons were the true rulers of the dragon race. They even had the bloodline of the dragon ancestor. In ancient times, such an existence was definitely an invincible overlord. But the one that Gu Fei saw through was the golden essence corpse ape. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, the golden spiritual ape clan was extremely rare. Even in the heaven realm, the only known golden spiritual ape was the only descendant of the paragon divine ape. The golden spirit corpse apes that appeared in the land of the trapped dragon should be the clansmen of the golden spirit ape Yuanhong. Among the 4 undying experts, the zombie king was not the strongest. The strongest was the golden essence corpse ape. In the cave, Gu Fei sat with his legs crossed. His body was surrounded by chaotic true power, and there was a thunderous sound coming from his body. The qi and blood in his body kept scouring his muscles, bones, and flesh. The sound of qi and blood flowing made a terrifying sound. Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly being refined by the qi and blood, gradually becoming stronger. However, it was still a long time before his martial body would transform again. He was accumulating before erupting in one go. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, his martial body was transparent inside and out. With a thought, the true power could reach any part of his body in an instant. His control over the martial body had reached a level where everything was as he wished. After a few hours, Gu Fei woke up from his cultivation. Phew! He let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. At this time, it was already dark outside the cave. It was already night time. There was no day or night for cultivation. Gu Fei was already used to this kind of life. He walked out of the cave and looked at the sky. There was not a speck of dust in the sky. The crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Under the hazy moonlight, the forest was extremely quiet. During this half a month, Gu Fei and the 4 immortal realm experts in the land of the sleeping dragon kept fighting. The terrifying waves from the land of the sleeping dragon scared away all living things within a radius of thousands of miles. The land of the sleeping dragon was not far from the cave that Gu Fei was in. He looked in the direction of the land of the sleeping dragon, then took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. The next moment, when Gu Fei reappeared, he was in the sky above the entrance of the land of the sleeping dragon. You're here again. With Gu Fei's reappearance, a wave of divine will came from the land of the sleeping dragon. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. You don't know what's good for you. If the boss was serious, you would have been killed. Another divine will appeared, and a figure shrouded in divine fire appeared in the land of the sleeping dragon. A scorching wave of energy came. Burning corpse. When Gu Fei saw the figure, his pupils shrank. This was a difficult opponent, and it was ferocious. He had been injured by this burning corpse several times. The boss is just playing with this little guy. A dragon shadow appeared, and an extremely strong aura of death immediately spread in all directions from the area in front of them. That was the corpse dragon formed after the 9 true dragons fell. Among the 4 immortal realm experts, this corpse dragon had the strongest aura of death. Gu Fei noticed that the strongest golden corpse ape did not appear. Gu Fei, I think you should leave. The boss is in a bad mood today. The zombie king transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Oh. When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help but wonder why the golden corpse ape was in a bad mood. Could it be because of the existence in the land of the sleeping dragon? There was another powerful existence behind the 4 immortal realm experts. This existence was imprisoned in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon and could not escape. This time, my cultivation has increased again. How can I leave? Gu Fei did not leave. Instead, he looked at the 3 powerful immortal realm experts in front of him. A shocking battle intent suddenly erupted from his body. His black hair immediately moved without any wind, and his eyes were as bright as stars. You are treating us as whetstones. The burning corpse and the dragon corpse could not help but be shocked and angry. Only the zombie king remained calm. In the past half a month, the zombie king had long seen through Gu Fei's intention. This human wanted to use them to break through the shackles of cultivation. Among the 4 immortal realm experts, the burning corpse and the dragon corpse had the weakest cultivation and battle strength, while the golden corpse ape and the zombie king had the highest strength and intelligence. The burning corpse and the dragon corpse finally realized Gu Fei's intention. "Damn it, I will kill you." The burning corpse roared and fiercely pounced at Gu Fei. A monstrous fire immediately erupted from the burning corpse's body, instantly enveloping the entire world. Under the shroud of the divine fire, the world and the void were silently annihilated. As long as it was burned by this divine fire, even godly iron would be instantly turned into green smoke. Good timing. Gu Fei let out a long roar and directly rushed forward. Bang! With just a punch, Gu Fei dispersed the mighty divine fire that filled the sky. His fist was indestructible and directly hit the burning corpse in the sea of fire. This, the zombie king and the dragon corpse could not help but be shocked when they saw how fierce Gu Fei was. This guy's cultivation seemed to have improved a little, just as he said. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the burning corpse's fist. This time, the burning corpse did not gain any advantage. The 2 great experts were shaken away by each other's strength. The burning corpse could not believe it. How long had it been? How did this guy become so powerful? Shocked and furious, the burning corpse had to display his real killer move. A large area of divine fire turned into various living creatures and pounced at Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying strange beast appeared between the heaven and the earth. This was a heavenly beast completely condensed from the essence of divine fire. It emitted a peerless and powerful wave. With just a leap in the air, it had already arrived above Gu Fei. It stretched out its claws and clawed at Gu Fei's head. "Your real body is no match for me, let alone these things." Gu Fei executed the primal chaos fist and punched out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Not only did it shatter the heavenly beast's claw, it even punched a hole in the heavenly beast's enormous body. Swoosh! At this time, a fire dragon rushed over and swung its divine dragon tail at Gu Fei. The huge dragon tail whipped at Gu Fei. The burning corpse's power of fire condensed into countless strange beasts. These strange beasts surrounded Gu Fei and launched a fierce attack. If it was an ordinary half-sage, the terrifying temperature of the divine fire would be able to roast them to death. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary half-sage. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. Even if the divine fire could burn divine iron into green smoke, it still did not pose any threat to him. Bang! Boom! Gu Fei used a pair of fists to fight against countless living creatures. Powerful living creatures condensed from divine fire were constantly smashed by his fists. 9 Chaos Dao patterns appeared faintly on Gu Fei's body. A divine aura spread out from Gu Fei's body. Old 4 is going to lose. This man is really heaven-defying. The zombie king muttered to himself. He could already see that the burning corpse was no match for Gu Fei. The speed of this human's cultivation was too shocking. It had only been half a month and this human could already defeat the burning corpse. If he were to stay here for a few years, even his master would not be a match for him. Although the zombie king was the subordinate of the terrifying existence in the depths of the land of Sleeping Dragon, he was not willing to be someone else's subordinate. The 4 undying experts were restrained and could not leave this place. Otherwise, the zombie king would have left long ago. Why would he still stay in this damned place? If Gu Fei could kill the master of the 4 great undying experts, the 4 great undying experts would be free. Sure enough, the zombie king's words came true. Gu Fei used the chaos fist to scatter the endless divine fire. Then, he punched the lower half of the burning corpse into ashes. Chapter 1923. The fact that Gu Fei had displayed his powerful combat strength and managed to injure the burning corpse greatly shocked the zombie king and the dragon corpse. Half a month ago, the burning corpse was able to injure Gu Fei. Only half a month had passed and the situation had reversed. Gu Fei had actually injured the burning corpse. How is this possible? The dragon corpse was in disbelief. The dragon corpse was in disbelief. Although the burning corpse was the fourth of the four undying experts, its combat power was stronger than all the zombies in the land of the trapped dragon. Apart from the golden essence corpse ape and the zombie king, it would take a lot of effort to defeat the burning corpse. Roar! The burning corpse roared angrily. Countless fire essences converged from all directions. The lower half of his body that was shattered by Gu Fei immediately reformed. In just an instant, it was restored to its original state. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to kill the burning corpse given his cultivation. Very well, you have angered me. The burning corpse was truly enraged. The divine fire burned 3 kilometers and countless Dao patterns rushed out from the burning corpse's body. Those were the Dao patterns condensed by the fire essences. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void that was enveloped by the fire Dao patterns suddenly collapsed and turned into a world of fire. This was the fire divine territory that the burning corpse had cultivated. Gu Fei only felt that the world was spinning and he had entered a void that was filled with flames. He could no longer sense the aura of the outside world. Domain. When Gu Fei realized where he had entered, he couldn't help but frown. This burning corpse was really impressive. He could actually open up his own domain. If he went one step further, this burning corpse might be able to open up his own inner world. However, it was not an easy task to open up an inner world. Even if the burning corpse had the combat strength of a sage-to-be, it would still be difficult for him to do so. "Huh, kid, are you afraid now?" A loud voice resounded in this fire void. An incomparably huge figure appeared in front of Gu Fei and laughed arrogantly. Scared, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. He had never been afraid even when facing the golden essence corpse ape, so why would he be afraid of this burning corpse? "You," Gu Fei's disdainful tone completely angered the burning corpse. "Go to hell." The burning corpse was enraged. Its huge palm slammed down towards Gu Fei below. A terrifying fire elemental power spread out from that huge palm, shaking the entire void. Bang! Gu Fei did not hesitate. His long hair danced behind him as he punched upwards with his right fist. An invincible fist intent spread out from his body. 9 chaotic runes appeared on his fist. Although the runes were blurry, the sacred aura they exuded was definitely real. What? 9 Dao patterns? The burning corpse was shocked. His opponent had already condensed 9 Dao patterns, which made him feel a great threat. 9 Dao patterns, that was the foundation to achieve Dao. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the great Dao changed from complexity to simplicity. In ancient times, those who could condense 9 Dao patterns would not stop at the quasi-sage realm. Such existences would eventually leap over the dragon gate and become sages. Boom! With a loud bang, the burning corpse's mountain-like huge hand that was surrounded by raging flames was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei's punch contained the power of 9 Dao patterns. The power of this punch did not dissipate after smashing the burning corpse's huge hand. Instead, it directly penetrated the void of this area, causing the burning corpse to suffer a great impact. The fire elemental body that it condensed almost collapsed. Gu Fei did not kill it. Otherwise, the burning corpse would not only be injured but not killed. Rumble, just as Gu Fei defeated the burning corpse, an extremely powerful force suddenly surged out from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. A golden figure walked out. "Boss, you have to avenge me." Seeing the golden figure, the burning corpse hurriedly rushed over. "I'm not in a good mood today." "You're unlucky." The golden essence corpse ape did not even look at the burning corpse. Its pair of golden eyes were only looking at Gu Fei. Bring it on. Seeing that the golden essence corpse ape had finally come out, Gu Fei's expression became solemn. The burning corpse could not be compared to this golden essence corpse ape. The golden essence corpse ape inherited the supreme bloodline of the golden spiritual ape. Such a bloodline would not lose its divinity because of the fall of the golden spiritual ape. The body of this golden essence corpse ape still had the supreme bloodline of the golden spiritual ape. Alright. The golden essence corpse ape's golden eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of golden light that were several meters long. A violent and powerful aura surged from its body towards Elder Kai. At this time, Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, as if he was bound by something invisible. Gu Fei was startled. He knew that the golden essence corpse ape had locked onto his aura. This made him feel a great pressure. The golden essence corpse ape could attack at any time. In just a dozen days, you've actually improved again. Not bad. When the golden essence corpse ape sensed the aura on Gu Fei's body, its golden eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Of course, it knew what cultivation Gu Fei had. At this cultivation level, it was extremely difficult to take a small step forward. However, this person actually improved in such a short period of time. This kind of cultivation speed was really a little scary. The golden essence corpse ape was as short as a child, but no one dared to look down on it. It took a step forward and directly punched at Gu Fei. The golden fist energy was like a golden ocean, rushing out from its fist and surging towards Gu Fei. The powerful force caused the heaven and earth to collapse. So powerful. Feeling the power of the golden essence corpse ape's fist, Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. On the golden fist of the golden essence corpse ape, there were also indistinct Dao runes appearing. Facing the golden corpse ape's punch, Gu Fei took a deep breath. His muscles and bones immediately let out a series of explosive sounds as his muscles and bones rumbled like thunder. His right sleeve immediately exploded. His tendons were vibrating, his muscles were trembling, and a powerful force was released. Streaks of primal chi curled up on his arm like lightning. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His long hair crazily danced in the wind. He raised his right arm and exerted all his strength to punch out. This punch was a complete fusion of martial path true force and the power of his tendons. This punch contained the result of Gu Fei's half a month of hard work. Boom! Chapter 1924. A Battle of the Peak. Gu Fei and the Golden Ape went all out right from the start. Boom! After a loud rumble, the entire world was shaking. Dark cracks in the space, with the 2 fists as the center, extended outwards like black lightning. Each crack was at least a dozen miles long. Terrifying waves spread in all directions. If it were not for the fact that the land of the trapped dragon was protected by some sort of power, that attack would have turned the place into dust. Roar! Countless roars came from under the ground. All the ancient corpses buried here seemed to be affected as they let out blood-curdling roars. What's going on? In a mountain range a few hundred miles away from the land of the sleeping dragon, a group of people who were heading towards the land of the sleeping dragon stopped. The violent tremors from the ground shocked them. Whoosh! Someone soared into the sky and arrived high in the sky. However, just as that person was about to soar up into the sky, he let out a tragic cry and fell down from the sky. An extremely powerful pressure came crashing down, causing one's heart to tremble. The blood in one's body was rumbling, making it hard for one to gather any strength. Bang! That person fell from the sky, creating a huge pit on the ground. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Then, they hurriedly ran over and rescued that person from the huge pit. When everyone saw the miserable state of this person, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This was a void-controlling realm cultivator who could fly in the air, yet he actually fell to such a state. One of his arms was severely deformed and his leg was broken. Even the bones were exposed. His clothes were dyed red with blood. He was originally a good person, but in an instant, he became like this. Everyone wanted to laugh, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't laugh. Could it be that old man Mu lied to us? Someone said. That old man wouldn't dare to lie to us. We used his precious granddaughter to threaten him. A man dressed in luxurious clothes who looked like a young master said such words. Young Master Wu Tian is right. That old man wouldn't dare to lie to us. A young cultivator agreed. But now. Someone hesitated. The vibration just now was powerful enough to make people feel hopeless. Plus, that direction was where the treasure ground was located. Could it be that someone else has set their eyes on that treasure ground? Young Lord Wutian looked in the direction of the ripples, and his eyes became deep. By then, Gu Fei and the golden fine corpse ape had separated. The two of them faced each other in the sky above the land of the trapped dragon. Their auras continued to grow. The powerful force caused the void around them to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared around them. Too powerful, at that moment, the zombie king and the dragon corpse had already fled far away. The burning corpse had already hidden deep within the land of the trapped dragon, not daring to come out. Your progress amazes me. The golden essence corpse ape said. Golden light shot out from its golden eyes. It seemed as if its entire body was made of pure gold. Golden lights coiled around the golden essence corpse ape's body like golden lightning. This was really hard to imagine. Was this metal essence corpse ape really an ancient corpse that gained intelligence and came back to life? It didn't seem like it. He could clearly feel that the metal essence corpse ape's chi and blood were extremely vigorous. It didn't seem like a dead creature at all. You amaze me even more. You don't look like someone who has died before. Gu Fei said. From the body of the golden essence corpse ape, he saw Yuan Hong's figure. In the heavenly realm, he and Yuan Hong were sworn brothers of life and death. Talk is useless. If you don't die in my hands today, your cultivation will go to the next level. The metal essence corpse ape looked at Gu Fei and said. Come on then. Gu Fei's aura had been raised to its peak. At that moment, his spirit, chi and spirit were highly concentrated. His chi and blood were boiling, and beams of chaotic divine light suddenly appeared. All right. The next moment, the metal essence corpse ape suddenly disappeared into the void. At that moment, Gu Fei felt his hair stand on end. This was a natural reaction of the martial body to danger. This reaction was even beyond Gu Fei's consciousness. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. At that moment, a golden fist punched out from the void without any warning, turning the place where Gu Fei was into chaos. The barrier between heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The metal essence corpse ape's movement was extremely fast. Just as Gu Fei soared into the sky and dodged that punch, Gu Fei immediately felt his right leg tighten. His calf was already caught by the metal essence corpse ape. Roar! The metal essence corpse ape roared and directly swung Gu Fei around, then fiercely smashed him into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater was formed on the hard ground. Whoosh! In the sky, the golden essence corpse ape's right hand emitted a ball of golden divine light. This ball of divine light emitted a terrifying energy wave. Then, without any hesitation, he threw this ball of divine light towards the big hole in the ground. Boom! The ground exploded. The golden divine light enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Within 100 feet, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The metal essence corpse ape controlled this force very well. Otherwise, this area would have been destroyed. Bang! At this moment, the ground in the distance exploded. A silhouette soared into the sky. Very good. If it ended so quickly, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. When the Metal Essence Corpse ape saw the person who rushed out from the ground, its golden pupils couldn't help but shrink. It didn't expect that it couldn't hurt this person. It seemed like it had underestimated this human. Now it's my turn. Gu Fei directly used his true power to shake off the dust on his body. After that, he directly punched out. It seemed like a casual punch, but one could see the entire void in front of his fist rippling. This punch of his seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Whoosh! The Metal Essence Corpse ape grinned and reached out its right hand to grab Gu Fei's fist. It completely ignored the terrifying power of Gu Fei's punch. The golden claws seemed to have passed through layers of water and grabbed Gu Fei's fist. At this moment, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This Metal Essence Corpse ape's fighting strength was so strong. It seems like I have underestimated this opponent. Gotcha. At the moment when the Metal Essence Corpse ape grabbed his fist, Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his right arm. The bones in his forearm were actually broken. The bones pierced through his skin and flesh. What? Chapter 1925. How is this possible? Feeling the sharp pain from his right arm, Gu Fei couldn't believe it. One must know that his martial body was already strong enough to resist a quasi-saint divine weapon. Perhaps even a true saint weapon would not be able to hurt him if it hadn't awakened. But now, the Golden Essence Corpse ape had broken his arm. Moreover, what made Gu Fei truly shocked was that he didn't know how the Golden Essence Corpse ape had broken his arm. This was a battle skill that he had never seen before. It was hard to imagine that apart from the martial path created by the martial ancestor, there was also such a terrifying battle skill. Gotcha. 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 An irresistible shockwave was transmitted from the Golden Essence Corpse ape's sharp claws. The bones of Gu Fei's entire arm, starting from his forearm, were constantly cracking. Although his bones had been tempered thousands of times, it was still difficult to resist this powerful shockwave. In just a moment, the shockwave had already reached his shoulder. If this continued, all the bones in his body would be broken within a few breaths. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. Puff! His entire arm was cut off from his shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The blood that splattered out came from Gu Fei's broken right arm. However, not a single drop of blood came out from the wound on his shoulder. Gu Fei's martial body had already been cultivated to the point where it could automatically bind his qi and blood. His blood essence wouldn't casually flow out unless his martial body collapsed. One must know that for a cultivator, their blood essence was incomparably precious. Damn it! The flesh and blood on Gu Fei's shoulder quickly grew back. His bones were reforming. In just a moment, his right arm had completely regrown. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that his broken arm was quickly shrinking in the Golden Essence Corpse ape's hand. The blood essence of his arm was quickly being devoured by the Golden Essence Corpse ape. Preposterous. Seeing the Golden Essence Corpse ape devouring the essence of his severed arm, Gu Fei was both startled and angry. This Golden Essence Corpse ape was too powerful. What should he do? If this is all you've got, then I can only beat you to death. The Metal Essence Corpse ape threw away the severed arm that had lost all of its essence and spoke indifferently. 5 times the power of ascension. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. An extremely powerful wave burst out from his body. The space around him could not withstand this power and was rapidly destroyed. Yes. When the Golden Essence Corpse ape sensed the changes in Gu Fei's body, he couldn't help but become serious. Gu Fei's battle prowess was soaring, and this was not a good thing for him. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds by the power that erupted from his body. The shreds danced in the air. At the same time, he attacked. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the Primal Chaos Fist. This was a great technique that he had created after countless deductions. With one punch, the space in front of his fist would turn back into primal chaos. It's starting to look like it. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape directly clawed at Gu Fei's fist, wanting to use the same secret technique to injure Gu Fei again. But this time, the technique of the Golden Essence Corpse Ape didn't work. As a cultivator, it would be very difficult for Gu Fei to fall for the same trick again. Bang! Gu Fei's fist was once again caught by the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's claw. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the chaotic secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao. The fluctuation that came from the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's claw was completely reversed by Gu Fei. Gotcha! A bone-cracking sound came from the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's arm. This time, Gu Fei's arm didn't break, it was the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's arm that was broken. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape was extremely shocked. It had never thought that there would be someone in this world that could reverse its martial technique. The fluctuation rushed towards its heart. While the Metal Essence Corpse Ape was still in shock, Gu Fei had already appeared above its head. Gu Fei then stomped down on the ape's head, and a terrifying power came crashing down from his right foot. This was the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had cultivated. 8 kill steps, 8 kill steps. As soon as his foot landed, the void under his feet collapsed. The destructive power instantly enveloped the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. Bang! The Metal Essence Corpse Ape only had enough time to raise its left arm. Gu Fei's foot directly stepped on the Metal Essence Corpse Ape's left arm. Gotcha! The Metal Essence Corpse Ape's left arm was broken. A golden figure fell from the sky. Boom! Dust rose high into the sky. Gu Fei was paying the Golden Essence Corpse Ape back. Previously, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape had smashed him down from the sky. Now, the tables had turned and it was the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's turn to be trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Zombie King and the Dragon Corpse Ape were extremely shocked. One should know that the Golden Essence Corpse Ape was the strongest existence apart from its master. This person called Gu Fei actually knocked Boss Jean down from the sky. It was truly unbelievable. Very good. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape stood up from the crater on the ground. It raised its head and looked at Gu Fei with its golden eyes. Its battle intent grew even stronger. Swish! The Golden Essence Corpse Ape soared into the sky and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Chaotic Universe. Gu Fei shouted and performed one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao, the Chaotic Universe secret art. An unfathomable power reversed all of the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's attacks. Bang! 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 The Golden Essence Corpse Ape was incomparably depressed. All of its attacks were reversed, and its body was hit by several of its own attacks. This made the Golden Essence Corpse Ape both shocked and angry. The power of 5 times Ascension was extremely powerful. The current Gu Fei could already compete with the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. However, it was still unknown who would win. Very soon, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape changed its fighting style. It no longer released its power, but completely restrained it inside its body. Then, it used its own power to resist the Ascension secret art. Because its own power was no longer released from its body, Gu Fei would have a hard time reversing the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's power even if he wanted to. This was a real close combat battle. Gu Fei and the Golden Essence Corpse Ape were fighting fiercely. Gu Fei's chaotic fist and the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's golden fist kept colliding. It was like 2 pieces of immortal divine iron colliding, producing a metallic sound. Chapter 1926. Bang! Gotcha! The sounds of bodies colliding and bones breaking rang out continuously. High up in the sky, the 2 great experts were fighting, engaging in a brutal close combat battle. The Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's power made Gu Fei have a new understanding of it. The Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's combat skills were not inferior to martial arts combat skills. This was the Golden Spirit Ape's innate combat skill. As long as the Golden Spirit Ape's supreme bloodline did not dry up, this inheritance would not be severed. Obviously, this Golden Spirit Corpse Ape was not ordinary. It had reactivated the supreme bloodline in its body. Boom! Gu Fei's fist landed on the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's shoulder. The Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's shoulder exploded and golden blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's sharp claw pierced into Gu Fei's chest. It then exerted its strength and tore off a piece of flesh from Gu Fei's body. Roar! The two experts roared at the same time and flew backwards. The piece of flesh from the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's sharp claw overflowed with chi and entered the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's body. This kind of extremely pure chi and blood was exactly what it needed. Soon, the piece of flesh on Gu Fei's body that was torn off by the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape turned into ashes in the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's sharp claw. This battle was a lose-lose situation. Gu Fei's body was filled with vast and mighty primal chi. His wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and flesh were recovering at a rapid speed. At his cultivation level, injuries on his martial body could no longer seriously injure him. One must know that his martial body had become so powerful that he could be reborn from a drop of blood. The present situation was very unfavorable for Gu Fei. The Golden Spirit Corpse Ape could devour Gu Fei's chi, but Gu Fei could not devour the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's chi. The Golden Spirit Corpse Ape's power was replenished, but Gu Fei's power was constantly being consumed. The gap between them was gradually widening. Moreover, what made Gu Fei uneasy was that the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape seemed to have not used its full strength. That's all for today. I'll come again next time. Gu Fei wanted to retreat. He had benefited a lot from this battle. The battle skills of the Golden Spirit Ape were worth comprehending. Humph, you can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The Golden Essence Corpse Ape was not in a good mood today. It did not intend to let Gu Fei go just like that. Its pair of golden eyes were emitting a resplendent golden light. You and I don't have to fight to the death. Gu Fei said calmly. When the Golden Essence Corpse Ape heard this, it couldn't help but be startled. Gu Fei's performance was too calm. Could it be that this human was actually holding back like it was? The Golden Essence Corpse Ape was bewildered. Just then, Gu Fei used his maximum speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he left the trapped dragon's ground and appeared 1,000 miles away. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape stood high up in the sky. God knows how many times his bones were broken by Gu Fei in the battle just now. At this moment, his body was recovering rapidly. The wound on his shoulder was also healing. Boss, why didn't you kill that brat? The dragon corpse flew over. Humph, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape didn't even bother to look at the dragon corpse. Instead, it swung its palm over, sending the huge dragon corpse flying thousands of feet away. Seeing this, the zombie king did not dare to move forward. Those guys are done. In a valley 1,000 miles away from the trapped dragon's ground, the group led by young Master Wuqian finally heaved a sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure was finally gone. Young Master, should we head back first? A cultivator in green looked at young Master Wuqian and asked carefully. What did you say? Hearing this, young Master Wuqian's eyebrows immediately rose. It was not easy to get here, find the right place, and leave just like that. Young Master, those two existences are sect master level powerhouses. People like them can kill us all with a single finger. A white-faced woman in black with a charming look on her face said. Her appearance was naturally top-notch, and she was also the woman that young Master Wuqian wanted to woo. Sister Black Lotus, are you afraid too? Young Master Wuqian could ignore the cultivator in green, but he had to listen to the woman in black, because the power behind her was not weaker than the Wuqian sect. The Wuqian sect was a mid-level sect on the Buzhou ancestral star. Its leader was a half-step sage, and young Master Wuqian was the only son of the Wuqian sect. Relying on the power of the Wuqian sect, young Master Wuqian ran amok in the Wuqian sect's territory. Who knew how many young and beautiful female cultivators he had harmed? It's not that I'm afraid, but I don't want to take the risk. The Black Lotus Fairy said. Even if Sacred Master Black Lotus came personally, he would not dare to provoke a sect master-level expert. The consequences would be unimaginable if he were to offend the other party. I'm just going to take a look. Young Master Wuqian said. He was not willing to leave just like that. Do as you wish, I'm leaving. The Black Lotus Fairy turned around and walked out of the valley. The people following her hurriedly followed, causing young Master Wuqian's face to darken. This Black Lotus Fairy really did not give him any face. The two of them had similar powers, so the Black Lotus Fairy could indeed ignore young Master Wuqian. Moreover, his reputation was not that good either. Young Master, look, the cultivator in green said carefully as he looked at young Master Wuqian's expression. Humph, I really want to see just who exactly is fighting. Young Master Wuqian was used to being arrogant. This kind of character that had been developed over time could not be changed in a short period of time. Even after leaving the Wuqian sect's territory, he was still the same, doing whatever he wanted. Young Master, the expressions of young Master Wuqian's other followers changed. That powerful pressure was too frightening. Even the Wuqian sect master was not that frightening. What? You even dare to disobey my words? Young Master Wuqian raised his brows again. We don't dare, the three cultivators following young Master Wuqian hurriedly said. The three of them were originally independent cultivators. It was only because they followed young Master Wuqian that they were able to join the Wuqian sect. There were many benefits to joining the Wuqian sect, especially when they followed young Master Wuqian. They often used young Master Wuqian's name to plunder the Wuqian sect's territory, committing all sorts of crimes. Let's go. Chapter 1927. What a powerful divine ape. The strength of the Golden Corpse ape shocked Gu Fei. If he hadn't used the quintuple power of ascension, he really wouldn't have been its match. However, the secret technique had a time limit and couldn't be maintained forever. Once the time was up, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The Golden Corpse ape lineage was truly worthy of being called a supreme bloodline. Inside the cave, Gu Fei was covered in blood. From the outside, his injuries were severe, to the point of death. However, only Gu Fei knew that his injuries weren't that serious. However, he had just exited the state of ascension, so his essence, energy, and spirit were extremely weak, causing him to look extremely exhausted. Just as Gu Fei was about to use his Xian Qi to heal his wounds, he suddenly felt something. Two bright eyes lit up in the dark cave. He sensed that there were a few people walking towards the cave he was in from afar. Sir, there's the smell of blood nearby. A cyan-robed cultivator suddenly halted his steps. Next, he used his nose to carefully sniff the air. There was an incomparably grim expression on his face. The smell of blood. Young Master Wuqian couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the two sect leaders had fought and both sides were injured? Thinking of this, young Master Wuqian's eyes lit up. If it was really as he guessed, then he had gotten a great bargain. Sect leader level existences definitely had many treasures. If that person was heavily injured and on the verge of death, then he would send him on his way and take all the treasures. If that person was only injured and hadn't completely lost his ability to fight, then he would save him. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed to be to his advantage. Let's go take a look. After thinking for a while, young Master Wuqian's eyes lit up even more. What? The three green-robed cultivators were shocked. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. No one knew the temperament of sect leader-level existences. If they rashly went up and angered them, then it would be terrible. Those sect leader level existences didn't care if you were the only son of Wutian's sect leader. If they killed you, then so be it. Hurry up and lead the way. Young Master Wutian's gaze towards the green-robed cultivator turned sharp. Yes. The azure-robed cultivator was helpless. He could only sniff the air and walk forward. This green-robed cultivator had a divine nose. As long as there was a smell of blood in the air, he would be able to smell it even from tens of miles away. It was because of this cultivator's thousandly fragrance-seeking technique that he was valued by young Lord Wutian. There's a cave over there. Very soon, young Master Wu Tian was led to a cave by the god-nosed cultivator. The cave was pitch black, and there were no sounds coming from within. The source of the blood smell is in the cave. The god-nosed cultivator said to young Lord Wu Tian. It's in the cave. Young Lord Wutian's expression changed. He was somewhat apprehensive. Go in and take a look. Young Master Wu Tian grabbed a green-robed cultivator beside him and pushed him towards the cave. He was not willing to take the risk himself. The green-robed cultivator's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he had already cursed 18 generations of young Lord Wutian's ancestors in his heart. However, he did not dare to voice his anger. The cyan-clothed cultivator could only cautiously make his way towards the cave. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw a person sitting cross-legged inside. Although the cave was pitch black, once one's cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to see their surroundings even in absolute darkness. Young Lord Wutian and the other two cultivators stared nervously at the cave entrance. Young Lord, there's someone inside. The green-robed cultivator transmitted to young Lord Wutian. Dead or alive? Young Lord Wutian transmitted back. He was concerned about the condition of the person inside the cave. If the person inside was dead, then he would be in luck. His breathing is weak. He seems to have suffered a serious injury. The cultivator transmitted back. Young Lord Wutian wanted to laugh, but he quickly suppressed it. He had to be careful. He then turned to the two cultivators beside him and said, "You two go in and carry the person out." "Yes, young lord." The god-nosed cultivator and the other cultivator hurried forward and entered the cave with the first cultivator. Soon, the three cultivators carried out a person covered in blood and tattered clothes. They realized that this person didn't seem to have any wounds on his body, and part of the blood on his clothes was golden. Golden blood. Young Lord Wutian couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this person's opponent was a Buddhist Vedanta? On the Buzhou ancestral star, only those Buddhist Vedanta who had cultivated the Buddhist golden body would have golden blood. Apart from them, no one had ever heard of such a creature having golden blood. Junior greets senior. Young Lord Wutian bowed respectfully to the person covered in blood. He didn't know the other party's strength, so he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. The person covered in blood didn't react at all. Senior. Young Lord Wutian tried to call out, but the person remained sitting on the ground without moving. Could it be that this person really suffered a fatal injury? Experts at the sect master level could recover from physical injuries, but fatal injuries wouldn't necessarily appear on the body. In other words, although there weren't any visible wounds on this person's body, his soul might have been heavily injured. Senior. Young Lord Wutian called out a few times, but the person didn't respond. He glanced at the three green-robed cultivators standing next to the person. The three azure-robed cultivators immediately searched the man's body. Soon, the three green-robed cultivators stopped and shook their heads at Lord Wu Tian. What? Not a single treasure? Young Lord Wutian was dumbfounded. How could a sect master not have a single treasure on him? This person should have a universe pouch. Young Lord, what do we do? The god-nosed cultivator asked young Lord Wutian. A pauper who's about to die. Who cares about him? Let's go. Young Lord Wuqian was very disappointed. Sect masters were like moving treasure vaults, but this person didn't have a single treasure on him. How infuriating. Chapter 1928. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little angry after being groped all over his body. These fellows were really stepping on his head. They actually dared to stretch their hands over his body. Sir, the god-nosed cultivator jumped in fright when he saw the bloody man they had carried out of the cave open his eyes. What about him? He's just a dying man. What are you afraid of? Young noble Wu Tian stopped and started to teach the god-nosed cultivator a lesson. However, when he saw Gu Fei's sparkling eyes, he jumped in fright. Wu Tian knew that he was going to be in trouble this time. Humph, Gu Fei sneered and stood up from the ground. At this time, Wu Tian suddenly grabbed the two green-robed cultivators and threw them at Gu Fei. Swoosh. At the same time, he unfurled a scroll. The scroll turned into a ball of divine light that wrapped around him and tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed forward, completely ignoring the two green-robed cultivators who were charging at him. The mighty force from his hand instantly sent the two green-robed cultivators flying. Rumble, a giant hand of primordial chaos slammed down, knocking out the ball of divine light that was about to escape into the void. Then, Gu Fei's other body reached into the ball of divine light, grabbed young Master Wu Tian by the neck, and lifted him up. Don't kill me. Do you know who my father is? If you kill me, you won't live either. Wu Tian forced himself to remain calm, but he knew that if the other party was really a sect leader, he wouldn't give his father any face. Is your father very strong? Gu Fei was curious. He could tell with one look that this guy was full of evil tricks. This kind of young master must have a powerful faction supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do as he pleased. Humph, my father is the sect leader of the Wuqian sect. If you know what's good for you, let me go. When young Master Wuqian spoke of his father, his face was filled with pride. At this time, the three green-robed cultivators were already scared out of their wits, especially the two cultivators who were sent flying by Gu Fei. Their bones were broken and they were lying on the ground, unable to stand up. Senior, please don't hurt my young master. Everything can be discussed. The god-nosed cultivator looked at young Master Wu Tian in Gu Fei's hands, then at Gu Fei, and spoke with a trembling voice. Skyless sect. Gu Fei ignored the god-nosed cultivator. He pondered for a while, then placed his hand on young Master Wu Tian's head and forcefully read his memories. Damn it! Gu Fei had only read a small portion of young Master Heavenless's memories, and his expression changed. He exerted force in his hand, and with a crack, he broke young Master Heavenless's neck. What? When the god-nosed cultivator saw this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground, dumbfounded. Young Master Wu Tian's Yuan spirit couldn't escape either. As soon as it broke out of his head, it was swallowed by Gu Fei and refined. The god-nosed cultivator collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. Young Master Wu Tian was dead, and it was the most thorough way to die. This person didn't even care about the Skyless sect and acted decisively. The god-nosed cultivator couldn't even think of resisting in front of such an existence. This person really deserves to die. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had only read a small portion of young Master Wu Tian's memories, but it was enough to sentence him to death. This guy was arrogant and domineering, and had committed many evil deeds. In the Skyless sect's territory, he was practically lawless and often bullied others. Even many female disciples of the Skyless sect had succumbed to young Master Wu Tian's tyranny. The Heavenless sect master only had this one son. Normally, he was very protective of him, afraid that he would melt in his mouth, afraid that he would fall in his hands. Even if this young Master Heavenless did something that angered the heavens, he could not bear to scold him. This time, young Master Wu Tian had run into an iron plate. Gu Fei didn't care about the Skyless sect. Killing was killing. While Gu Fei was refining young Master Wutian's soul, a jade tablet in a pavilion in the ancestral court of the Wutian sect suddenly shattered. What? The disciples of the Heavenless sect who were guarding the pavilion were shocked when they saw the jade tablet shatter. They quickly rushed out of the pavilion and reported to the sect leader. What? My son's tablet shattered? Very quickly, an angry roar came from the Skyless Hall. The Skyless sect master was furious. Who dared to kill my son? I'll grind his bones to dust. Investigate. Investigate for me. I want to know who has the guts to kill my son. Under the headmaster's command, the entire Skyless sect was immediately mobilized. A large number of experts were sent out. The death of young Lord Skyless had shaken the Skyless sect. The headmaster was determined to avenge his only son at all costs. Very quickly, news of young Master Wutian's death spread. The Skyless sect was located in a city called Skyless City. With Skyless City as the center, the Skyless sect's territory spanned 100,000 miles. Aside from Skyless City, the Skyless sect controlled 10 other cities. These 10 cities surrounded Skyless City in the center. It seemed to be a super formation. The Skyless sect was only a mid-tier sect on the ancestral star, but its territory wasn't small. Of course, compared to the vastness of the ancestral star, 100,000 miles was nothing. It was like a sesame seed on a huge sphere. There were at least 7 or 8 sects like the Skyless sect in the southern region of the ancestral star, such as the Black Lotus Sacred Ground where the Black Lotus Fairy was from. The Skyless sect's actions immediately attracted the attention of other factions. Gu Fei didn't know that killing young Master Wutian would cause a huge storm in the southern region of the ancestral star. However, even though he knew the consequences, he still wanted to kill young Master Wu Tian. After killing young Master Wutian, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the 3 cultivators who followed young Master Wutian. He turned around and entered the cave, then sat down cross-legged. After a while, the God-nosed cultivator came back to his senses and hurriedly ran away. Chapter 1929. Inside the cave, the chaotic qi was vast and mighty. Gu Fei was using his Xian qi to heal his injuries. The battle with the Golden Essence Corpse Ape had injured him quite badly. Although his martial body was fine, his divine soul was affected. He had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique to heal his divine soul. Gu Fei sat there for 3 days. At this time, the Skyless sect already knew that the murderer of Lord Wutian was in the Amethyst Mountain Range. After the God-nosed cultivator left the Amethyst Mountain Range, the first thing he did was to tell the Skyless sect leader everything he knew. Damn it, so what if he's a sect leader? He killed my son, I'll make him pay with his life. The Skyless sect leader gathered his experts and headed towards the Amethyst Mountain Range. The unusual movement of the Skyless sect immediately attracted the attention of other forces. In the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou, there were 7 or 8 mid-level sects that were no weaker than the Skyless sect. These sects were all competing with each other. When the Skyless sect leader led his experts into the Amethyst Mountain Range, all the forces were puzzled. Could it be that the murderer of Lord Wutian was in the Amethyst Mountain Range? The only thing that could cause the Skyless sect leader to mobilize so many experts was that matter. Rumble, numerous savage beasts pulled chariots across the sky. Terrifying waves of energy spread in all directions. These were the experts of the Skyless sect driving the chariots into the Amethyst Mountain Range. There were countless legends about the Amethyst Sovereign in the Amethyst Mountain Range. However, legends were legends after all. There was no evidence. Many people did not believe that the great tomb of the Amethyst Sovereign was in the Amethyst Mountain Range. The arrival of a large number of experts from the Skyless sect broke the peace of the Amethyst Mountain Range. The land of the sleeping dragon was located in the depths of the Amethyst Mountain Range. The people of the Skyless sect could not reach it in a short time. However, the commotion they made along the way frightened the savage beasts in the mountain and caused them to flee in all directions. On the fifth day, Gu Fei walked out of the cave. The midday sun shone down from the sky, making people feel a gust of hot air. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There were no savage beasts moving around. Even the cries of the insects had disappeared. Gu Fei had a feeling that this was not a good sign. 5 days ago, he had fought with the Golden Essence Corpse Ape and had benefited a lot from it. He wanted to fight with the Golden Essence Corpse Ape again to verify the things he had comprehended in the past 5 days. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei was about to head for the land of the sleeping dragon, a rumbling sound came from beyond the sky. Chariots appeared at the end of the horizon. When Gu Fei saw these war chariots, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The war chariots had large flags on them, and each flag was embroidered with a golden, heaven, character. The guys from the Heavenless sect are not slow. Gu Fei knew that the Wuxian sect had finally arrived. He had killed the Wuxian sect leader's only son, so the Wuxian sect leader would definitely come to avenge his son. However, Gu Fei did not expect the Heavenless sect to arrive so quickly. Rumble. A total of 19 chariots flew across the sky. Each chariot was pulled by a ferocious wild beast, with an expert of the Heavenless sect standing on it. The 19 powerful auras gathered together and formed a monstrous pressure that shocked the surroundings. Roar. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from the direction of the land of the sleeping dragon. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the experts of the Heavenless sect to be extremely shocked. What's that? It's an existence that surpasses the sect leader level. What did young Master Wuxian do? The experts of the Heavenless sect who were riding the war chariots could not help but tremble in fear after hearing the roar. The rolling sound waves caused their blood to boil. Among the 19 war chariots, an imposing figure stood on the leading war chariot. It was a middle-aged man wearing black godly armor and holding a Fangtian halberd. This middle-aged man was the current sect leader of the Heavenless sect. Roar. The middle-aged man let out a long roar. The sound waves produced by the roar cancelled out the roar coming from the land of the sleeping dragon. The people of the Heavenless sect let out a sigh of relief. This person does have some ability. In front of the cave, Gu Fei saw this scene and could not help but nod to himself. In the end, the 19 war chariots stopped in the sky. Although there were only 19 of them, they gave off a strong pressure as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Who killed my son? Come out and accept your death. The sect leader of the Heavenless sect shouted loudly. His voice spread across a radius of a few hundred miles. A shocking murderous intent was emitted from his body. The temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly under the impact of the cold murderous intent. You are the sect leader of the Heavenless sect. A voice was heard from the ground. A person standing in front of the cave was looking at the sect leader. His tone was extremely calm, without a trace of nervousness. It's you. When the sect leader of the Heavenless sect saw Gu Fei, he knew that the person who killed his only son was this seemingly young expert. This expert did not even flinch in the face of so many experts of the Heavenless sect. This made the sect leader of the Heavenless sect feel an invisible pressure. So what if it's me? That guy deserves to die. Gu Fei said indifferently. Die. Without any superfluous words, the sect leader of the Heavenless sect directly attacked from the war chariot. The halberd in his hand directly smashed towards Gu Fei. Swoosh. A divine light shot out from the halberd and fell towards Gu Fei's head. A terrifying energy ripple spread out, as if the heavens and earth had been split into two. Bang! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly punched out. The violent fist chi directly shattered the divine light. Then, he shot towards the sect leader of the Heavenless sect who was on the war chariot. What? The sect leader of the Heavenless sect did not expect Gu Fei to be so powerful. His powerful attack caused the sect leader of the Heavenless sect to change his expression. Swoosh. The sect leader of the Heavenless sect soared into the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, the war chariot of the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. Countless fragments shot towards the other 18 war chariots. The experts of the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect were shocked. Those fragments carried a powerful force. If they were to be hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 18 experts of the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect hurriedly displayed all sorts of divine abilities and blocked all the fragments. At that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly closed in on the Wuxian sect leader. Then, he threw another punch at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The sect leader of the Heavenless Sect only had time to raise the halberd in his hand to protect himself. As for Gu Fei's punch, it landed on the body of the halberd. The body of the halberd actually bent under the powerful fist chi. Then, it collided with the body of the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect. Wah! The sect leader of the Heavenless Sect suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In just 2 moves, Gu Fei had defeated the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect. It was not that the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect was weak. It was because Gu Fei was much stronger than the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect. At this moment, the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect realized how powerful and terrifying the person that his son had provoked was. Kill. Just as Gu Fei sent the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect flying, the 18 experts of the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect made their move. The 18 of them combined their strength and actually condensed into a hand that slapped towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei raised his hand and punched out, colliding with the huge hand. He felt an unstoppable force coming from the huge hand. Deng deng deng, involuntarily, Gu Fei took 5 to 6 steps back. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. The joint attack of the 18 Almighties is so powerful. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This kind of joint attack was very terrifying. The 18 experts of the Wuxian sect were all Almighties, but when the 18 forces gathered together, they were able to push him back. It was really extraordinary. At this moment, the most shocked ones were the Almighties of the Heavenless Sect. Their joint attack only managed to push their opponent back a few steps. This result was out of everyone's expectation. Run! Quick, run! The sect leader of the Heavenless Sect shouted. The other experts of the Heavenless Sect were also shouting. They had severely underestimated their opponent. The opponent was too powerful. Swoosh! 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 The 18 Almighties of the Heavenless Sect immediately abandoned their chariots and soared into the sky, fleeing in different directions. The sect leader of the Heavenless Sect could no longer care about avenging his son. His life was more important. However, could they escape? Kill! Gu Fei's battle intent surged. A ray of purple golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. Buzz! With a sword chime, the ray of purple golden light instantly turned into 18 purple golden sword shadows, shooting towards the 18 Almighties of the Heavenless Sect. Powerful sword chi ripples appeared in the sky. This was the primordial spirit sword technique. The 18 Almighties of the Heavenless Sect were instantly caught by the primordial spirit sword technique. Every time a purple golden sword light flashed, a Almighty of the Heavenless Sect would fall from the sky. None of the 18 Almighties of the Heavenless Sect were spared. All of them fell from the sky, dead. The 18 purple golden sword shadows flew back to Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei had already used his 8 steps extreme speed and chased after the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect. Seeing the 18 Almighties die just like that, the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect felt his heart bleeding. Who was this person? How could he be so terrifying? Leave your life behind. Gu Fei was merciless. He immediately used his killer move. His palm covered the sky and pressed down on the sect leader of the Heavenless Sect. The terrifying power obliterated everything. The sect leader of the Heavenless Sect wanted to escape, but Gu Fei's subordinates sealed off all his escape routes. Explode! Helplessly, the sect leader of the Heavenless sect used a secret technique to explode the heavenly halberd in his hand. A destructive power erupted from the halberd, blasting a huge hole in Gu Fei's palm. Self-detonating saint weapon. Gu Fei was shocked. That was the power of a saint. This sect leader of the Heavenless sect was truly ruthless. He actually self-detonated the sect's treasure. Chapter 1930. The Wuxian sect's most valuable treasure was a Fangtian halberd. It was a saint weapon left behind by the founder of the Wuxian sect. This saint weapon could be said to be a deterrent force for the Wuxian sect. However, at this moment, the Wuxian sect leader used a secret technique of the Wuxian sect to self-destruct the saint weapon in order to save his life. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. After self-destructing the saint weapon, the Wuxian sect lost its greatest support. With this saint weapon, the other forces would still be wary of the Wuxian sect. However, without this saint weapon, the Wuxian sect would be in danger. Rumble, the power of the saint weapon exploded. This power was so strong that it directly broke through Gu Fei's sealing power and sent Gu Fei flying 1,000 miles away. Within 1,000 miles, everything was destroyed in an instant. Nothing was left behind. Even the land of the sleeping dragon was affected. A powerful force came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon and blocked the destructive power. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. A golden figure appeared in the boundless death chi. The place where the land of the sleeping dragon was located was completely shrouded by the black death chi. That's, in the distance, the spies of the other forces who witnessed this shocking scene were extremely shocked. The Wuxian sect was finished. All 18 almighties had fallen, and the Wuxian sect leader had self-destructed the saint weapon. However, what shocked the spies of the other forces the most was that there was actually an extremely dangerous place in this area. Boundless death chi was vast and mighty. It was as terrifying as opening the entrance to hell. What's going on? Could it be that the legendary tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme has appeared? Some people thought of the various ancient legends about the Purple Cloud Mountains. The Purple Cloud Supreme was said to be the most powerful supreme in the ancestral star. This supreme had once established the celestial court and ruled over a vital starfield. He had left behind countless legends. Quick, send this news back. The spies of the other forces immediately took action. At this time, Gu Fei started to chase after Wuxian sect leader. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Wuxian sect leader was not a good person either. However, the Wuxian sect leader was also a half-step saint. If he wanted to escape, even someone as strong as Gu Fei would not be able to kill him in a short period of time. Shua. Just as Gu Fei was closing in on Wuxian sect leader, a ball of divine light shot out from Wuxian sect leader's hand. That ball of divine light enveloped Wuxian sect leader. Then, the void trembled and Wuxian sect leader was brought into the void. This was a 10,000 li teleportation scroll. Once activated, it could teleport a person 10,000 li away. Fortunately, Gu Fei's spiritual will was strong enough. He had already locked onto Wuxian sect leader's aura. Even though Wuxian sect leader had teleported thousands of miles away, Gu Fei could still sense his location. Wuxian sect leader ran for his life, but Gu Fei was like a shadow behind him, he could not get rid of him. This caused him to be shocked and angry. Who did his precious son offend this time? This time, Wuxian sect leader had kicked an iron plate. Originally, if he had not brought 18 experts of Wuxian sect to seek revenge, Gu Fei would not have bothered with him. Without the sect protector sacred weapon, Wuxian sect was destined to decline. However, even if Wuxian sect was destroyed, Wuxian sect leader would not even frown as long as he could stay alive. He directly led Gu Fei to Wuxian city where Wuxian sect was located. Even without the sect protector sacred weapon, Wuxian sect still had the sect protector formation left behind by the founder. If the sect protector formation was fully activated, it was enough to kill a saint. Gu Fei had chased Wuqian's sect leader for thousands of miles. Wuqian's sect leader had already used up 10 greater teleportation scrolls. These greater teleportation scrolls were very precious. Even someone like Wuqian's sect leader would not have many of them on him. However, the Violet Cloud Mountain Range was more than 10,000 miles away from Wuqian City. Wuqian's sect leader was not the faction closest to the Violet Cloud Mountain Range. Wuqian's sect leader's territory was a vast plain 500,000 miles away from the Violet Cloud Mountain Range. On the plain, there was a city every 10,000 miles. 9 cities surrounded Wuqian City in the center. Wuqian City was the largest among the 10 cities. It was where the ancestral court of Wuqian's sect was located. There are still 2 more greater teleportation scrolls. What should I do? Wuqian's sect leader was anxious. He knew very well that if he did not have the greater teleportation scrolls with him, he would have been killed by that person already. That person's speed was really heaven-defying. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant. This made Wuqian's sect leader feel a great threat. He knew very well what would happen if he was caught. Nothing was more important than one's own life. Needless to say, this Wuqian sect leader was an ambitious and ruthless person. If his son died, he could have another. If the Wuqian sect was destroyed, he could rebuild it. However, if he lost his life, everything would be for naught. Who are you? Why do you want to make things difficult for me? Wuqian's sect leader was not willing to die in the hands of his opponent. He transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Humph, what a joke. It seems like you killed your way to my door. Since you want my life, I can only take yours. Gu Fei's tone was full of disdain. Wuqian's sect leader did not speak anymore. His opponent had already made up his mind to kill him. For such a decisive person, as long as he wanted to kill, he would definitely kill. Swoosh! Another divine light erupted from Wuqian's sect leader's hand. Another scroll turned into ashes, but Wuqian's sect leader was instantly teleported 10,000 miles away. He had escaped 120,000 miles away, but the greater teleportation scrolls in his hand had already been used up. Fight! The moment he fell out of the void, he opened his mouth and spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence. Each mouthful of blood essence contained great power. After spitting out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence, Wuqian's sect leader's expression immediately became weary. His originally black hair had actually turned grayish-white very quickly. 9 blood-colored figures appeared in front of Wuqian's sect leader. These were the blood god clones. Each of the blood-colored figures had the battle strength of Wuqian's sect leader. This secret technique was obtained by Wuqian's sect leader when he was training outside. Once the blood god clones were used, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, unless it was a life-or-death situation, Wuqian's sect leader would not use this secret technique. Wuqian's sect leader left behind 9 blood god clones and continued to escape. This is Chapter 1931. Interesting. Gu Fei was intercepted by the 9 blood shadows. These 9 blood shadows were emitting life energy waves, as if they were living things. Clones formed from one's own blood essence. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw through the mysteries within. These 9 blood shadows must have been formed by the Wuqian sect leader using a secret technique, regardless of the cost of his yuan qi. What surprised Gu Fei was that these 9 blood shadows seemed to have similar strength to the Wuqian sect leader. What kind of secret technique could have such power? One had to know that in a decisive battle, suddenly having 9 helpers of similar strength was more than enough to sweep away the opponent. Swoosh! At this moment, the 9 blood shadows moved. Under the sunlight, these blood shadows were faint and illusory. They did not have a physical body. The 9 blood silhouettes instantly surrounded Gu Fei, forming a combined attack. The energy fluctuations emanating from the 9 blood silhouettes soared. This is, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The position of the 9 blood shadows was somewhat unusual. The 9 forces formed a line, multiplying the strength of the 9 blood shadows. It seemed that the Wuxian sect was proficient in a joint attack technique. Although Gu Fei was fearless, he had to admit that this joint attack technique was indeed extraordinary. After the 9 blood shadows formed a line, they seemed to be able to fight him. The battle was incomparably intense. The combined attack of the 9 blood shadows was very powerful. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. However, in the end, he still managed to break through the combined attack of the 9 blood shadows and annihilate them. Gu Fei was blocked by the 9 blood shadows for a long time. The Wuxian sect leader had already escaped far away, out of the range of Gu Fei's divine will. However, he knew where the Wuxian sect was. He headed straight for the ancestral court of the Wuxian sect. The monk could run, but the temple could not. Gu Fei went straight to the door. Soon, a city appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. The city was surrounded by a boundless plain. This was the Wuxian sect's territory. The Wuxian sect's territory was a plain with 10 cities standing on it. The population of the cities was not small, but the area outside the cities was sparsely populated. Gu Fei was fearless. He directly entered the territory of the Wuxian sect and walked towards the city. Halt! Just as Gu Fei was about to approach the city, a loud shout came from the city tower. Gu Fei didn't stop. He raised his hand and slapped the tower. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the tower was directly blown apart by Gu Fei's palm. None of the people inside were spared, and all of them died in an instant. Dang! Dang, 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 a rapid bell rang in the city. This was the alarm bell. When the Wuxian sect's disciples heard the bell, they immediately dropped everything and rushed out of the city. The sudden change did not cause chaos in the city. Groups of Wuxian sect's disciples rushed up the city walls without a trace of panic. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod at this scene. The city lord of the city had managed the city well. These Wuxian sect's disciples were well trained. Daoist friend, I apologize for not going out to meet you. An old voice rang out from within the city. Then, an old Daoist walked out from within the city. Hand over the Wuxian sect leader. Gu Fei looked at the old Daoist and only said one sentence. My sect leader. The old Daoist was shocked when he heard this. He immediately thought of something. This is bad. No matter how well cultivated the old Daoist was, he couldn't help but change his expression. Everyone knew that the Wuxian sect leader had gathered the 18 great experts of the Wuxian sect to avenge young Master Wuxian. It seemed that not only did they fail to avenge young Master Wuxian, but they had also come knocking on their door. Although the Heavenless sect's 10-sided destruction formation is powerful, it will collapse on its own if I destroy one of the cities. Gu Fei looked at the old Daoist and said indifferently. The 10-directional destruction formation laid by the Wuxian sect's founding ancestor could indeed kill a sage-level existence. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was not difficult to destroy the formation. As long as one of the 10 cities was destroyed, the 10-directional destruction formation would not be able to gather the power of the 10-directional destruction formation. The old Daoist was shocked again. Not many people knew about the secret of the 10-directional destruction formation. He was one of them. Most people thought that the Wuxian sect relied on their sacred weapon, but no one knew that the Wuxian sect had a super formation. However, what the old Daoist didn't know was that when Gu Fei killed young Master Wuxian, he had already read a part of young Master Wuxian's memory. The Wuxian sect leader doted on young Master Wuxian too much and told him most of the Wuxian sect secrets. The Wuxian sect leader is not here. The old Daoist finally understood why the other party attacked without any hesitation. The other party had the power to destroy a city. The Wuxian sect was divided into a few factions. The old Daoist was obviously not on the same side as the Wuxian sect leader. He would not risk his life against Gu Fei for the Wuxian sect leader. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a pavilion in the city suddenly collapsed. What? The old Daoist was shocked. The pavilion was the core of the formation in the city. Once it collapsed, the formation runes would be damaged. This was equivalent to destroying the 10-directional destruction formation. It was impossible for Gu Fei to enter the range of the 10-directional destruction formation. One must know that it was a super formation that could kill a sage. Now that Gu Fei had destroyed a city, the 10-directional destruction formation could no longer be activated. How did he know? The old Daoist was dumbfounded. The formation runes in the city were destroyed and the 10-directional destruction formation could no longer be activated. This was not a small matter. If someone came to attack the Wuxian sect, it would be disastrous. Gu Fei left immediately after destroying the formation runes in the city. The Wuxian sect leader was not within a 10,000 li radius. Gu Fei could not sense the Wuxian sect leader's qi at all. In other words, the Wuxian sect leader was hiding somewhere. Let's go to the Wuxian city to take a look. Gu Fei did not hesitate and headed in the direction of the Wuxian city. With his 8 steps extreme speed, he soon arrived near the Wuxian city. He's here. Gu Fei stopped outside the Wuxian city. He could sense the Wuxian sect leader's qi. At this moment, the entire Wuxian city was extremely quiet. However, Gu Fei could sense a large number of life auras in the city. There were many people in the Wuxian city, but it was so quiet. This was very unusual. Chapter 1932. Under the sunlight, the ancient city in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a transparent layer of water, giving off a surreal feeling. This heavenless city is indeed not simple. Gu Fei stood in the sky and looked at the ancient city in front of him. He knew that the Wuxian sect leader must have escaped back to Heavenless City and wanted to use the 10-directional annihilation formation to kill him. Unfortunately, if Gu Fei had not read a small part of Wuxian's memory, he might have been trapped in the 10-directional annihilation formation. However, now that he had destroyed one of the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation, the formation could no longer be activated. Even if it could be activated, its power would be greatly reduced. It's time for you to die. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from Heavenless City. The person who spoke was the Wuxian sect leader, who had been chased by Gu Fei for 500,000 miles and had luckily escaped. You still dare to come out? Gu Fei's tone was still incomparably calm. This guy thought that he could kill me with the 10-directional annihilation formation. He probably did not know that one of the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation had already been destroyed by me. As long as it was a formation, there would be a formation eye. Those who were skilled in formations would hide the formation eye so that outsiders would not be able to find it. However, for a super formation like the 10-directional annihilation that could cover an area of 100,000 li, it was very difficult to hide the formation eye. Even if a sage-level existence laid out such a super formation, it would still be very difficult to hide the formation eyes. The founder of the Wuxian sect had thought of a way to hide the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation. No one would have thought that the 9 cities were the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation. If not for the fact that Gu Fei had read Wuxian's memory, even he would not have thought that the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation were those 9 cities. Everyone, remember, this is the person who killed your future sect leader. This person is a great enemy of the Wuxian sect. Everyone in the Wuxian sect can kill him. The Wuxian sect leader's voice rang out again. Humph, do you want to bury the entire Skyless sect? Gu Fei stood in the void with a calm look on his face. He did not put the other party in his eyes at all. The sect leader of the Wuxian sect was only a half-saint. How strong could such a force be? Could it be that the end of the Kunlun ancient road was the Buzhou ancestral star? It seemed like he could only stop at Buzhou ancestral star. It should be noted that Buzhou ancestral star was the same size as the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was impractical to look for a teleportation portal on such a huge star. Sect leader, this is a personal grudge between you and this man. How can you involve the entire Skyless sect? In Heavenless City, there were different voices. That's right, the Skyless sect doesn't belong to you alone. Someone agreed. The majority of the Heavenless sect's members couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. There were actually people in the sect who were going against the sect master. Could it be that these people dared to disobey the sect master's orders? Not obeying the orders of the sect master was an act of apostasy. Elder Wu, Protector Ming, what is the meaning of this? On the walls of Heavenless City, the sect leader's expression turned ugly. He was shocked and furious that someone dared to drag him down at this time. Don't you understand what we mean? Your son caused a disaster, but the entire Skyless sect has to suffer. What kind of logic is this? A black-clothed middle-aged man stood up and spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His words made most of the members of the church nod their heads in secret. Who didn't know about young Master Wutian's actions? Young Master Wutian had run amok in the Skyless sect's territory. Most of the members of the Skyless sect were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything because young Master Wutian had a sect master as his father. Now that young Master Wutian was dead, some of the Wutian sect members were secretly celebrating. Now that they heard that the enemy outside the city was caused by young Master Wutian, the morale of the Wutian sect's members immediately plummeted. These people are putting on an act. The Skyless sect is having internal strife. Gu Fei didn't rush to make a move. He only watched the scene with interest. Whether the Skyless sect was having internal strife or not had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to kill the Skyless sect leader. Since he had already done so, he had to kill the Skyless sect leader. This was his style of doing things. Of course, if someone tried to stop him, he could only kill that person first. You are all rebelling. The Skyless sect leader was furious. These people actually rebelling at this time was not a good thing. Because of young Master Wutian, the Skyless sect leader's prestige in the Skyless sect was not high. There were also a few factions in the Skyless sect. Elder Wu and Protector Ming belonged to one of the other factions in the Skyless sect. We are not rebelling, we are saving the Skyless sect. A long-bearded old man walked out. This old man was Protector Ming. Very well, as long as you hand over the Skyless sect leader's head, I will turn around and leave. At this moment, Gu Fei spoke. He was fanning the flames. He wanted to borrow the power of the Skyless sect to kill the Skyless sect leader. This was indeed a good idea. Elder Wu, Protector Ming, you, at this moment, the Skyless sect members in the Skyless city did not know what to do. Elder Wu and Protector Ming stood together. The Wutian sect leader was shocked. Elder Wu and Protector Ming were the core members of the Wutian sect. Even though their cultivation was not as high as his, it was not far off. If you want to touch the Skyless sect leader, you will have to ask my fists first. At this moment, a cold snort was heard from another direction of the Skyless city. Then, a tall man with a valiant aura walked out. This was a big man with muscles all over his body. The muscles on his body stretched out his clothes, giving people a feeling that he was full of strength. Mighty Lion King. This burly man had long golden hair, like a lion with golden fur. He was an expert of the Heavenless sect called the Herculean Lion King. Lion King, you have come at the right time. The Skyless sect leader was overjoyed when he saw the person who had come. This mighty Lion King was his right-hand man with a powerful cultivation. Lion King, the Skyless sect is now at a critical juncture. For the sake of the bigger picture, you should not protect the Skyless sect leader. Elder Wu took a step forward and said to the golden-haired Lion King righteously. Don't give me that. That guy outside can threaten the entire Skyless sect. Do you think I should believe him? The mighty Lion King glanced at Gu Fei outside the city and said disdainfully. This, Elder Wu and Protector Ming looked at each other and did not say anything. I will go out and take this guy's head and kick it like a ball. Chapter 1933. The mighty Lion King rushed out of the Heavenless City, intending to kill Gu Fei outside the city. Roar! The Herculean Lion King roared furiously and his golden hair immediately danced in the air. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. Although this person was powerful, wanting to kill him was no different from a lunatic's ravings. It was an impossible feat. Swoosh. At this moment, the man had already made his move. A huge hand appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void. In the Heavenless City, all the followers of the Heavenless sect were watching this scene nervously. Many people knew about the mighty Lion King's cultivation and battle prowess. He was an existence that was even stronger than the 18 almighties of the Heavenless sect. Even Elder Wu and Protector Ming did not dare to underestimate him. Bam! Without dodging, Gu Fei threw a punch. The powerful force shook the sky and the void. On his fist, primal chaos Dao patterns appeared indistinctly. Pfft! The mighty Lion King's claw that was grabbing at Gu Fei immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. The mighty Lion King was in disbelief. Roar! The mighty Lion King endured the pain in his right hand and roared as he retreated quickly. He wanted to retreat into the Heavenless City. It was at this moment that he realized how terrifying Gu Fei was. However, the mighty Lion King's fate was already decided the moment he rushed out of the Heavenless City. He only felt something tighten around his calf. He had already been caught by someone. This was no small matter. The other party's speed was simply too fast. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the mighty Lion King's right leg. His leg bone was actually crushed by his opponent. He was both shocked and furious. Sect leader, save me. The mighty Lion King was truly afraid. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. He could not even withstand a single blow from his opponent. Do you think he will come out to save you? Gu Fei's words were incomparably calm. He did not kill the Herculean Lion King. He only caused the Herculean Lion King to lose its ability to resist. His right hand grabbed the Herculean Lion King's right calf, but half of the Herculean Lion King's bones were already shattered. This move was the unique skill that Gu Fei had learned from the Golden Essence Corpse ape. His right hand, which was grabbing the Herculean Lion King, emitted a strange fluctuation, which shattered the bones on the right side of the Herculean Lion King's body. Sect leader, the mighty Lion King looked at the Wuxian sect leader on the city wall with a complicated expression. He was the most loyal member of the Wuxian sect leader, but now, he was in a desperate situation in front of the Wuxian sect leader. All the Heavenless sect's followers in the city were watching this scene. Save me! The arrogant Herculean Lion King had no choice but to beg the Wuxian sect leader to save him. Such a huge contrast was hard to adapt to. To save or not to save? At this moment, the Wuxian sect leader's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. Gu Fei's move was very ruthless, and he was in a dilemma. If the Wuxian sect leader went out to save the Herculean Lion King, he would be in danger of being killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, if he didn't save the Herculean Lion King, the followers of the Wuxian city would no longer support him. Be killed, or be deserted by his followers. The Wuxian sect leader was in a dilemma. He couldn't sacrifice himself for the Herculean Lion King. Compared to his own life, nothing was more important. As long as he was alive, there was hope. If he died, everything would be over. Herculean Lion King, I can't die. The Wuxian sect can't be without a leader. I will avenge you. In the end, the Wuxian sect leader said these words in a righteous manner. However, the Herculean Lion King's heart turned cold when he heard the Wuxian sect leader's words. His loyalty had actually been exchanged for such a sentence. The other followers of the Wuxian sect in the Wuxian city were also disappointed. Sect leader, are you going to watch the Herculean Lion King get killed and do nothing? That elder Wu shouted sternly. The Wuqian sect leader was shocked and angry at Elder Wu's words. He knew that after he made this decision, the followers of the Wuqian city would be disappointed, but he had no choice. How could he die for the Herculean Lion King? The Wuqian sect leader knew that once he left the Wuqian city, the Herculean Lion King would immediately attack him. The Wuqian sect leader is just a hypocrite. I, Gu Fei, have learned a thing or two from you today. Gu Fei smiled and threw the Herculean Lion King into the Wuqian city. He didn't kill the Herculean Lion King, but his action surprised everyone. In fact, Gu Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to cause internal strife in the Wuqian sect. What a hypocrite! He's not worthy of my loyalty. An angry roar rang out from Heavenly City and spread throughout the city in an instant. The Herculean Lion King did not suffer any serious injuries. Physical injuries were nothing to an existence of this level. Gu Fei's goal had been achieved. You are no longer fit to be our sect leader. Someone shouted. At this moment, Wuqian sect's leader was trembling with anger. He never thought that Gu Fei would do such a thing. At this moment, he really lost the support of the Wuqian sect's members. Furthermore, young Master Wuqian had been running amok in the Wuqian sect's territory. At this time, all the dissatisfaction towards young Master Wuqian had exploded. It was the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Many people vented their anger on the Wuqian sect leader because of their hatred for young Master Wuqian. Usually, the Wuqian sect leader was high and mighty, and no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. However, it was different now. Hence, the followers of the Wuqian sect could finally vent their anger. We won't risk our lives for him anymore. Kill him and send his head out. Many people shouted. Elder Wu and Protector Ming glanced at each other and rushed towards the Wuqian sect leader. They were about to make a move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate the Wuqian sect leader. If they missed this chance, it would be very difficult to pull the Wuqian sect leader down from his position. At this time, Gu Fei just looked at this scene coldly. Sometimes, it wasn't necessary to kill the enemy himself. A great battle broke out, and the Wuqian sect leader made the first move. This was a battle between half-step saints. Elder Wu and Protector Ming were both half-step saints. Chapter 1934. A battle between half-step saints broke out in Wuqian City, stunning all the Wuqian sect members in the city. The members on the city walls quickly retreated. One should know that once a half-step saint went all out, it would be very terrifying. You guys are really rebelling. The Wuqian sect leader was both shocked and angry. There was still a great enemy outside the city, and such a thing happened in the city. He felt like he was being abandoned by his own people. So be it. We don't need a sect leader like you. Elder Wu and Protector Ming used their full strength to attack the Wuqian sect leader. The void was shattered, and rays of divine light swept across everything. Since they had already taken action, there was no turning back. Either the Wuqian sect leader would die, or they would die. The reason why they dared to rebel against the Wuqian sect leader was because they knew that the sacred weapon of the Wuqian sect had been destroyed. This sacred weapon had always been used by the Wuqian sect leader. When he took over the Wuqian sect, he had always carried the sacred weapon with him. If the sacred weapon had not been destroyed, Protector Ming and Elder Wu would not have dared to rebel against the Wuqian sect leader even if they were 10 times more courageous. With the fall of the 18 Almighties loyal to the Wuqian sect leader, the Herculean Lion King was disheartened, and the Wuqian sect leader's power had been greatly weakened. This was also the reason why Elder Wu and Protector Ming dared to take action. The Wuqian sect was a medium sect in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou. There were many experts in the sect, but the 10 cities of the Wuqian sect needed experts to guard them. The city lords were not allowed to leave the city. Apart from Wuqian City, there were also 5 city lords who were truly loyal to the Wuqian sect leader. They were the trusted subordinates of the Wuqian sect leader. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Moreover, there was still a death god outside the city. The Wuxian sect leader had already sent out the news, but until now, no one had come to rescue him. Something must have gone wrong. The Wuxian sect leader was very depressed. He knew that those people were watching. If he could survive, they would still be his trusted subordinates. However, if he died, these people would definitely not collect his corpse. This was how cruel the cultivation world was. No one was willing to submit to the weak. Shua. At this moment, Elder Wu had already taken out his divine weapon. A black umbrella appeared in his hands as boundless black qi revolved around it, forming a black hole beneath the umbrella. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole under the umbrella and tried to devour Wuxian sect leader. Rumble, under the cover of the black umbrella, even the void was devoured. Lunar umbrella. Seeing this, Wuxian hierarch was startled. An extremely cold aura spread from the black umbrella, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The black qi that emanated from the black umbrella was neither devil qi nor death qi. Instead, it was lunar qi. The extreme yin qi was extremely yin and extremely cold. However, it was righteous and not evil. This extreme yin umbrella was a half-sacred divine tool that Elder Wu had refined. This extreme yin umbrella could devour everything in its surroundings and freeze everything within 10,000 miles. It was extremely powerful. Watch me break your extreme yin umbrella. Wuxian sect leader shouted. He waved his hand and a ball of dazzling golden light shot out. A violent aura erupted from the ball of golden light. The ball of golden light was only the size of a fist, but the ripples it emitted were extremely powerful. The ball of golden light was directly smashed into the black hole under the lunar umbrella by Wuxian sect leader. That's the 9-Sun Pearl. Protector Ming suddenly exclaimed. What? Elder Wu was startled when he heard this. At this moment. Boom! A loud boom resounded from the black hole beneath the extreme yin umbrella as a power of extreme yang abruptly erupted. This energy was the nemesis of lunar qi. The black hole that could devour heaven and earth immediately collapsed. Boundless black qi dissipated under the illumination of the golden light. 9-Sun Pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Wuxian sect leader to have such a treasure on him. The 9-Sun Pearl was a kind of treasure that was condensed from the essence of the 9 heavens' pure yang qi. This kind of treasure was extremely powerful and extreme yang. It was the nemesis of all evil yin energy and could also suppress lunar qi. However, although the 9-Sun Pearl was powerful, it could only be used once. After being used, the 9-Sun Pearl would be destroyed and could not be used a second time. The power of destruction wreaked havoc in all directions. Even the extreme yin umbrella in Elder Wu's hand suffered a great blow, a few cracks appearing on its surface, its power immediately weakening considerably. Elder Wu was shocked and angry. This was his destiny treasure. It was closely related to him. To a certain extent, it was an extension of a cultivator's life. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Elder Wu's mouth. Go die. Wuxian sect leader almost went crazy. A ball of dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. An extreme yang energy erupted from the ball of golden light. What? Elder Wu was shocked. The power of the 9-Sun Pearl was unimaginable. Once it exploded, even a half-saint divine treasure would be destroyed. Swoosh! The golden light flickered. The 9-Sun Pearl was already smashing towards Elder Wu. There were countless Dao runes flashing on the golden pearl. The extreme yang energy was about to explode. Elder Wu didn't think too much and immediately opened the lunar umbrella. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if a golden thunderbolt had struck the world, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Some of the Wuxian religious sect's followers who were standing close to the explosion even fainted. A figure was blown away by the golden energy storm. Drops of blood fell from the sky. The 9-sun pearl is indeed tyrannical. Outside Wuxian City, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The 9-sun pearl in the hands of the Wuxian sect leader couldn't even display half of its power. It was a waste of a heavenly treasure. Gu Fei knew that the 9-sun pearl was definitely refined by a sage-level existence. It was difficult for the Wuxian sect leader to fully activate the 9-sun pearl's power. In order for the 9-sun pearl to display its true power, the Dao runes on the pearl had to be completely activated. The Wuxian sect leader didn't have the ability to do so. However, even if he could only activate a portion of the Dao runes, it was enough to kill a half-saint. Elder Wu had survived. However, his destiny divine weapon, the Extreme Yin Umbrella, had been blown to smithereens by the 9-yang pearl, causing his spirit to be heavily injured. It wasn't just his soul. At this moment, Elder Wu's body was almost shattered by the power of the 9-yang pearl. He had suffered unimaginable damage. Chapter 1935. I'll fight you to the death. Elder Wu's natal divine weapon was destroyed and his cultivation was crippled. He was enraged and pounced towards the Wuxian sect leader. His entire body was emitting a blood-red light as an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the energy fluctuation from Elder Wu's body. Is this a secret technique similar to the Sky Demon disintegration technique? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This was a kind of self-destruction secret technique. While killing the enemy, the user would also die. This guy wanted to drag the Skyless sect leader down with him and perish together. At this moment, many figures appeared around Wuxian City. The experts of the other 9 cities had arrived, but no one approached Wuxian City at this moment. Even the 6 city lords who were loyal to the Wuxian sect leader did not stand out at this moment. Everyone was observing because they had already received news that the Wuxian sect leader's sacred weapon had been destroyed. Without the sacred weapon, who would submit to the Wuxian sect leader? The Wuxian sect leader was shocked when he saw that Elder Wu was going to fight him to the death. It should be known that a half-step saint was extremely terrifying when he went all out. Elder Wu was burning his qi and blood, and even his divine soul. He was releasing the last of his power. Elder Wu, Protector Ming, was shocked when he saw this. Elder Wu was burning his life. Once his life was exhausted, he would die. Madman, the Wuxian sect leader quickly retreated. Boom! At this moment, Elder Wu's body exploded. His blood essence turned into a blood-red divine fire that instantly enveloped the Wuxian sect leader who was trying to escape. Roar! The Wuxian sect leader roared in fear. He wanted to rush out from the blood-red divine fire, but the divine fire was like maggots in his bones, burning his body. In an instant, the Wuxian sect leader was burned by the blood-colored divine fire, leaving behind only a set of bones. A ball of divine light flickered in his skull. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What sort of flame is this? It's actually able to burn a half-saint to such an extent. Even the flesh on his body has been completely burned away. The pain was so intense and terrifying that Wuxian hierarch almost fainted. He could only watch as his muscles, bones, and flesh were set ablaze by the blood-colored divine fire. You destroyed my Dao foundation, I'll take your life. Elder Wu's voice rang out. The blood fiend godly fire was a secret technique that could perish together with the enemy. He wanted to drag Wuxian sect leader down with him. Roar! The Wuxian sect leader screamed in pain. At this moment, he realized that the blood-red divine fire was heading towards his head, trying to burn his divine soul. The aura of death was so close to him. Once he died, everything would come to an end. Bang! Just when the blood-red divine fire was about to invade Wuxian sect leader's head, his head suddenly exploded. A divine light wrapped around a tiny figure and shot into the sky. However, the blood fiend godly fire was too vicious. Not only could it burn flesh and bones, but it could also burn the divine soul. Even though Wuxian sect leader's primordial spirit had escaped, the blood-red divine fire was still attached to his primordial spirit, burning it constantly. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart turned cold. Elder Wu actually cultivated such a terrifying secret technique. No one had expected this. However, when he used this secret technique, it also meant that Elder Wu would not be able to live. Therefore, no one in Wuxian's sect had seen this secret technique before. Elder Wu was dead. His soul was completely destroyed. Even his primordial spirit had turned into the blood fiend godly fire and attached to Wuxian sect leader's primordial spirit. Roar! Wuxian sect leader's primordial spirit roared. He did not want to die, but Elder Wu's blood fiend godly fire had already ignited his primordial spirit. The power of his primordial spirit was constantly being evaporated by the blood fiend godly fire. In the end, Wuxian sect leader's primordial spirit was completely burned by the blood fiend godly fire. Then, a space suddenly collapsed. Light of treasures shot into the sky and countless divine objects fell out. This was a space that Wuxian sect leader had opened up to store treasures. After his primordial spirit was burned, this space could no longer be maintained and collapsed. Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. Protector Ming was the closest to Wuxian sect leader. He extended his hand and was about to collect the treasures that fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a huge hand reached out and snatched the treasures away before Guardian Ming could do anything. This shocked Protector Ming. He quickly looked over and saw that the owner of the hand was the young cultivator who had been waiting outside the city. "Friend, you're going a little overboard." Protector Ming's face darkened. Those were the treasures that Wuxian sect leader had collected throughout his life. They were definitely a treasure trove. He did not want them to be taken away just like that. "What, are you stronger than Wuxian sect leader?" Gu Fei suddenly uttered such a sentence. Protector Ming immediately snapped out of his daze. This guy was a ruthless person who had chased after Wuxian sect leader until he had nowhere to run. "Friend, that belongs to Wuxian sect. You can't take it away." At this moment, 9 figures appeared nearby. Each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. These guys, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little amused. These 9 experts were naturally the 9 city lords of the Heavenless sect. They were all very shrewd, even their eyelashes were empty. Before Wuxian sect leader died, these guys did not dare to show themselves. Now that Wuxian sect leader was dead, these guys jumped out to divide up Wuxian sect leader's treasures. I'll say it again. If any of you think you're stronger than Wuxian sect leader, come and take it. Gu Fei's face revealed a smile. He glanced at the 9 city lords with a calm expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. Everyone stopped talking. The surroundings were eerily quiet. "Why are you afraid of him? Do you think the 9 of us can't kill him?" A seemingly young cultivator in silver armor suddenly stood up and said loudly. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but look at each other. They were slightly tempted. "You've got guts." Gu Fei suddenly smiled at the silver-armored cultivator and punched out. Bam! With a bang, the silver-armored cultivator's head exploded into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. No one had expected Gu Fei to make a move all of a sudden. Furthermore, this man had killed a city lord who was not any weaker than any of them with a single punch. Such strength. Chapter 1936. Everyone from the Wuxian sect was dumbfounded. Even the city lord was unable to withstand a single blow from this person. No one spoke again. This was how the world of cultivation worked. Unless one was strong enough, one should not speak out of turn. In this world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. Whoever dared to say that the strong were wrong would be killed mercilessly by the strong. A giant dragon would not care about the life and death of an ant. Now that Gu Fei was the giant dragon, the countless people from the Wuqian sect were ants. Even the city lords did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Even if they hated him to the core, they did not dare to show it. Humph! Gu Fei glanced at these people and left the place without saying a word. Soon, he left the place and returned to the Purple Cloud Mountains. He did not want to leave just like that. After all, he could feel that he had improved during the battle with the Golden Corpse Ape. Where else could he find an opponent like this? He returned to the cave. At this time, some figures appeared in the surroundings of the land of the sleeping dragon. The cultivation forces in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou had discovered this place. There was an ancient legend in the Purple Cloud Mountains. No force could sit still. After all, if the great tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme were to appear, it would be an earth-shattering event. The arrival of these people made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, he did not care about them. With his current cultivation, he did not even care about the existence of a sect master. In the ancestral star of Buzhou, only a half-saint would be called a sect master. The heavenly path of Buzhou seemed to be changing. The heavenly path of heaven and earth seemed to be touching. This was also a great era with many experts fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. If an ancestral star could give birth to a supreme, then an ancestral star could also give birth to a saint. In the entire universe, Gu Fei knew that there were only 5 ancestral stars with life. He did not know if there were other ancestral stars with life. This was the case in the human realm, but it was another case in the heaven realm. The heaven realm only had the earth and the starry sky. The starry sky was as big as the earth. No one cared if the stars in the starry sky had life or not. The true experts were all in the heaven realm. Of course, there were some ancient powers that moved their ancestral courts to the stars in the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a unique place. Perhaps it could give birth to countless experts, and there might even be many who could become saints. In this great world, even Gu Fei felt great pressure. He had to constantly become stronger so that he wouldn't be surpassed by others. Even if he had an extreme path divine weapon, it was hard to guarantee that some supreme being inheritances would also have an extreme path divine weapon. Gu Fei sat in the cave for a day and a night. During this time, people came to the cave, but they quickly left. News of young Lord Wuqian's death had long since spread. Young Lord Wuqian was killed because he offended an expert in the Amethyst Mountain Range. The land of the sleeping dragon attracted many people. Some powerful figures began to appear, but these people were from the southern region of ancestral star Buzhou. The planet was too big, and people from other regions couldn't come here in a short time. The great tomb of the Amethyst Sovereign has appeared. On top of a mountain, an old Daoist with white hair and a youthful complexion said. Beside the old Daoist stood a young cultivator in green robes. This cultivator could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old Daoist. Clearly, this young cultivator's status was not lower than the old Daoist. I don't think so. This ominous land is filled with endless death energy. I'm afraid that a powerful demon has been born. The cultivator in green robes said. Even the amethyst lineage doesn't know where the sovereign is buried? The old Daoist said. The great tomb of the old ancestor is not that easy to find. The cultivator in green robes said disdainfully. The terrain ahead seemed to be a land of hidden dragons, but even if it was a real land of hidden dragons, it wouldn't be worthy of the invincible sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it looks like a land of hidden dragons, it's actually a trap. It's more like a cage. The old Daoist's eyes were very sharp. He could see through many things. Let's see what they can do first. The cultivator in green robes glanced at the clouds in the sky. There was a warship parked there, and on the deck stood many golden warriors with golden spears. The Huang Jin clan of the northern lands is here too. They're really fast. The old Daoist seemed to have sensed it, and his expression turned solemn. This is our territory after all. So what if they're here? The cultivator in green robes said indifferently with a hint of arrogance on his face. Although the Huang Jin clan of the northern lands was powerful, they had stretched their hands too far. This made the cultivator in green robes unhappy. I heard that young Master Wutian was killed. The sect master of Wutian's sect is also dead. Someone wants to weaken your forces. The old Daoist glanced at the cultivator in green robes and said, "Humph, the strong are respected. If they're dead, then so be it. The Wutian sect will not disperse. The southern lands will still have 10 groups of warriors." The cultivator in green robes said. Yes, who would have thought that the 10 great sects of the southern lands were founded by the 10 great warriors under the command of the Purple Cloud Supremacy? The old Daoist said. As the cultivator in green robes and the old Daoist were conversing, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. A ray of light lit up the endless mountains. When the first ray of light from the sun appeared, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes in the cave. After a day and a night of adjustment, his martial body had finally reached its peak condition. He stood up, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the cave. Is that kid coming again? In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, a golden figure sitting cross-legged in the endless deathly aura suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. The golden essence corpse ape sensed it and knew that Gu Fei was coming again. The endless deathly aura around the golden essence corpse ape was constantly being turned into life essence by the ape using a secret technique, which was then absorbed by his body. Turning death into life, the golden essence corpse ape had already mastered the heaven-defying rebirth technique. With enough time, he could completely turn the deathly aura in his body into life essence, truly defying the heavens and being reborn. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. Then, an endless deathly aura rose from the land of the sleeping dragon and shrouded the surroundings. That place really gave birth to a peerless demon. Chapter 1937. A peerless murderous intent erupted and shocked everyone. It was as if a great demon had been born. Half of the sky was shrouded in a terrifying black aura of death. Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who were very close to the land of the trapped dragon. They all felt a chill run down their spines, trembling with fear as they hurriedly fled from that place. "You're here again." A voice came from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. No matter how far away the cultivators were, they were all shaken by the voice. Moreover, the voice was not very loud. "I'm here again." Another voice sounded. This voice was the same as the first one. It wasn't as loud, but it reached the ears of everyone in the region. What's going on? On a mountain a few hundred miles away, Xianxia and the Earth Immortal Elder were shocked. The forces behind them were the true rulers of the southern region of the ancestral planet. Since when did the southern region have 2 peerless experts? Xianxiao's expression was extremely solemn. His eyes shone brightly as he tried to peer into the endless aura of death. However, he was shocked to find that the place was already shrouded by the power of the Great Path. Even though he had the godly eyes of heaven, he could not see in. "This is our territory. How could we not know?" Just like Xianxiao, the Earth Immortal old man's expression was extremely solemn. The green-robed cultivator, Xianxiao, was the heir of the Ziyun clan in the southern region of the ancestral planet. It was said that the Ziyun clan was the successor of the Ziyun supremacy. The Earth Immortal Elder had a powerful background as well. He had a big brother called the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. The Ziyun clan and the South Pole Immortal Mansion were the rulers of the southern region of the ancestral planet. The 10 great sects of the south were nothing compared to these 2 forces. Although the 2 peerless experts in the land of the trapped dragon had yet to show themselves, their vast auras had already spread out. Interesting. High up in the sky, a voice came from a golden warship in the clouds. "Let's begin." In the sky above the land of the trapped dragon, the golden essence corpse ape spoke to a young-looking man in front of it. This young man was not simple. He actually dared to use it as a whetstone. The golden essence corpse ape admired Gu Fei. "All right." Gu Fei nodded. Then, he made his move. Boom! The five-elemental true force erupted from Gu Fei's body. The void around him trembled. The five-elemental void appeared around him. This was the five-elemental battle technique that he had created. He drew upon the power of the inner world to manifest the five elements void. Rumble, Gu Fei displayed the five-elemental fist. The five-elemental void revolved around his body, providing him with an almost endless amount of five-elemental power. With a punch, a great fire burned the sky. The powerful fire element fist energy immediately surged out from his fist, striking towards the golden essence corpse ape. The five elements transform into yin and yang create chaos. Gu Fei had only released one punch, but the gold essence corpse ape had already seen the transformation direction of Gu Fei's true power, causing the gold essence corpse ape's eyes to light up. He also saw Gu Fei as a whetstone. As soon as Gu Fei's fire element fist was unleashed, the death chi in the sky was immediately dispersed by his fist energy. Huge black cracks appeared in the sky. Bang! The golden essence corpse ape also punched out. That skinny body of his contained an enormous amount of power. With just a single movement, the heavens and earth were shattered. Boom! The two fists collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a loud bang. The vast and mighty force caused the entire area to shake. The two figures separated in an instant, and then moved quickly in the void. They're fighting. Outside the land of the sleeping dragon, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Zi Yunxiao from the Ziyan clan and Lu Xianwang from the South Pole Palace were shocked. It had been a long time since such a battle had happened in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou. It was worth noting that such existences were already overlords of a region. It would not be so easy for a battle to break out between such figures. However, once a battle broke out between such experts, the consequences would be dire. However, there seemed to be some kind of power protecting the land of death ahead. Even an expert would find it difficult to destroy such a place. Because of that, Zi Yunxiao and the others did not retreat. Bang! Boom! Loud noises were constantly heard in the land of the sleeping dragon. Gu Fei and the golden essence corpse ape were fighting endlessly. This time, the dragon corpse and the fire corpse did not dare to come out. In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, only the undead king was watching the battle. Clang! The sound of iron chains clashing could be heard from the depths of the earth. The battle between Gu Fei and the golden essence corpse ape had also alerted the existence in the land of the sleeping dragon. The existence in the depths of the earth could not come out, so Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Show me everything you've got. Let me see what's so special about the path created by the martial ancestor. The golden essence corpse ape's voice was heard in Gu Fei's mind. I won't let you down. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the golden essence corpse ape. He displayed the five elements and attacked with all his might, displaying all kinds of killing moves of the five elements fist. The five elements' true power was vast and mighty. His entire body was emitting a five-colored qi gang. It was as if a five elements god had descended. The powerful aura spread in all directions. Profound meaning of the five elements, not bad. The golden essence corpse ape said. When the five elements were sublimated to the extreme, they would evolve into yin and yang. As expected, when Gu Fei's five elements technique was displayed to its peak, the extremely vigorous five elements true power gradually transformed into black and white yin and yang qi. There were very few people who could cultivate the power of the five elements to the great perfection and then transform it to successfully evolve yin and yang. Gu Fei was undoubtedly one of them. A battle between experts. It's a worthwhile trip. High up in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship stood a figure. It was a slender figure. She was wearing a golden battle suit and a golden mask on her face. No one could see her face. At this time, the five elements' true power on Gu Fei's body quickly transformed into black and white yin and yang qi. A black and white yin-yang diagram appeared indistinctly on his body. I saw that you used the primal force that day. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the yin and yang qi to the great perfection. It's really surprising. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape said while fighting with Gu Fei. It was no wonder that the Golden Essence Corpse Ape was surprised. One must know that Gu Fei had cultivated the power of the five elements to the great perfection and then went to cultivate the yin and yang qi. Furthermore, the yin and yang qi was also cultivated by Gu Fei to the great perfection and evolved into the primal force. Chapter 1938. Gu Fei and the Golden Corpse Ape fought again. This time, Gu Fei unleashed all kinds of combat skills to his heart's content. He could feel the distance between him and the Golden Corpse Ape getting closer and closer. The Golden Corpse Ape was not a martial sage, but it was much stronger than the average martial sage. It could shatter the space with just a wave of its hand. Furthermore, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Ape was terrifying too. The combat skills of the Golden Spirit Ape were not any weaker than the martial arts created by the supreme martial ancestors. The Golden Corpse Ape still had the bloodline of the Supreme Divine Ape. In other words, it still possessed the powerful combat skills of the Golden Spirit Ape. Rumble, at this moment, the yin-yang divine diagram appeared on Gu Fei's body. His fists turned into two yin-yang eyes on the yin-yang divine diagram. His left fist emitted a black aura, while his right fist emitted a divine light that was as dazzling as the stars. The yin and yang qi intertwined in his body. He was evolving the yin-yang pattern. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the circulation of the yin-yang pattern, as if it followed the laws of the world. This was the yin-yang fist. It drove the yin and yang qi to move the universe, blocking all the powerful attacks of the Golden Corpse Ape. Both offensive and defensive. Very good. When the Metal Essence Corpse Ape saw that Gu Fei's fist technique was able to protect his entire body to the point that not even a drop of water could penetrate his defense, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Although Gu Fei's defense was impregnable, his attacks were also extremely fierce. Boom! He threw a punch with his right fist. The power of extreme yang instantly exploded on his fist. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared in the sky. At that moment, the real sun had risen from the horizon. However, the divine light that burst from Gu Fei's right fist was much brighter than the sun. The power of the sun exploded. The deathly aura above the land of the trapped dragon was directly dispersed by the power of extreme yang, leaving nothing behind. That is, the moment the deathly aura was dispersed, the people outside could finally see the scenery inside the land of the trapped dragon. It's the power of yin and yang. On a mountain several hundred miles away, Zi Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. It was obvious that someone had cultivated the power of yin and yang to perfection. Who is that? The Earth Immortal old man was shocked as well. He saw two figures fighting. One of them was a young cultivator, and the young cultivator's opponent was a skinny divine ape that shone with dazzling golden light. The legendary Golden Spirit Ape. High up in the sky, within the clouds, that figure on the golden warship said to herself. She was extremely shocked as well. She never expected to see an ancient creature that had long been extinct for who knew how many years. The number of golden spiritual apes was very small. Nowadays, only the heavenly realm had traces of them, but in the human realm, the golden spiritual apes had already become a legendary existence. This was definitely a major event. The birth of the golden spirit ape would bring countless changes to the Buzhou homeworld. Becoming a saint was a competition between peerless experts. There were quite a lot of peerless experts on the Buzhou ancestral star, and now, there were two of them. This made the Xian clan, the South Pole Immortal Mansion, and the Gold Clan of the North feel a great deal of pressure. These people all hoped that the two supreme experts who were fighting each other would suffer heavy injuries. However, this was only a hope. Because, at this level of cultivation, if one side wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for the other side to stop them. Unless the two of them were engaged in a battle to the death, they wouldn't rest until one of them died. It had to be said that the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's cultivation was too strong. Although Gu Fei had a martial body, his martial body did not give him any advantage when fighting with the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. Bang! The Golden Spirit Ape used the battle technique of the Golden Spirit Ape to break through Gu Fei's yin-yang fist force and landed a punch on Gu Fei's shoulder. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Gu Fei's left arm immediately drooped down. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the ape's punch. We need to determine the winner. In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, the zombie king saw this and couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Gu Fei's recovery speed was too fast. In just a few breaths, his left shoulder had recovered, and the broken bones were completely healed. However, his yin-yang fist force was broken by the Golden Spirit Ape. Looks like I have to use the chaotic fist force to fight with him. Gu Fei stood in the void. He didn't feel depressed because of the Golden Spirit Ape's attack. On the contrary, his battle intent grew stronger. The yin-yang true force in his body was rapidly transforming into chaotic true force. Chaotic Dao patterns began to appear on Gu Fei's body, interweaving with the laws of heaven and earth. A saint's aura began to emit from Gu Fei's body. Half-saint, a few hundred miles away, Ziyun Shao and Immortal Lu were shocked. The young expert was actually a half-saint, and his realm was not low at all. Only a half-saint could have some characteristics of a saint. It was impossible for other cultivators to have such characteristics. Let's fight with everything we have. Gu Fei roared. His aura rose to the peak in an instant. 9 chaotic Dao patterns appeared on his body, and an extremely powerful wave swept out in all directions. A peak half-saint. Outside the land of the sleeping dragon, Ziyun Shao and Immortal Lu were shocked again. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this peerless expert. It's a peak half-saint, high up in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship. The golden figure's tone was a bit heavy. The appearance of a peak half-saint had surprised her. In this great era where saints were extinct, a peak half-saint could represent the peak combat power of the entire Buzhou ancestral star. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. As you wish. At this time, the Golden Spirit Ape was also going to attack with everything he had. Endless metal elemental power burst out from his small body, and 9 golden Dao patterns emerged on his body. 9 Dao patterns. You have cultivated 9 Dao patterns. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 9 Dao patterns on the Golden Spirit Ape's body. This ape had really fallen before. He was a bit suspicious. As the saying goes, once the body dies, the Dao disappears. No matter how amazing a person was when they were alive, or how heaven-defying their talent was, as long as they died, their Dao foundation would disappear. In other words, the 9 Dao patterns on the Golden Spirit Ape's body might have been cultivated after it regained its spiritual wisdom. But there was also a possibility that the ape was not really dead.